Going live. Beautiful. There we go. Now we're propagating out to YouTube and Restream. Now let's go. Cool, because I'm getting feedback. Says 3 watching now here, and yeah, 0 on Restream. I think we're all on YouTube at the moment. So yeah, Gay Zone, Gay Battery, how you doing? Oh, we got 1 on the Restream. Here comes Battery.
Crazy YouTube.
How you doing?
Three of us in the group, and it said 0 chatters.
If you're not saying nothing through Restream, it only counts you once you start typing.
How's it going down under?
Cool. Got my work done for this morning. All right, so had a quick shower and that, and everything getting calmed down. It's all good. Got myself a coffee, threw a couple of fingers of scotch in it.
Seen one of these?
That's your oscilloscope. Yep. Yeah, looked them up the other day.
I haven't tried it out yet.
Well, apparently they're pretty easy to integrate. You can hook them up and connect them up and run them off Windows computers and all that sort of stuff.
I saw somebody using it to test. Actually, it was pitting it side by side with a real oscilloscope, and it handled itself pretty well under 2 kilohertz.
Cool. Look at this pop-out chat happening. I lost your sound there, Battery.
I said a guy tested it side by side with a real oscilloscope, and it handled just fine up to 2 kilohertz.
All right, so it's got limitations.
Yeah.
All right. Well, like I said, I got an old Honeywell here. It's got to be probably maybe 45 years old.
I looked at those big ones, and I was looking at paying $800 for one. This one was $10.
Oh yeah. Those things are 60 over here. That's why it goes. Guy, Mr. Bolognese, how you doing? Bolognese.
Huh. Mr. Bolognese. Just got the notification on Mixer.
Oh shit. Hot.
Yesterday I got the Mixer notification first. I was watching Glenn Beck on YouTube.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was doing the same thing. I'm waiting for this one to come out. He's got his own undercover stuff on Bernie's campaign, a couple of their rallies and all that sort of stuff. He's releasing it Friday night.
He had the psychiatrist on his show that was a lifelong Democrat, and
Yep.
she started questioning what people are telling her, and went to a Trump rally.
Yep. No, she didn't run into racists and all that. So there's another guy there too.
She thinks she's most likely will still vote Democrat.
Indian or Pakistani or something like that. But, you know, and he said, hey, look, the way I look at things, and that things are getting better under Trump, and I don't see this. So he asked one of his blokes at work, and he says, can I go to the Trump rally with you? And they said, yeah, sure, come on. He's worried about all these white supremacists because he's a little Indian and all that sort of thing. The whole story is here.
Guys, come up on the StreamYard. I got to go.
All right, Latino first thing. But yeah.
Somebody else come on up. Don't leave Jack alone. I got to go.
That's right. I can run a video. Yeah, well, I'm an Aussie. It looks all right to me. And that since he took over, the US dollar has gone up like 50% in value compared to ours, and ours is pretty stagnant. It's holding still. Under Obama, it used to cost me $1.08 to buy something, a $1 American. Now it costs me $1.64. So there's a good thing for you. That's a bloody good thing to be happening. For less money, you can buy more internationally. So that's a good thing. A lot of the folks I know over there who weren't working for quite a few years, all of a sudden they're all got jobs and doing okay. So even retired folks are out there working again because there's that much work about it. People got money to spend, get jobs done, get houses repaired, get cars repaired. So obviously there's money out there. But, I'm going to bring up a video from Louder with Crowder. Play the media.
This is my first rally.
Stop that there, stop, make that there big. All right, escape that. Now come back to StreamYards here, share screen, share the audio. Share. Here it is. Now I just need that there.
This is my first rally. I used to be a Democrat.
Excuse my slow speech here. I'll start again.
This is my first rally. I used to be a Democrat.
Same dramas.
Where are the racists? That everybody.
Yeah, no one. Where are all the races? Sorry about the slow video here, folks, but you're getting the idea. So, little Mexican bloke goes along. Him and his missus both, apparently. Well, look, you got to go with the average. Now, is the average of what Trump's doing good for the country? I think all the factors and indicators say yes. All right. So you put up with a little bit of crap. All right. Hey, look. We all team up these girlies and that, and they do right for us and all that sort of thing. Occasionally they fuck up, but you let it slide, don't you? Keep the peace of the house and that, because the overall performance is bloody good. It's when it's not overall good and overall bad, that's when we start, well, things aren't working. Crikey. I'm going to have no back door here in a minute. Sorry, if you can't hear, I've got chickens crying, wanting to let them in. So, what else is happening over there in the US? I see Bernie's getting hung out to dry on memes left, right, and centre. Him and Castro and that, and now Stalin as well. Excuse me for a second. I'm going to throw some food to these people. Yes, I'm coming, you bastards. Sorry about that, folks. Critters have got no respect. JSUK, how you doing? Yeah, I'm looking at the link. Hold on. Yeah, but it's from the New York Times. Coronavirus. Probably saying it's all okay. Live updates. Outbreak in northern Italy poses national challenge. Yes. 12 deaths in Iran. Yeah. Well, they had no infections the other day. All of a sudden, they got 12 deaths. That'd be the folks that they were recruiting to come across. Yeah, it's not good, eh? It's not good there, but Zoom bait, but it's actually a hell of a lot worse than what they're saying in the papers. Yeah, 12 people in Iran are dead, yes. Whereas last week they had nothing, didn't even have a case. This week they've got 12 dead. Something's not right. Yep, that'd be all the people they recruited to come over there. They got their samples, they got the blood pools, they've got the liver samples now, all that sort of stuff out of them. They got enough to weaponize it. Watch InfoWars if you want your head punched in by the looks of it. To see what happened to the InfoWars crew at bloody Bernie's rally. I got attacked, someone got stitches in their head. Okay, Zepso, how are you doing? So yeah, and that Bernie rally's not a good place for conservatives to go. Be quite dangerous. Yeah, New York Times today, they got one of their journalists, Paul Krugman, wrote this article saying Bernie's not another want-to-be authoritarian leader. Oh, the Real Outdoors is moving to his new house. All right, cool. Good to know. There's Zoom. Cheers. Yeah, doing well here. You know, finished my work, had a shower, sat down, got the stream going about 15 minutes ago. Had to stop and feed chooks and a few other things along the way, the usual stuff. So yeah, I thought I'd get it going. Going through the news at the moment, which is looking awful weird. Harvey Weinstein got convicted, all the rest of it, which is for some reason they wouldn't find him guilty of as a serial predator. So for some reason, whatever, and that the jury didn't. But apparently there were two people who didn't agree with anything until somebody said, "Look, are you here to defend the guy, or are you here to be a jury for the guy?" And so they found him on the 3 lesser charges. He can still do 25 years jail. G'day, JFUK. As soon as those devices connect. How you doing?
Doing good.
Go.
Got my first strike from YouTube finally.
Yeah. You said something naughty.
Yep. I said drag queens look stupid, and then I got banned for hate speech.
Yeah. You're not allowed to have an opinion.
Well, the thing is, the video was a song, but it was actually on the side of LGBT people by saying that they commit suicide more than regular people. But you can't say that.
Yeah, because that's in some way definition admitting that they're all fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Which they are.
I mean, when it's brainwashing, I was in the library today and there were LGBT kids' books on a stand. And I had to walk out of the library before I kicked it through. It's everywhere.
Well, this is it. It's called an agenda. And part of the agenda is the breakdown of the nuclear family. Because if a nation really needs to go to war, hubby throws a uniform on, give him a gun and a tin hat. Mrs. can walk into the factory, start making shells and grenades. Others, and that, if they're in rural area, can help out the farmers and that, and grow the crops and that, and can the ration packs and all that sort of thing, and that can keep the nation fighting. Non-nuclear families don't work that way, and what they're teaching the gays and the things is their entitlement, and that not to join in and not to support anything that's a government or a national point of view, because they never helped you.
Yeah. And they made the military out to be bad as well.
Oh, always. So, but this is it. So they break it down. Again, I'm going to find a link here. The Naked Communist.
I was just watching a documentary on TV about communism and gulags and stuff, and how it started with socialism, and that was on TV. And they killed more people than in the Second World War when they put them in gulags. It was something like 15 million people.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. And it's scary because I can see it being built up around me. Like they're building a train line now.
Yeah.
Exactly the same stuff. And they always do propaganda for the train line. We need to spend billions and billions on this train line between the north and the south. They're adamant on it. Really adamant on building it. And then Canada's also building train lines as well. It's like, yeah, what's going to go on? Because Canada's deeply socialist.
Yes, I'm just going to jump this up on screen here. I was raised Mennonite, and I still believe that way, even though I'm not part of a community here. Is that so? So yes, I'm a Christian. Christ is my saviour. Through grace am I saved. That's me. I'm just going to share this screen thing here.
I was looking that up the other day. The last church by them in England closed in 2016 because they had 10 members left.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to look up UK Amish, and it came up with them.
Yeah, Mennonites. Well, the Amish broke away from the Mennonites in 1726 due to the fear of technology arising. You know, steam engines were just starting to be experimented with, playing around with early battery electricity. They hadn't gone up to, you know, Tesla or Westinghouse level yet, but they were playing around with battery, and they had gas light and a few other bits and pieces. Now, some of the gas light early days, remember there was massive fires and all that sort of thing, the steam engines crushed people and ran into houses and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, there was a general fear in that, and they did. One of the early lubricants before they put lead in fuels, and that was sulfur. And so they smelled like fire and brimstone. And so certain groups of people on it who really freaked out at it. Mennonites started to actually get involved with the technology, and a lot of them broke away from it, and they became the Amish.
Yeah.
And and how we did it when I was a kid, a Mennonite, the community would buy a new tractor with a, you know, header, seeder, air seeder, plough, whatever behind it set up, you know, top of the line unit, GPS on that, mapping and tracking, all that sort of stuff. And that in the early ones, I think we had the first one in the district. Everybody come out and have a look. But the community would buy one. We'd buy a couple of prime mover trucks and that, and half a dozen trailers and that, and everybody would share in it. The community was the bank.
Yeah.
Right out. So if you needed money to build your house and all that sort of thing, you didn't go to the bank, you went to the community. So what I've got here is on screen is January 10th, 1963, current communist goals, extension of remarks of Honoris A. Airlong of Florida. This is entered into Congress, congressional records. Current communist goals, US acceptance of coexistence as the only alternative to atomic war, US willingness to capitulate in preference to engaging in atomic war. 3, develop the illusion that total disarmament by the United States would be a demonstration of moral strength, so they could be nuked without retribution. 4, permit free trade between all nations, regardless of communist affiliation, regardless of whether or not items could be used for war. 5, extension of long-term loans to Russia and its Soviet satellites, never to be repaid. 6, provide American aid to all nations, regardless of communist domination. 7, grant recognition of Red China, admission of Red China to the UN. 8, set up East and West Germany as separate states in spite of Khrushchev's promise in 1955 to settle the German question by free elections under supervision of the UN. 9, prolong the conferences to ban atomic tests because the United States has agreed to suspend tests as long as negotiations are in progress. Sorry, got too keen there. Allow all Soviet satellite individual representation in the UN. Promote the UN as the only hope for mankind. If its charter is rewritten, demand that it be set up as a one world government with its own independent armed forces. Some communist leaders believe the world can be taken over as easily by the UN as by Moscow. Sometimes the two centres compete with each other, as they are doing now in the Congo. 12, resist any attempt to outlaw the Communist Party. 13, do away with loyalty oaths. 14, continue giving Russia access to the US patent office. 15, capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. Completed. 16, use technical decisions of the courts to weaken basic American institutions by claiming their activities violate civil rights. 17, get control of the schools. Use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of teachers' association. Put the party line in the textbooks. Mission accomplished there. 18, in control of all student newspapers. Mission accomplished there. 19, use student riots to foment public protests against programs or organisations which are under communist attack. Mission accomplished there. Infiltrate the press. Get control of book review assignments, editorial writing, and policy making decisions. Done and done. 21, gain key control of key positions in radio, TV, and motion picture. Done, 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 and done. Remember, this is 1963. This was read into Congress. And here we are, maybe 50 years later, and it's half of this is a checklist off. So much of this is done. So a lot of it's out of date, but here we're coming up to the good stuff. 22, continue discrediting American culture by degrading all forms of artistic expression. An American communist cell was told to eliminate all good sculpture from parks and buildings and substitute shapeless and meaningless forms. 23, control art critics and directors of art museums. Our plan is to promote ugliness, repulsiveness, and meaningless art. 24, eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and violation of free speech and free press. 25, break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio and TV. Done, 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 and done. 26, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. 27, infiltrate the churches and replace revealed religion with social religion, discredit the Bible, and emphasize the need for intellectual maturity, which does not need a religious crutch. 28, eliminate prayer as any phase of religious expression in the schools on the grounds that it violates the principles of separation of church and state. Done, 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 done in the 70s. Discredit the American Constitution by calling it inadequate and old-fashioned, out of step with modern needs, a hindrance to cooperation between nations on a nationwide record. And we've seen that line there maybe 50 times in the last 12 months alone. 30, discredit the American founding fathers, present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. Already done. 31, belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the grounds that was only a minor part of the big picture. Give more emphasis to Russian history since the communists took over. 32, support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture, education, social agency, welfare programs, mental health clinics, etc. 33, eliminate all laws or procedures which interfere with the operation of the communist apparatus. 34, eliminate the House Committee for Un-American Activities. Completed. 35, discredit and eventually dismantle the FBI. Actually, they ended up infiltrating it and controlling it. Now there's 3 branches inside the FBI all fighting for control, and none of them have the American Constitution or its people as its first order of business. Infiltrate and gain control of the unions, that was going on at the time. Infiltrate and gain control of big businesses, well, hello. 38, transfer some of the powers of arrest from the police to social agencies, here we go. That's why the IRS has got fucking, 20 million fucking handgun rounds. For its agencies as a thing, and then they've got another 20 million more for training. You know what I mean? Dominate the psychiatric profession and use mental health laws as a means of gaining coercive control over those who oppose communist goals. Discredit the family as an institution, encourage promiscuity and an easy divorce. Emphasize the need to raise children away from the parents. Attribute prejudice, mental blocks, and retarding of children to suppressive influence of parents. Create the impression that violence and insurrection are legitimate aspects of the American tradition, that students and special interest groups should rise up and use united force to solve economic, political, or social problems. And there we are with Antifa. Throw all colonial governments before native populations are ready for self-government, which is what Ocasio-Cortez's former campaign boss was an expert at talking about, if you ever listen to him. Internationalise the Panama Canal, already done. Repeal the colony reservation so the United States cannot prevent the World Court, already done. All right, that was done, 76? So there we go. That was written out into Congress in 1963. 3/4 of it has been done.
Yeah, we just got fast-track devices as well. And we've had the subversion of art thing. This was in I'm going to share the screen. This is from my old blog.
Yeah, go for it.
We had the This was in a London art gallery where they projected "I shit on God," "Fuck you, Jesus, I am the future" in
Yeah.
like blood screens. This is in a London art gallery.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't get more blatant than that. Like, they projected it up on screens and the blood went through as liquid and it says, "Fuck your Jesus, I am the future."
Cop shot just for kicks.
Yeah. That's in a high-end London art gallery as well. I just put "not if we can help it" at the bottom. I need to get back posting to this again. Because like I haven't updated it in a while, but I did have a blog when I made a website. I made gfuk.news. I
Yeah.
can't do it anymore. But yeah.
ADP Builder. What's this one there? Zoom beat. Shoot me for a second. Oh, here we go. That's a bloody nice link. Good on you, Zoom.
And that's glamorized in the subversion of music as well. It was, you know, those rappers that just chat crap. It were them that made it, supposedly. So yeah, there's definitely an agenda.
Right.
It's not even art, is it? It's like they're not creative at all on their side. They're like, right, we have to subvert this. How do we do it? Oh, we'll just blatantly just say it.
No, we just got to suss that one out. Trident. So products, custom kits. Ah, shit.
But you know, the more they do stuff like that, the more it proves that God and Jesus are real. Because why would they bother? That's the way I see it. It's like, yeah, it's disturbing, but they go out of their way so much to attack it. That
Yeah, well, look, I have a common post, and that this is because you can only fit so many characters, I think, in Yahoo Chat, 200 or something, 190 characters, something. Anyway, it just says basically Democrat allies against Trump, communists, socialists, Trotskyists, jihadists, anarchists, Antifa, pedophiles, all against Trump. Whose side are you on? Oh, it's true. These are the people who railed up against him, and they're all together on their hatred of Trump. And if that's what's against Trump, I'm on his side because I don't want to know any of the other bastards. Simple as that.
I have sympathy for the people that are brainwashed by the media, but the people that actively choose based on that, you're weird. You're beyond weird. But yeah, that all fitted in with that documentary I was just watching as well. They're going to round people up again at some point because they're building it exactly the same.
Oh shit.
The documentary was really good. It said it was just people that didn't agree with the government. They worded it like that. They didn't sugarcoat it or anything. Then I come on here and I learn more.
Yeah.
It's good.
Cool. It's always good to learn shit.
Yeah. Because then, you know, the warning signs, like they ever say, come to this place, we'll rehouse you, we're going to give you food. They're not going to. They're going to starve you. That's exactly what they did with that. People voluntarily went, and then the ones that didn't voluntarily go, they rounded them all up.
Yeah. That's what's going on.
And Bernie Sanders won't be in there. He'll be sat somewhere else having 5 square meals a day. Yeah. If he's still alive by then.
Who knows? And I know if he doesn't get nominated, and that there's gonna be riots.
Would they teach people to be violent?
Off to buy some weed. Well, stay safe there, Zepso, and that, get a good deal and that, and come back.
I'm trying to learn how to grow my own food, but I have no ways to do it. I'm going to try and make an onion out of another onion. That's the first thing I'm going to try and do.
Now, you got a Tesco's near you. They get those big white styrofoam boxes.
Yeah.
All right. A bag and a half of pot mix in each one. Over the holes, you put little slats of timber chips or whatever, just so the soil don't all run out of them and all that sort of thing. But you still need those holes to drain well, and put them all around the place wherever you can.
Can you do them indoors, or do you have to do it outside?
Windows and that, and they're getting enough sun. Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a greenhouse. I have a tiny little yard that's concrete. So.
Yeah. All right. So, what you can do, and that, figure out where your best sunlight is and all that sort of thing. Run a few racks along your fence that's opposed to that, so it's going to cop fence, and you can have little pots hanging up there. Then you can have these other ones on the ground in front of them. They're all getting enough sunlight, so they need to be able to do it. Amazing what you can grow out of there, man. I got some seeds. So doing an archaeological dig in Italy during the feudal period, when there was all those little tiny kingdoms in Italy, and there was all these constant wars and all that sort of stuff. And they found this cave that had been bricked up by somebody, and a bloke's working tools. There was an axe, there was a hoe, there was a whole pile of other things. There was handmade nails, but there were little jars and sacks of seeds, corn and all that sort of thing. And one of them was little tomato ones, and they've only seen these ones in paintings. They think they're the forerunner of the modern Roma tomatoes, but they're tiny. I bought 30 seeds to help them do their fundraiser. It was €35 for 30 seeds plus postage to Australia. Send you a couple of them, man, because one little plant, it just blows up like you wouldn't believe. And each one's now got about 50 little tomatoes on it.
Sounds good. I know my grandma used to grow tomatoes in a little flower bed in her garden.
Hey, don't need much, man. Don't need much.
Yeah.
See, one of those styrofoam boxes is big enough to get one full and have the roots spread out and go to a decent depth, and also won't fall over. Hey, Ryan, how you doing? Now, what I actually want to do, because I've actually empty bowl. I've got no pot, so I've got to go trim a little bit and stick it in the oven. I might duck out. I might take the camera with me if I've got the. Let me just check the memory cards in there. Take a photo of my little tomato plants for you, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. So,
Okay.
Yes.
Where's my where's Censor Wars? I posted to Censor Wars about being censored. do. See, I'm not complaining until 3 in the morning. It's already midnight here. 22 minutes past 12. But yeah, I made a song, and at the end of it, I said drag queens look stupid. You may have heard it. And it's been taken down. Shit, how do I do this? Oh wait, Jack needs to approve the screen. Oh well. Your video, LGBT anthem, was removed because it violates our hate speech policy. Because it's the first time, this is just a warning. If it happens again, your channel will get a strike, and you won't be able to do things like upload, post, or live stream for a week. A second strike will prevent you from publishing content for 2 weeks. 3 strikes in any 90-day period will result in the permanent removal of your channel. We want to help you stay on YouTube. No, you fucking don't. So please, make sure you understand YouTube's community guidelines, review your content with our policies in mind, and then it said I could appeal it, so I appealed it, and I just said freedom of speech. That's all I put in my appeal, so I don't think I'm going to win.
Oh, someone was down below, was there? Did I just walk in? Sorry, if I just missed somebody, I just ducked out the back and I just walked in and there was I think someone tried to make a connection. If you want to come back, I just missed you. Of course, I walked out at the wrong fucking time. Sorry about that, whoever it was.
YouTube's most censored.
Oh, was that your screen?
Oh yeah, that was my screen, but then I
right.
remembered you weren't there, so I was just reading it.
I'll put all right. So it was you, not them, because I think because there's no device connected to that one. So yeah, that's what happened. So that's why I had to go out and pick. I've got a picture. Let me load it into the thing. 3 little tomato plants. There's 2 pictures. One hopefully showing you all the massive little green tomatoes that are on it at the moment.
That's good if you can get 50 off one plant. That's really good.
Oh man, you'll get 150 over the season. These things go right on through almost up in the window. So we go into here, DCIM.
Because if that grows at the right time when they start, shit hits the fan or whatever, you're sorry.
Yeah. And
what did you get banned for? I have to ask. Been banned 6 times from YouTube.
right. All right. So share screen.
I have a feeling mine's coming. I've got the warning, and I think I'm just going to get striked up the arse now.
All right. Can you see that picture there? Yes, you can. All right. We'll bring that back up here. That's the tomato there. There's more flowers there. One there. More flowers up over here. I'll go on to the next pick. And that's 3 bushes. So from over here, that's one of the dope plants growing in amongst them. So that's 1 there, 2 there, 3 there, and across that there would be maybe 80 or 90 little green tomatoes.
And it's in a relatively small place as well.
Yeah. Well, if you put that into 3 of those styrofoam boxes, it'd be the same equivalent area, and you'd have the same result. Now, also with the same size thing, there's no reason why you can't have, say, 50 radish plants in one of those styrofoam boxes. 6 spinach plants in one of those styrofoam boxes. 4 bean plants or snow peas in one of those styrofoam boxes, and that's what you grow it out of. You're going to need some string and some bamboo for peas and such because they climb.
Sounds good. It looks good as well. I didn't expect it to be in such a small area for like 50.
Well, the rest of that area there, the clear dirt in front of it was where I had stuff like celery and all that sort of thing. So that's been done and been turned over now. You can see a few weeds popping up there. Behind that is all potato patch. But some of them are clothesline. So I've got 3 types of potatoes growing in there. Then over the other side, I've got these basically 3 metre by 3 metre rail off areas where the dirt's raised up inside these rails. And
would they still grow in Britain though? Because we don't have much sun anymore. It's just like rains all the time.
Yeah, I know what the UK is, and that remember the Great Potato Famine. You can grow potatoes, but you'll expect to lose them. But you also need deep soil. There are ways of making it like with a straw bale, a little bit of dirt, a little bit of straw, and all that sort of thing, water and out, but with a dark outside. So they grow in there, and you just pile it up all the time. There's a couple of videos about it on YouTube. You can grow potatoes in a 1 meter by 1 meter area, but you're actually growing them about a meter deep. So you're raising it all up, so you've got the depth. And you can get 50 pound of potatoes out of that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look into it.
This year we'll probably get around about 400 pound of potatoes out of the backyard, out from underneath my clothesline. So an area of 2.5 meters by 3 meters.
That's good.
No, that's about average. So I know you can do it in the UK, and I know potatoes are hard if you don't have deep soil, but there are different ways of doing it. You can raise them up. You can buy these little tin things. They stand around about 600 millimeters tall, about 2 foot tall. You can grow potatoes in that. Sawdust, mixture of sawdust, soil, all that sort of thing. Lots of straw on the bottom to catch all the sort of soil and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
A little bit of cow shit in between.
Anything's better than a supermarket. Like, everybody buys this stuff every week, and they could just grow it. Like, I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, well, look. This is me this morning. Just went out in the backyard gathering. So I got enough taters there to last me now a couple of days, and also got the eggs from the chooks. And the greens are in the fridge.
Yeah, I don't feel so bad now. Like, if I get banned, at least other people did. I know that sounds like...
Oh, here we go. Everything's coming in.
I don't feel so
G'day, mate. Sorry about that. Of course, I walked away just as you were coming in there, Dennis.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I know that sounds like...
Oh, here we go. G'day, mate. Sorry about that. You want to kill your YouTube video noise?
Hold on a second. I turn the volume off.
G'day, Don. How you doing? Oh, he's dropped out. Yeah, sometimes you can't do it. You can't turn the thing off. You've got to turn it off before you come in. Especially with these phones and tablet things.
I wish StreamYard had more options when you're in it to like mute stuff.
I'm going to make up potato ham pancakes a little bit later on. And so more like an omelette though, and very heavy on the eggs. So 4 eggs, 2 taters, a good chunk of ham. Yep, all diced up. How you doing, Dennis?
Pretty good, sir.
Yep. Much clearer, much better.
Well, I had 2 screens up. I didn't realize I turned volume on one. But I had 2 screens on the same YouTube channel.
Oh.
I had to jump on real quick because you're talking about gardens.
Yeah. Yeah, I just out there and this morning picking up a few things. Yeah, so I love that little collection of squash because that's one thing I don't have.
Yeah, squash. This was in Utah. We moved down. We moved down to Texas now a year ago. But in Utah, we grew a garden every year for the past like 7 years. I grew a garden since I was 25, but this is a take for just every couple of weeks we have a haul like this. Small space. You're talking about small spaces. You can grow more food that you can eat in a small space.
Yeah, g'day tow truck. Down on your bottom right hand corner of the picture, and that I've got peppers like that. They're broad and long, and some of them spiral. I've got peppers like that, but yeah, I've got no squash.
Yeah, in Utah you can grow squash. It grows like a weed, man. You can't stop it. It just gets totally wild. You have to start cutting down because it'll spread out really far. Well,
what I'm hoping to do next year, and that is actually do a watermelon, and a honeydew melon, and rock melon. So what you folks call cantaloupes.
Cantaloupes, yeah.
Because a desert here, they love it, and I just got to keep the water up for them.
Yeah, we grew one kind of melon. I don't remember what it was. It was like a cantaloupe, and it was really, really good.
And the stuff that people grow looks so much better than the supermarket. Like the tomatoes are really dull when you get them from the supermarket. They're like not bright red, and everything just looks vibrant in that picture.
Oh, definitely, yeah, because they pick it beforehand and everything else.
And you got that bloody kale shit in the background there.
You don't like kale?
No, not at all.
I like kale. I grew about 12 different varieties of peppers, four, 5 varieties of tomatoes.
Girl here and held out. They're saying iceberg lettuce is useless and all that sort of thing. It's got no nutritional value in it. Kale's wonderful. Holds them two out. The cow comes over and that sniffs the kale. And nah, and just
My wife got into canning, so we canned a lot of stuff.
Cool. I'm gonna have to do that here too. I've got most of the gear now. I've got to get some more jars and lids and seals and shit, and I'll teach Tracy how to do it.
That's a good way to go. And in the background, there's a dehydrator. We dehydrate. Drying stuff is a real good way to go too. We dehydrate a lot of stuff.
Yep.
We're gonna get a freeze dryer, but those are sort of pricey, so we have to save up for it. Freeze drying is pretty cool. You can grab enough. Come on. The little grow boxes.
Yeah, box garden. Yeah,
Yep.
That's not hard to do.
A combination of box garden, regular garden.
Yep.
Tons of herbs.
Is that garlic growing up there, going crazy in the center above the box where your mouse is?
Onion. It's onion.
Onions. Yeah. I've got them around here. I've got garlic and onions at the moment. They've both got similar heads.
Yeah, garlic is really good to grow too. We haven't grown too much garlic, but we need to.
Yeah. It's like chilies. You can't have too much garlic. Can't have too many chilies. Can't have too much turmeric. Can't have too many taters. Can't have too many tomatoes.
Here's some squash.
There you go. So those big long ones, I top and tail them, core them out of the guts, and then stuff them up full of partially browned off meat with herbs and all that sort of thing, and a nice gravy.
Bacon.
Yep. And then you put the tails back on and that with toothpicks, and that so it's like a plug. And stick it the whole thing in the oven.
I'll have to do that. That's not a good idea. That worked out good.
You got this nice charred outside and that softly stewed inside that's got all the flavors of the herbs and what you put through the meat with it in, and the meat don't dry out being in the oven.
Yeah, it'd be good. It sounds perfect. It'd be stay moist and everything else.
Actually, really good brown the meat, almost char it and that part, but only get it partially cooked and that to do that to soften it, because it's going to be cooked in a moist environment after that.
Yep. You grow a lot of sunflowers too. We'd like to do what we can to attract birds and everything else. Then find another. Here's some this picture of some Carolina Reapers.
Oh yeah.
Let me find else real quick. Now I took a bunch of peppers, different types. Hatch, had some the scorpions, had habaneros, had the Carolina Reapers, had jalapenos, Tabasco peppers, yellow peppers. Dried and ground them and created a powder. So I have like two huge jars of ground pepper powder I mixed with orange and lemon dried out. And added in some dried and ground eggplant, sriracha powder, ground pistachios and sunflower seeds.
I know, that's so good.
It's amazing how much stuff you can grow.
Yep.
Anyway, I thought I'd jump in real quick since you're talking about gardens and throw up a couple pictures for you. Got to get it going again here in Texas, where we're at. We're on a couple of acres, and the ground's a lot different. It's red and a lot of rocks. We're gonna have to do a lot of box gardening, get him geared up to that. I got some moringa seeds that have started. Grow some moringa trees. They leave those in a planter for about a year before you can transplant them. I get those going, and also plant some fruit trees down below on some acres in front of our house. But it's going to be it's going to be more difficult here. It's a different ball game up here, so it's going to be a little more interesting. Here's something I came up with to offend as many people as possible, Jack.
Cool. Well, what was that? That guy that did the breakthrough there against the fucking the Union troops. Wallace Cummings.
Cummings.
And now, apparently, he was an open gate, and everybody accepted him because he was just extravagant guy and that. And he had a slave as a partner. He had a Negro partner, and that he used to dress up as in red velvet, and that, and attend the guests at his dinner parties.
Nice. A lot of interesting history. You know a lot of different variety of history, actually.
Well, I've got all the what they call the chapters,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a series of 110 books, and that written about the formation of the Civil War, who the major players were, what they went on to do. I'm a big student of Buford because of his deep-ranging, deep penetration tactics. But the same bastard went on to form the fucking KKK. One of the best military tacticians ever. Von Rundstedt, fucking Musten, fucking Rommel, all studied what Buford used to do. He did it with cavalry. They did it with tanks as an alternate to World War One, and that because this fucking trench warfare, he had to bust through and fucking do it. And this is what he did. Buford was a brilliant tactician at it, but he's a racist son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And started the KKK.
You ever read a historian named Lou Rockwell?
Yes. Yes.
Rethinking Churchill. He has a good article there about rethinking Churchill.
Yes.
Yeah, his writing there opened my eyes to a few things. Let me stop this screen share.
No, it's all good. Lou Rockwell, his Mrs. Lisa is actually got very good as well.
And there's another guy. There's an English historian that got jailed. Basically, he came out with a different theory about the Holocaust, saying that most of the deaths were in the forest. Really, Bill Irving. I think it's Irving. Let me find him here.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I'm not real comfortable with a lot of his stuff. A lot of it's shown to be outright wrong. And then he just keeps on perpetuating. I wonder why. There's a lot of this.
Have you ever gotten into the foundation of his argument in very much depth?
Foundation of his arguments is always the thing that you got to wipe out all the Jews. The Jews are behind everything. That's always the Jews' fault.
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's my biggest problem with him. Everything's the Jews. And especially when it's not. You know what I mean? Even Stalin. Oh, he's a Jew. Stalin was an egotist.
And the one video that I watched of his, wasn't saying those kind of things. He wasn't denying the Holocaust. He wasn't, people say he's a Holocaust now, but he wasn't denying that, tons of Jews were killed, as well as other people, if you all know.
No, but what he comes back into this World Bank is and all that sort of stuff, and these guys are coming around. He does it very subtly, but it's always come back to the same fucking point.
The original conspiracy theory that we all started with, and then shit.
He brings some things forth from court documents of the time too. That's interesting. I don't know. Not that it matters a whole lot anymore.
84 degrees and around about 60% humidity here today via Zoom bait. Doing pretty good.
It's like the people that attack Alex Jones. Oh, he's working for Jewish people.
He's a Zionist shill. He's a Zionist shill.
Yeah, there's another interesting video that talks about Persian in the Bible, Iran, you know, modern Iran, Persian in the Bible. It's pretty interesting too.
It is.
I'll post links in the chat on our chat here for you in case you ever decide to look at something different.
Did not come to be served, but to serve and to.
What am I doing there? All right, let's skip that. Get back to that. Okay, David, how you doing? Like a hat for Dimbula. Oh, here comes JSUK again. Sorry about that, man.
I was trying to change my avatar, but apparently it's remove yourself from the stream.
Yeah?
Hmm.
Yeah, can't
Yeah, it's
complain.
like, okay, so the edit avatar button is underneath the avatar, and then if you click the avatar,
yeah, it'll automatically take you backstage where you adjust all your settings.
okay.
Yeah. Funny thing about that, their tow truck, yeah, nobody wants to know about such things. Black History Month, nobody raises the fact about, you know, the Islamic tribes on the east coast of Africa and up on the north there that used to hunt these other folks, put them in the chains, sell them or trade them with the Arabic slavers who did business with the Dutch and the Portuguese and all that sort of stuff. They only ever blame white American male slave owners, even though the first slave holder in the US was a black Muslim guy called Johnson. And he actually changed the rules from chattel slavery, from indentured slavery, to chattel slavery. Excuse me.
Yeah, my response to that, Jack, well, you know, the Portuguese are the biggest slavers of everybody.
Yeah, they were.
South America.
Well, they did it. The Moorish pirates. That's how they got so successful. They come to their own thing because they had the son of the Caliph in prison.
Mm.
He lived like a king, and that gold everything all the way around him. But make no mistake, he was a prison, and he stayed there while ever they stopped the tax. And part of the deal was the slave trade, and all get rich, and that they fill 4 treasure ships completely full of gold. The kid would go back. So they held him ransom, and they got it.
That was a real good Robert De Niro movie that's not as popular as some of his other movies, but it's about slave trade in Brazil and the Amazon. It's actually a pretty good movie. Well, my point is yeah, you know, blacks have enslaved blacks throughout history. Different people have enslaved other people. We know all that, but you know, to me, it's like saying Johnny did this, so it's okay that I did it, right? It's still not okay that it happened in the United States either.
I want to look at this at a legal aspect. So here we have a crime. Okay, someone has gone and stolen something, taken that something away from where it was, and that sold it on to somebody else. Then they've sold that on to somebody else. Then somebody has transported that across the oceans to somewhere else and then sold it again. Who is the most at fault there?
Everybody.
Absolutely. Everybody is equal in the evil committed there. They all took a part of it. Now, 70% of that infrastructure chain was black and Mohammedan.
No demand. Nope. Yeah, everybody, the whole thing.
And that, so why aren't we allowed to do that? And why is it only the white males that got to fucking look at they're screaming about reparations for?
I would scream for reparation for the Native American. And on the flip side, you also who is Leopold? King Leopold?
Yeah.
Everybody will bring up the Holocaust number of Jews, but Leopold killed a lot more blacks than what happened in Nazi Germany.
Down there in the Congo and all the way down there, mate, they had a reputation for. I talk about skinning people alive. These guys fucking perfected that.
But my point is why do we bring up some atrocities much more than others?
In the documentary I was just watching, it said that in communist countries they killed 15 million people, which is more than in World War I or World War II. Just because they didn't agree with the government.
Yeah. Well, look, they starved 20 million to death in the Ukraine and other republics, and that there. And that was a managed starvation. They weren't doing too good in the food supply anyway. And they said, yeah, well, let's look after the rest of the place. These pricks aren't fucking aligned with us. They're troublemakers. Let's fucking crush them. And hunger's a good way to crush people. Don't cost bullets.
Well, the Germans part of World War II. Embargoed Germany, and a lot of people started Germany. Germany was primed for the people to be behind someone like Hitler.
Yeah, I know I shouldn't. I always get in strife, but so far I've beat the committal hearing.
I better jump on real quick and share some pictures of the garden here. I'm going to get down the road and get to market.
Yeah, enjoy.
Take care. Have a good evening.
Take care.
But that's what they're doing in the UK with the welfare now. They've extended it out to people in work, and then they're not paying them the child tax credits or all the other stuff. So now people in work have to go to food banks. So they do control people via hunger.
Yeah. Hey, look, I live next to one of the big UN control points for food. When they push everybody into the cities in the major area and sell off the country area, there's 10 million metric tons of grain that's rotated on a regular basis, just at the end of my street. You can find. Let's do the Google Maps, and I'll show you because it's labelled.
The one thing that I see that's good though is there's charities that grow their own food, and they're teaching people how to grow their own food, and the churches are teaching people how to grow their own food now.
Well, some of them are.
Yeah, the non-fake ones, if you can find one. All the churches near me closed down. There's about 4 that are for sale, and the other 2 have changed into apartments. But it's good to see that they're teaching people how to do it.
Yeah.
Where they can.
Let's see if I can bring this one up. Here it comes. Dim Bullet Blade Works. Not quite, but that'll do. Oh yeah, satellite. And, sorry, I'm just bringing up this Google Earth map of the thing, which has got the correct overlays.
Oh, that's what I need to show. The United Nations have smart cities that they're going to build above sea level.
Yep.
And our opposition politicians here are talking about investing in coastal areas already. Yeah, it's called Oceanics, which kind of sounds like Big Brother, where they're talking about Oceania.
I just double check that's on there. That's good. Fine. You see the little red dot down here where the mouse is? That's me there, Timberwolf Blade Works and all that sort of thing. So I got this paddock down here. But if you see up here, these long oval structures here and there, they're actually underground grain bunkers. And underneath these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, there's 2 million metric tons in each one of them. And then you've got another plant here, but yeah. So there's all this infrastructure around the world set up so they can control people, force people out of their homes into these new high density living areas, and that everybody gets sick all the time. And everybody's got a mandatory flu shot, so if you don't take them, you're chucked out. Here comes JSUK's screen.
Yeah, this is what they're doing. This is all the United Nations fund all this, and it says humanity's next frontier. And they've got all the blueprints and the computer images. And it says the ocean is under threat, blah, blah, blah. And it says it's going to be 10,000 per city. In support of the United Nations Habitat's new urban agenda, Oceanic City is a vision for the world's first resilient and sustainable floating community for 10,000 residents. So this is why I think they're depopulating. The design is anchored in the Sustainable Development Goals, channeling flows of energy, water, food, and waste. And it's all self-sustaining.
No,
And
like you'd have to be everybody there working full time to make that self-sustaining.
yeah, like this is what they're showing with the computer images of it. Modular neighborhoods of 2 hectares create thriving, self-sustaining communities of up to 300 residents with mixed-use space for living, working, and gathering during the day and nighttime. That's basically what you're saying. And yeah, it goes into it on this. It's oceanics.org. And they've put this in the mainstream media already. They were saying, would you live in a floating city? Hell no. It's got all that net zero energy, plant-based food, all the stuff that they're pushing. And yeah, that's what I think they're aiming for. I think they're aiming to just move people in there at the end at some point.
No, all these things are just basically distractions. Okay, look at what we're doing here. There's D0. Don, how you doing, mate? You don't have all the hair, mate.
Not bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you well.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, yep. I hear you well.
Can you hear us?
It looks like there's about a 5-second delay on my audio.
All right. Try shutting down your YouTube or whatever.
Yes, I hear you very nicely. Thank you.
And watching just through the StreamYards chat. If you get your sound through StreamYards, there is a lot less delay.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
We hear you well, but you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, it's about 6 seconds behind us.
Test. Camera.
What are you getting your sound through, Don? Oh, he's dropped out.
Yeah, if you mute YouTube and then come in, you should be able to hear through StreamYard.
Yeah, the best way to use this. If
I
you're
have
going,
no audio, so I can't hear you
all right, come
If you
through
can
the
hear me.
StreamYards.
and see me. I don't know. Broadcasting in the blind. All right, I'm out.
At D0. That's said at Don.
Check your settings when you first come into StreamYard. It has like a thing where you can choose your speakers. That might have gone to nothing. You might have to choose your speakers a bit. But yeah, that's amazing that it's exactly the same name as the city in Big Brother.
Yeah.
But they just changed the last letter.
Yeah, well, have a look at all these modern things. No one's got an original idea. Look at Hollywood. They're all they're doing is doing remakes of the stuff. The original stuff is actually doing quite well, but they're all getting poo-pooed by all the super woke Hollywood types.
Well,
So,
if you notice, when they remake stuff, they make it a lot darker. Like all the Disney stuff now. They make it a lot more dark and no happy songs in it. Like the remake of Willy Wonka, they took the Oompa Loompa song out.
yeah.
Why?
Hey Don, yeah, if you can watch us through the actual StreamYards page, get your sound through that, you're more in sync with everything. Because it goes from StreamYards, then it goes through ReStreamBot and goes out to everywhere else. So like here I can be 26 seconds behind everybody else. So I've just got to watch through the StreamYards.
Yeah, I was saying as well, if you
all right, that when you close the YouTube page, when you set up your cam mic on StreamYards and that, just make sure you got the volume on the StreamYard page.
Yeah. How are you doing, Shil Avali? Hopefully I'm saying your name right.
Shilavelli.
Shilavelli? Shilavali?
How you doing? Oompa Loompa, did you get paid? Oompa Loompa, off to get laid.
That's what they need to make the song in the next remake.
Yeah, and have a blue bordello down the road just for the Oompa Loompas. They can fill up full of transgenders and make it a kid show. Am I fitting into Hollywood now?
But you'd have to change them back to their original colour. You can't have them being orange because orange men are bad.
True. Orange man bad. Yeah, got to keep on. Cheers, Ryan. Take care, man.
But in the original book, the Oompa Loompas were black and slaves. And then they changed it when I think the 4th edition of the book came out and made it a kid's book.
Well, Roald Dahl, he's had a bit of a dark past.
Yeah.
At least we know he doesn't like little boys. He's been caught with little girls quite so often. Always just 17 or something. And the parents introduce him. It's crazy. All trying to marry him off and that to these ultra young girls. And what is he? 80?
The creator of The Simpsons, it was coming out on the internet that he got massages and was fondling underage girls on a plane. And on the same day, the mainstream media deflected from it and were reporting some bullcrap about The Simpsons. I think that's when they started the Apu being racist thing.
Well, did you also notice that at the same time the Simpsons jumped very hard and became anti-Trump?
Oh,
And
Family Guy definitely went anti-Trump.
well, after that, it went anti-Trump, and then all sins were forgiven, especially about the massages with the young girls and all that sort of stuff. Oh, he's
Yeah.
one of them.
They'll toe the line and then they protect their own.
But remember when first Trump came down the staircase? Oh, praising the shit out of him.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was with a couple of underage girls and that. Now he hates Trump, and it's all forgiven.
The Simpsons is they've gone very liberal now with all what they do. They've had 2 episodes about how socialism is good in Canada and America's bad. They've had an episode promoting lesbian relationships where they're like, wow, Lisa literally says, wow, they're so magical. Like, I've watched The Simpsons all my life, but since they've been bought by Disney, yeah, it's not good. And Family Guy did an anti-Trump episode where he's beating up Trump, like in the chicken fights, and then they literally stop and he kisses a picture of Obama. Like, they're definitely lining up. So you're not going to find out anything about him, but yeah, the creator of The Simpsons has definitely done stuff with children.
Well, anybody could see that. There was no one viable to call it. It was going to go again. You couldn't run Obama. He was a shoo-in if he could. But Obama's days were numbered, and that halfway through his second term, Soros dropped him, supported him. He went too far over to the Saudis. Went against Soros a couple of times. Soros stopped funding him.
There's a Simpsons episode from 1997 where they flash forward and they say Trump is president, but apparently at the time it was the most stupid name they could come up with.
Yeah,
that's what they said. But at the time he was talking about being president anyway. So he's always talked about running for president.
I don't know.
There's that montage on InfoWars that they run in the middle of shows at the moment where way back, like when he was a tycoon and everything, he'd say, I would run for president if I could. He's always said that. So that could be what it was about. There is a lot of predictive programming in The Simpsons, but
a fair bit.
I don't think that one was.
No. Now, what else want we do on this?
They show 9/11. They show the smart grid. I was watching a rerun of The Simpsons yesterday where they were on about electric cars. It was like a museum of tomorrow, and they showed the kitchen of tomorrow, which had a robot, like they were cyborgs.
Yeah.
They weren't human. And then it showed an electric car. And that's like an episode from 1995. They predicted a lot of stuff about events as well before they happen. You can look it up on YouTube. 50 times The Simpsons were right or something, or predicted the future. There's a ton of videos on them.
Yep. Actually, there's quite a few.
But they did the Stonecutters episode as well, which was basically just all Freemasons. Sorry.
There's one out there too, though. The Jetsons. Remember meet George Jetson, Jane, his wife, his boy, old boy. 10 things they called that came true. But everybody could see cell phones coming. Heck, Dick Tracy back in the 30s had a wristwatch with a radio wristwatch, and then later on they had a TV in the things.
There's a ton of films as well. Definitely watch Artificial Intelligence by Steven Spielberg. That shows what they're going to try and do.
Yeah, but that's more about making us all into robots and
like
that. Like RoboCop was a good movie, but pass.
Well, they're calling Skynet in China. It's called Skynet.
Well,
So
rumor has it, Ghislaine Maxwell is running around all the intelligence agencies offering to sell all the videos and all the stuff to the intelligence agencies and all that sort of thing for a shitload of money and a guaranteed safety and security and safe houses and continuation of the lifestyle. That is the current discussion points.
it's all coming out about Jimmy Savile here, but there's a lot of
uber rich elitist friends. That's why she's running around the intelligence agencies. They'll make deals you can keep. These guys, if they get their hands on their own data, then they'll wipe her out. I don't care about anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of Jimmy Saviles out there, but it's coming out that he had access to all the hospitals in Britain, and his brother had access to them all, and he was raping mental patients and underage girls at will. And that's in the report. They're doing an independent. It's not really independent, but it's coming out in the report. But he's just one person. A lot of other people will have access like that. But they make an example of Jimmy Savile, and then they go, "We're not doing that," and then they're doing it. It's like they look at Nazi Germany. We don't depopulate people. We're not going to get rid of people we don't agree with, and then they're doing it.
Yep. And then you've got other bastards running around, and that's 70 years later denying it. Oh, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. No. It was all love and daisies.
I tell you though, that documentary that I just watched, that was worse than the Holocaust, and it wasn't the Holocaust. So I believe the Holocaust happened because worse has happened under communism. So. It's not just that. If you watch Jim Will Fix It, he has guests on that have been convicted of child abuse. He had Rolf Harris as a guest. He had Gary Glitter as a guest. He had Cliff Richard. And they were all being creepy to the children on the show as well.
Hey, this is a stupid thing. We're going back, 28 years. And that I got a copy of Rolf Harris's book, and I had the opportunity to get him to sign it and give it to my nephew, who was a big fan of his.
Did you do it?
Nobody told me either, bloody Rocky. I didn't know.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, but then you see the connections within the TV shows.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah. And they're still doing that as well. They make examples of them.
Just when they raided his house and they got all those photo albums and all that sort of thing, that copper said he threw up. He walked out of the room right in the sink. And that because the Polaroid photographs, they weren't porn magazines like they were trying to make out they were. These were Polaroid photographs. He'd been traveling around India and Bangladesh and in Pakistan doing his comedy shows and that, and organising bloody kids.
Yeah, I'm going to share something if I can. I'm going to take my headphones out though, so it might echo you a bit. But Rolf Harris did an anti-child abuse video as well, where he sung a song, and it's creepy. So I'm gonna share it now, and you might echo. I don't know what the sound's going to be like. But yeah, there's two videos of it on here. There's one where he's saying, try and tell somebody.
Yeah.
You know the sort of touch that makes you feel good? It's a yes feeling. It feels really good. And other touches give you a no feeling. It's like, no, I don't know why I don't like that, but I'm not too sure about that at all. I don't want that to keep going. I want it to stop. That's a no feeling. Just because he's a grown-up does not mean that you have to do what he says. You could say, go away, please. You know, some people, especially grown-ups, they just don't listen. They don't pay any attention to it, don't take any notice unless you actually come out and say, no, please stop. There are good secrets, but there are bad secrets, and they want you to keep a bad secret. It's a secret that could hurt other children because they might play those same games with those other children. Sometimes grown-ups just don't listen.
Yeah, this is compiled. I've seen the full video. I think they took it off YouTube, though.
Or they don't believe you. They say rubbish. And I say, how can you tell such lies, you wicked child? Or how dare you say something like that? You've just got to keep trying until someone believes you. You could always take your dolly and you could use that to
You know what I'm saying here?
actually touch where you didn't want to be touched.
He was fiddled with as a kid. I'll put bucks on it now. I've never seen this before, JS. Thank you very much for showing that. But what I'm saying here, that bloke was fiddled with as a kid.
It seems like it.
Yeah. That's the problem with this thing. They sort of, it's like an infectious disease. You rape a kid, and all of a sudden the kid turns into a child rapist when he turns into an adult. Sad.
Yeah. That's usually the way it works. But yeah, he's thinking, my body's nobody's body but mine. Tell somebody and all that. Anyway, I'm going to stop screen sharing now. You don't need to hear the song.
No, look, it's all good. I appreciate you showing me. I've never seen that interview, but a lot of it was censored out here and that with these trials.
It was a VHS videotape in 1985 called "You Can't Say No."
Cool.
And it's like Jimmy Savile.
I would say he's been fiddled with as a kid.
Yeah.
And that, especially in the light of how he's behaved and now his body's locked up for.
Jimmy Savile was a Patreon for the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Children.
Yeah, I know. So he can get in close to the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it happened in the US with their Boy Scouts. 2 years ago, they made it open slather and that girls can join in transgenders, and we're not going to discriminate against the age attracted, which is the PC term for pedophiles. And now they're filing Chapter 11 because all the loose lawsuits and that about all the children being molested. 3,000 plus suits, 300 just from one troop, a Boy Scout troop alone.
Well, it's like we were on about the other night. The Boy Scouts teaches you life skills against them. So they're going to do that and then close it down. Probably. I don't know.
Chevalier, don't be nervous of me. I'm just a cranky old Aussie around that. But, like, tell me to shut up. I'll shut up. It's all good. Come on in. We've got a link here somewhere. Come on. Oh, no, already there. Ryan's been on top of it again. Tow truck 2. All right, and Chevelle, if you want to come in, you don't want your face on screen, you do have to show it backstage, but like, give me a thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up again. You turn your camera back off, and I'll bring you back in. Nobody's going to see your face except me.
Yeah, I can tell she's legitimate anyway.
Oh, well, you got JS UK, he vouching for you. Just leave your camera off and come on in. He's vouched for you. Have you got someone we know who vouched for you? That's all good.
But yeah, it takes a bit of time to get used to people sometimes as well.
Well, look, I trust you, Egg Pop. You're a pretty good judge of character. You're not an idiot.
Well, she's on Censor Wars, and comments on my videos. I've commented on hers, and she speaks on her videos. So,
Excuse me for a second. I'm not alone watching kids with headphones on. I look like I have a hijab on. As long as it's not a full-on burqa and that, I won't be worried.
I did that to my cat last night. I wrapped him up in a blanket. Oh, he's asleep right now. I can't.
Oh dear, I had to go rescue my pop from the oven. That's today's smoking. Salam, sister. Sharak tiyarak, querido. It was good you preserve your modesty.
I wish I'd have studied Islam. I was in a shop today and they were speaking on their phones and speaking to each other. I had no idea what they were saying.
That was Pashtun, not Arabic.
Ah, okay.
And here comes a tow truck. And here comes a tow truck. With an echo.
I got rid of it though.
Cool.
I'm a little slow, but it ain't that bad.
Well, you're not that little. Well, you're what, 5'7", 5'8"?
A lot more little than slow, huh? All right. I had to drop by with the good news though. I got such a great feeling.
Cool. What's that?
We finally got an American president that can connect the dots.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that racist? I didn't get any laugh track on that one.
No, I'm sorry. I'm picking seeds out of pot, man. So
hey, priorities, my brother.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mate.
Indian women have dots. How dare you connect them?
Hey, that can be fun. Don't knock it until you try it, man. Oh, hang five is called a gangbanging in the West, isn't it?
Yeah.
Train.
Excuse me for my Arthur Conan Doyle humor. That joke's 205 years old. Didn't realise. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote Tarzan and all that sort of stuff, and that made a shitload of Indian jokes about dots and connecting things and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, they wrote the book, the Kama Sutra.
I thought it was being original.
Oh, yeah, and all those sort of things, connecting the dots and all these other things, and they were a play on words. And he was a master at it. And he actually wrote little booklets out there. So gentlemen go to dinner parties and make little quips, subtle things, no four-letter words or anything in there. It was all innuendo, which was the humour at the time, innuendo humour. The double entendre.
And now you'd be arrested for hate speech.
Oh yeah, without doubt. Oh, sexist, bigot, you white male.
I still can't believe that out of all my videos, my actual song that was on their side by saying that transgenders are committing suicide, yeah, poking fun at it, but making serious points. Man.
Got tore down, didn't it?
For hate speech.
Yeah. So you were just using a different name there? You're still all right? Or you lost that account now or what?
They've warned me if I get 3 more strikes, I get kicked off YouTube. Now I'm scared about my other videos.
Did they put you on pause for a week though? I thought I saw that.
No, the next time they warn me, I get put on pause for a week. Then after that, I get banned.
Well, I guess I didn't watch it. There was a chance for me to, and then it got suggested. Tanya brought it to a chat we had last night because I was joking about, are you doing your meme corner tonight? And then I said, well, you got any cool memes for us? Maybe we could just do that now. And she brought that one from you over there. And I guess I don't venture that stuff. I can't find any humor in any kind of that stuff. I just can't associate with it.
I spent an hour making it because I was laughing so much between lines. That's why it was only a minute and not the full song. I was like, yeah, and then it gets turned down.
Share. I had the duck out for a little bit last night, so I missed it. So if you can screen share and show us there.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
It's just a cringy song. It's not anything good. I'll upload it to BitChute.
Oh, there you go. What do you got for a name at BitChute?
JSUK News. I do have an account on there. I've uploaded one video to there. Then I forgot it existed, and then when I got censored, I remembered. Usually the way.
So censoring smartened you right up, huh? Got you to come to your senses.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't use Google. I use DuckDuckGo.
Marry a Mohammedan girl.
Muhammad's a girl?
No, a Mohammedan girl. A follower of Muhammad. Yes, he repents and then a week after that he's going to convert. A week after that he's going to nuke fucking Parliament. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm giving away the plane.
Oh no, the secret's out.
One strike left. So what did they do on the second strike? Do you get banned for a month?
Yeah. And all your videos get taken down. All of them.
Oh.
You can put them if you've got them. You can upload them again and all that sort of thing. If you don't have them, they won't restore them for you.
Okay.
Back up.
They're slapping your wrist for a month and that's making you work when you come back on. Third time, don't come back.
I do have a backup channel. It's called JSUK News Admin. It's got one thing on there. Yeah.
Oh.
I used to have a blog where I used to post, which is what I showed before. So I'm like, I used to be really freaking like on it. On Facebook as well, and then I got banned there. And
you should come up with some good stuff. I was watching that coronavirus part 2 video today about how that's all going, man, and nobody in the streets and boiling money and all that other stuff, man. How did you find that thing?
And that's on a YouTube channel, and they can't put coronavirus in the title as they get censored. That wasn't me. That was another channel that I posted.
I was just thinking of that. So if Facebook takes your channel, or what I'm saying is, so YouTube will take your channel, but they change the rules. So if you go back with all your old posts and re-enter them, the rules change. You'd probably get strikes for any number of things you might have posted in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they've done that. When they've changed the rules before, they've applied it to old content.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that way too. Wow. Wow. So there is no artificial intelligence?
No, it's hecked up admins in the Netherlands, Pakistan, and in Canada, who have all passed bloody what they call a morals test.
Yo.
Well, I know. Well, that's the one for the Lahore data center in Pakistan. They've got to pass a morals test. Man, that looks something straight out of the Al Qaeda handbook of how you shall live your life as a good mujahideen.
What type of stones you can throw, or what's in the rule book there?
Yeah,
can't use them if they're too jagged.
And that it's you shall live your life accordingly to these things and that, and uphold these values and that, and then it's got a whole pile of quotes from the Quran, whole pile of surahs.
Well, that's the thing that I've realised. In their religion, they bow down. In our religion, we're encouraged to look up. We have,
Absolutely.
yeah.
There we go. Islam means to serve as a slave without voice. It does not mean peace. There are rules, however, in Islam. Dar Islam and Dar Harab. Dar Harab is the world of war. Dar Islam is not yet here because there are still Kafirs left alive. Once they have all been either enslaved or converted, then they shall have Dar Islam, and then they shall have a world of peace. But at the moment, we live in the world of war, Dar Harab.
Huh. I don't know how to toast to that.
I do. I love it. Because I'm still here, and you're still here, and he's still here, and everybody else is still here. If this was Dar Islam, we'd all be either slave or dead. So I'll toast Dar Harab.
And I just watched that. I just watched that documentary where a load of people died because they didn't agree with the government. I'm just hoping that we don't become a Muslim Brotherhood country, because if we do, and the opposition are all for that. He's had pictures taken with Muslim Brotherhood doing the hand signals, and he's always meeting mosques.
Yep.
Always. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know who's the instigator of all that, the Catholic Church or what? Huh, Jack?
I'm sorry, mate. I was just watching something there.
Oh, I was talking about the Catholic Church being the instigator of Islam.
Well, it's not the instigator of Islam and that, but the last couple of popes have been PC sycophants and that. And this last one, this current one, and he's actually promoting it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he meets with Muslim leaders.
And that fought how many crusades against the fucking Islamic invasion over the years, and now they're bending over and applying their own Vaseline to their own little brown hole.
Oh yeah, a supermarket here has launched different skin tone plasters.
Hang for it. Who's a Jesuit? I'm running. I'm off. They got a bounty on my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 pieces of gold, and that's still on every Mennonite heads because we don't pray to Mary. That's why we left Europe. We got out. We went, Catherine the Great saved my personal group's little arsehole. That got us over there to Ukraine and Russia and that, and on the Volga. They called us Volga Germans. Yeah, the Volga River. So we're German-speaking Europeans. We went over to Russia because the Catholic Church didn't like us because we refused to pray to Mary. We're Christians. We don't follow Mary. That'd be a Maryist or something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the one world religion is going to be, they're going to be converted at the end into that. Well, that's the plan, but it can fail.
Well, that was a sudden stop.
The Pope he meets so many people on the wrong sides.
If you ain't evil,
when you look him up. Well, that's the biggest thing. That goes back to 101 AD, when they killed the original Christians and took it over.
Oh, they did that in 69 with the Great Concordance. That's where everything selected all the things. No, we're not going to include that in the Bible. We're not going to have that in the Bible. Ah, shit, no, not that one. That fucking, it's a bit close to the bone. No.
It's amazing that they still left in what they did.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But they needed a little bit of power in the book. Otherwise, it's not going to fucking bite people in the ass. And you need faith to bite people in the ass to get there. No, either that or you need people to be down the low and see, hang fire, there is a way out of here. And that, thank you, God, for providing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's generally where people come around to it. Look, see, I cheat. I was lucky. I was born into my faith, and I didn't know anything else. And so the enlightenment that I always saw as a child and all that sort of thing. People say it's bloody, it's like a horror movie. It's not quite real and all that sort of thing. I grew up with this. So, you know, accepting of it. Try to be accepting of people and don't accept when you're rude and being an asshole.
Like me.
You're not an asshole type.
Whatever, man.
You're far more accepting than what I am. So, you know what I mean? I think maybe a little bit too much so, but that's fine.
There's a lot of people that claim to be
you
accepting
how
that aren't, and you're not one of them.
They have a what?
There's a lot of people that claim to be accepting that aren't, and you're not one of them. All the left that are like equality, we care about people. They don't. They oppress people.
Sure.
And they're too dumb to realize it. Or some of them do realize it and they don't care.
I mean, we were talking yesterday about, you know, getting re-involved with separatism and, you know, cultism, racism, you know, to fight all these battles and then get re-involved with it and have that as your motto, you know? It's just so backwards.
Yeah. I had a spiritual experience as well. God saved my dad from cancer, long story short, because I was adopted and I lost both of my mums to cancer and I didn't pray. And I prayed when my dad got it and he let me know as well.
Cool.
That's all I can really say. I went out into a spiritual experience and saw it all.
Can I ask you a question about that there, JS? Not being taken a piss or anything. Like, God's never actually spoken to me right now. I don't hear words. You know, go out and do this. But I pray a shitload and sometimes I feel good about stuff and sometimes I feel bad about stuff. You know what I mean? Stuff I pray, you know, say thanks because, like, you know, we're worried about a certain situation and it comes out good and you say thanks and all that sort of thing. The next day, you know, it's all you get a hint that he's giving you a thing to say, yeah, no worries, but it's not ever in words with me. No, I don't get no booming voice coming out of the heavens saying, "It's all right, Jack, anytime."
It's never been with me either. It's just
a feeling you get.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. It doesn't sound true if I say it. So.
No, look, I get a feeling. I always stress, right? Yeah, regardless of how I look like, I always worrying about this, that, and the other. Ask Tracy. I don't have a plan B and C. I got a G and fucking F and all the way along. Before I even start plan A. So yeah, I know what it's like, but yeah, you never get that. I don't get I don't get telegrams. I don't get the things in the thing. I just get a feeling that I'm not real fucking happy with this and that, so I might steer clear of that one. Or I'm real happy with it, and so I'll follow it on through. And sometimes I don't listen and that, and then there's hassles get in the way. Then I start to listen.
Yeah, with my dad, when I prayed, it was just like I was just snapped out into complete bliss and complete peace. I went to the hospital to meet him, and it was just everything just felt peaceful. Like I knew everything was going to be okay.
Cool.
It's like I got lifted up.
That's what I call
spiritually, but like, yeah. So, and then when he told me he was cancer free.
Yeah.
It was very emotional and everything lined up, and then I prayed thankfully for it, and then since then, there's a lot of I have what they call synchronicities in life. Like today, I didn't go and help the homeless today like I planned to. I went to a website and read a horoscope that said, "Don't feel undue guilt for not doing what you wanted to do today."
All right.
You know, it's like little things like that just keep coming up. It's not a direct like one-on-one with God, but it's just paying attention.
Psalms. It's got a shitload of examples of God will bring you sustenance and that for your soul, which is basically peace for the heart or whatever you want to call it, and however it makes you feel. Dead set right, hand your troubles over to God.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
Yeah, Sometimes we don't listen to that way out and all that sort of thing because we get bound up and tired in emotion because we are weak emotive creatures. I get caught up with things and all that sort of thing. But I'll admit it. But the only one that's got it right so far is God, is Christ, especially for us. I know as Christians. Don't worry about all the stuff about the Old Testament. Have a look. Everything you need to live today is in the New Testament. Learning experience from the Old Testament, yes. But everything you need to live, New Testament, go on that way.
Everything. There's a Bible verse for near enough everything as well.
Pretty much.
Like one day I was frustrated at everybody littering and fly tipping. I came home and I think it was a YouTube video where a pastor was on about it. And there's a Bible verse that says, people will become greedy. They will disrespect the mothers and fathers. They will become self-centered. I think it's like a Revelation thing. And it says, do not affiliate with these people. That's the actual Bible verse.
And I try not to. But that said, idolaters, all that sort of thing, perverts, and all that sort of stuff. But there's good people out there, and that says, "Let not hide your light under a bushel." What does that mean? It doesn't mean go out there and I'm going to use an example here, and that only because I like the guy, and that I'm a little bit disappointed. And he's got a long way to go. Needs to learn something. Dallas. Okay, good to be a Christian, but Dallas's thing was because he was a Christian, he didn't have to follow what Christ taught. Think five. What's that? He says, because I know better. So Dallas has usurped Christ in a lot of his arguments. And see, that's not humility, which is the first point of coming before the Lord. He's become dominant over it. And that's why Dallas has got so dramas. He'll wake up to it one day, and then he'll become a great bloke. Guaranteed. Yep. He'll be a great bloke. But at the moment, he's got a little bit of stuff from his history from behind. And it's fucking him up somewhere. And he's just so reactionary. So reactionary. I'd rather walk, which is my case when it's up against that. I'd rather just walk away.
Well, that's what the New Age stuff does. It tells people they are a god. They are their own god, and nobody's god on earth.
No. Yeah, I have a dream too.
I have God.
Lots of dreams. I dream my grandkids don't have to go through a fight and all that sort of thing like I'm expecting. I'm a fighter. I'd rather fight that fight. Not my grandkids. You know what I mean?
I have them.
Done that. You can't screw me up anymore.
I have them all the time as well. Like at the start of the year, I said, dear God, I'm going to go and raise awareness about the LGBT education.
Yeah.
Because it's coming in September for 5-year-olds. And then all the week after it was just, this is going on in this country. This is going on here. Canada already has it. Everything just popped up one after the other about LGBT.
Yeah.
And then I knew everything, like today being stood in the library and seeing the LGBT kids fiction stand. That was hard not to really kick it in.
Yeah. Yeah. We get a thing over here in Australia called Safe Schools. And it's been introduced as an anti-bullying campaign. Uh-oh.
Yep, that's my profile picture.
That's all good. That's your profile picture? Yeah, the anti-bullying.
Yeah.
But it's more about... Oh, shit. Folks, just pulling up. Excuse me for a second. I just got a customer pulling up. I thought I heard a Mercedes pulling up. Nice old guy. Got his thing down the back. Give me 10 minutes.
Yep, no problem.
All right, cheers.
But a lot of what I do isn't even on my videos. It's in the background, reading the The Stonewall Institute is doing a lot of it in Britain. But yeah.
Yes, indeed. I just stepped out for a smoke. What's going on, man?
Jack went to, I think there's a delivery person or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Well,
But there's a load of documents in the background about LGBT, reporting hate crime, all that kind of stuff. And kids are going to be taught at the age of 5 to report a hate crime. And parents aren't going to be able to opt their children out of the drag queen story times in primary schools here either. All that kind of stuff.
what kind of posters were you trying to dream up at the library? Posters for
that
the
was
library?
hard. I was trying to come up with posters that I could print off in a library without being censored. And then a Muslim sat next to me. And I had like a British flag and InfoWars on the screen. So I was like, oh, shut it down. Shut it down. I don't want to argue.
Wow.
Yeah, drag queen story time for 5-year-olds in schools now. I'll show you something as well when Jack gets back. They're actively targeting the under 5s as well now. They're doing drag queen story times for under 5s, and they got pictures of themselves with little babies with the drag queens over them.
I saw today that some 9-year-old boy was requesting the Democratic presidential hopeful Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg is gay, and this 9-year-old boy wanted Pete Buttigieg to help him come out of the closet, and people think that's a thing.
Yeah, and people cheer it on.
Yeah, I mean, why can't they just instill some kind of, whatever, even science? Can we apply science to this?
Everything's an attack on God, and God says, "Do not harm my children."
Yeah.
And He says, anyone that does it is going to be cast away. So the system is trying to cast away as many people as possible from God.
Well, what was you were showing earlier too, in speculation that guy had probably gotten abused when he was a child. That's why he acts that way, So I mean, it perpetuates its own crime in a lot of ways. How come Ryan's never come up as links? I never know it.
If there's ever a drag queen story time near me, I'm gonna record myself in there. You know, like all those other anti-drag queen story time videos where they go in and they get arrested. I'm gonna be one of them.
I'm gonna be one of them. Yeah. I mean, because that would be the process to get, to instigate laws, right? Because then there would have to be a judgment, and there would have to be a declaration, and a legal precedence for such things. That's what I was wondering too about the North Carolina gun rally. I mean, when we see things that are what could be said unconstitutional, then why did no one challenge
seeing
the
the
gates?
LGBT kids books in there? Like, those books are really inappropriate for children as well. They're sexualized, and they just have them there. Little kids can pick them up. And they mention sex acts in the books as well. But it's fiction, fiction.
that was that one angle I was sort of suggesting to you about the separating this libraries from being, a source of information or repository, whatever you call of information, and drawing the line between that and an entertainment theater. I don't see how that a library ever became a place to, have really even puppet shows or anything like that, like
Yeah.
to influence, to make reading fun, I guess was the thing in the 80s. That was the theme, when I was growing up, make reading fun. And there was make reading fun programs, and you'd come and they,
I've seen the flip side though. There is a church that does Christian story time.
well, then
So,
so it's fairness, right?
but that's in a church, it's not in a library or a school.
Oh, it wouldn't be allowed in a public library, hey?
Yeah. Religion isn't allowed to be pushed on people. And that's how they get away with it. They're not a religion, but they're an agenda. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how could they be labeled as a religion? What what could we do to define them as a religion? Because maybe if we read the definition of religion and determine that they are one, we could have them banned from public places.
That's a good plan.
Huh?
That's a good plan. But
I want to take a look at that, man.
Yeah.
There's got to be an angle. There has to be.
There has to be a way to get them out of there or make a point.
My one thing was to separate, the theater from the information storage. And that could be a thing. But the other thing, if we could, somehow not redefine, but use the word definition of the word creatively to label them as a religion.
The thing is with that, Zepzo, when you start preaching God's words at them, they attack you. I've seen so many people reading the Bible quietly in LGBT places, and they get knocked in the head, blood gushing from the head. There was a transgender person that attacked a person reading the Bible on the train, went up, cracked him in the head with a heel, an old man. And I've seen people knocked out by people. They get really triggered when you start reading the Bible at them. It's like their soul knows and their soul lashes out. If you get what I mean. So you can do that, but they won't listen and they attack you. Because they're scared. They know you're telling the truth. At a subconscious level.
What? They would have to redefine their conscience?
Well, they've all been corrupted by LGBT, like Satan's agenda. So I'm saying, like, it's like the InfoWars slogan is "There's a war on for your mind." So their mind has been taken away from God instead of going closer. It's like my brother. My brother is a drag queen. He does it in China. And we both had the same upbringing. And he's the exact opposite. And then I turned on his Netflix, and his Netflix has all satanic, drag, satanic. So they're being programmed to be that way.
Ryan's talking about having been turned over to a reprobate mind, but I always wondered if that meant that they're beyond forgiveness. I never heard of much of anything being beyond forgiveness, but that reprobate mind had always kind of baffled me on that one, because the definition of reprobate means I don't know, like the chances are gone, the removal of chances. I wonder what that, the only sin I ever heard that was unforgiven was cursing God or whatever. But
There
the
are
reprobate
people
mind
that
always made me.
there's people that detransition because they find God. And there was one on Sky News Australia before where he said, like, people from my church were telling me that God didn't want me to be transgender, and I felt it inside, and he came back. So they can come back. It's just if the messages get through. And God has to work through people.
So
Like
what? All these
with the
agendas are all about instantaneous gratification. That's all it's all about.
no, they're all subverting and attacking God through people. The Luciferians are in charge. The United Nations was made by something called the Lucifer Trust, but they changed the name to the Lucis Trust. And at every United Nations hall, they have a Lucis Trust one at the side. And that's where all your triangles come from. And they love triangles and all the Illuminati symbols. They love all them. And I'm pretty sure if she's still around, what's her name? Shiva, Shilavali or something. She looks into all that stuff as well. Where it's like their whole idea is to drag as many people down with them.
Right?
Yeah.
To devour and never be satiated.
And the website says, let the plan of love and light work out. And the Bible says Satan is the bringer of light. So it's all on earth. It's all going on right now. But they control all the media, they control all the schools, they control all the things. So, like, my brother is definitely brainwashed. Nobody starts off a drag queen. But he's always been into theatre since he was very small. Like, since about the age of 8, he's always been, like, on stage in the school. Or he's been on stage in the things. And he is gay. He was a normal gay child, a normal gay kid, didn't do anything. But when they push the agenda everywhere that it's normal, with all the TV shows, all the game shows. Like, I was watching a game show the other night, just a normal one, and they had drag queens on the panel. It just becomes not normalized in the head. So he's like, yeah, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm dancing on a stage. But he's not transgender either. So I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, too many people are afraid or reserved to be able to tell them, just tell them, hey, you're not, you're sick. If you think that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just had one the other day. My nephew was acting up, and I said something about I don't know, why are you acting like a clown? He was like, well, what if I am one? And I says, well, you're not,
Yeah.
And I think, too many people, they're just not willing to just say, no, you're not, or what? So there's a little joke and it's a little funny. No, it's not funny at all. There's no humor in it. I mean, I get satire and I understand all that stuff, but ultimately there's there's an undertone, there's an underlying message.
Yeah, and all the superhero movies have gone to focusing on the villains who are crumbling society, which is what they want. Like that Joker film and Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Like, I was watching the Harley Quinn animated series, and the first episode, she was attacking white men and killing them and melting their faces.
Right. And she's a tiny little girl.
Yeah.
Tiny. So
and
everything's been emasculated.
Yeah, she was saying they were rich white men, and then she was going, this money belongs to us now. And I'm like, right. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. Because I like animated programs. I watch, like, a few cartoons, but I'm not watching something like that. And she's got a new film out now. There's a new Harley Quinn thing coming out. And when people cosplay as them, it says Daddy's Little Monster on the what they wear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff runs deep, man. And, you know, and it all started with, you know, whatever. Cute costume attracted somebody, or, you know, the fact that it's written by the same person, or that it comes from the same genre, or that Harley Quinn is associated with, you know, Batman. So I'm obligated to like it, you know? It's like, well, nobody has any moral, you know, ethical
And they're all
boundaries.
turning on their own fan base that popped them up for years. It's the same with Star Wars. They turn on, like, all the people that made this franchise popular, we're going to attack you now.
Right.
So it's stupid. Like an all-female Men in Black. Why? All-female Ghostbusters, even though that wasn't an attack. I'm just saying. There's no need for half of that stuff.
Right. I forget what all Alex Jones was really going off about the Wonder Woman deal. How, you know, how there's so many different things that are just wrong about it, you know, that, you know, she doesn't even have the physical build to be any kind of a warrior, you know, for starters.
They already have all the female superheroes, so why do they need to make and attack the people that made the franchise? I don't get it.
Right.
Like, if you want to do that stuff, make a Catwoman film. Problem solved.
She already was that, huh? Oh wait, Halle Berry was a good Catwoman though.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay. That Joker film and the Harley Quinn stuff, though, whoever's watching that, you need to get your brain rinsed out. But they're going to blame it on mentally ill people as well. Like, if somebody goes and blows up a government building and they find out who it is, and they're targeting the right building that they want to crumble, they're just going to say, oh, yeah, he had mental issues.
Well, that's too easy. Yeah, it's too easy to get agendas pushed. People are so needy, you know. Amazing what they'd do for a Rolex.
Yeah, I was on about it last night before Mike Adams was on about it today, which is kind of funny, about how if they collapse society, the people on medication aren't going to get the meds. And then they're going to go.
That's going to happen real quick. I was looking at your video today, or the one that you put up, looking at the mailing rooms in China, and there's just mail everywhere. You know, so how many medications are in the mail that aren't going anywhere? You know, they're never gonna. What is it? 90% of our medications are from China.
96.
You know, so.
And a lot of our products are made in China. I bought something today that was made in China. I bought a pair of DIY gloves so I could go out and start shifting some stuff around in the dirt because we've had a lot of storm. And I looked on the back, made in China.
Hey, Zoom, you're running a couple of minutes late, man. Maybe because I was outside and I don't know. Tow truck. Oh, here comes Wizard even. Just right on time.
What's up?
What's up?
Oh, shit, yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah.
It's,
we're rambling about Harley Quinn.
Hey, how you doing, Jess?
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I duck out there before at a nice elderly gent, and that dropped by. I've got his had to load up. You know what a rotary hoe is?
Yeah.
Yeah, got a 10 horsepower bloody Honda motor on the back, and that,
Tiller.
gearbox and all these splines that sit out the front and chew it all up.
Yeah,
so
tiller.
I've got two rear tying tillers, the big ones. Yeah.
I replaced all the tines on the thing with 01 tool steel or D2 tool steel. So instead of wearing out every second season, and that should last the rest of his lifetime. The big outrider ones and the big curved ones, and that they're all in D2 tool steel, so they'll never wear out. The little low ones, and they're the little short choppers inside one. They just break up the dirt balls. They don't wear as fast, so you don't need to make them out of D2. They'll last just as long. They just smash the little balls that the curved ones lift up.
Hey, Brian. Zumbe, Buffalo Bill. What's up, tow truck?
Anyway.
How you doing, Jack?
I'm good, and then I'm just sitting here. We've got 20-something folks on here at the moment between Yahoo, YouTube, and Restream.
Wow.
So everybody,
on
what
Twitter.
how you all doing? Deb's just come in. How you doing, Deb? So
Everything.
Tires. Yeah, he's working with that tablet. He's like, he might be able to get on. I don't know if he's gonna try or whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out for a bit anyway because I need to get something to eat. Okay.
All right, good seeing you.
Good to go, brother. Good to see you. You coming back in though later on, right?
Yeah, will do.
All right, bud. Talk to you then, man. Yeah, no shit. It's been raining all day, dude. Every time I get ready to go outside, I think it quit. No, it's nasty. And so everything's painted. I can put the battery box together and everything because I got all the wood cut. I got it all painted up. It's ready to put together, and then I can move the batteries. And it's just nasty, raining, cold, yuck. Shit.
They got that river in the sky, they call it, running right through your neighborhood.
I'm telling you.
The beginning of it. It's the beginning of a 9,000-mile long storm.
Damn.
It goes all the way to fucking Warsaw, man. 10,000. They say it's like a 10,000-mile long storm that they've seeded, that with your silver or whatever. No, aluminum. I'm sorry.
Aluminum, right?
I didn't mean to diss your silver.
Well, no, they used to use silver iodine. Silver iodine.
Nitrate. What?
Silver iodine or silver nitrate and stuff like that to seed the size and stuff, yeah. And now they found that aluminum will do it too because it's just a matter of the metal property.
Yep.
Articulate, yep.
I thought it was weirder than that it had to be aluminum oxide.
Well, no, aluminium in any form will break down inside the bloodstream because the oxygenation and the acidic nature of blood and create aluminum oxide inside of you, and that's what's leading cause of Alzheimer's and these related Parkinson's and all those sort of diseases.
Yeah, and the predeterminate mental disorders that we're getting too. Yeah,
because the aluminium oxide between the neurons, the little fires, and they start with S, little
synaptics,
synaptic nerves, and all that sort of thing. It locks them up. They become like solid lumps. They're no longer passing electrical signals. So in some cases they shut down. In some cases they fire randomly and generic signals. So people who've got the shakes and all that sort of thing, they get multiple firings and that not control, and that the folks who are lethargic and all that sort of thing are the ones who are where they're that's basically a layman's breakdown of all these aluminium.
That's kind of what they told me about that cocaine too. That cocaine goes by and fills up the synaptic receivers, and
And it all depends on your genetics and whether you're resistant to it or not. For some reason, the folks from down there, South America, and that, because they've been chewing it for fucking how many generations and all that sort of thing, the stuff clears out of their system, providing they're eating their regular native diet, which is high in chilies, high in garlic, high in turmeric, high in all these other things and all that.
antioxidants.
Yeah. So there's this thing that breaks down, but they also eat a lot of vinegar. Vinegar breaks down the calcium, and the cocaine stuff that where it blocks it up is all calcium based because it blocks up. So it's like plaque inside the bloodstream and that, but it gets in the nerve systems, and that's where thing. But high vinegar diet and all that sort of thing will help flush all that calcium through your system. Please don't take a shitload of vinegar if you've got osteoporosis. Okay? But remember, all these folks are not growing up in the Andes and all that sort of thing because they're out at altitude and have generally heavier bone sets because they eat a lot of dairy, a lot of cheese, a lot of preserved milks, all that sort of stuff, yogurts, stuff like that. So they're generally, their calcium levels up the wazoo. So for Western folks, don't take a shitload of thing if you've got any sign of osteoporosis because that'll cause you to have good calcium first and then get into the vinegar. You stayed away from cocaine for 3 years because they got along too well.
So how come it seems that all the other metals are like good for you except aluminum? You know?
Oh, mercury's fucking horrid for you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you
Well,
get
and
some
lead.
of that in the system.
Iron
You
is
can't
good
get rid of it.
for you, but steel's not. Trust me. A little bit of copper is fucking good for it, but too much fucking copper and that internally gives you massive problems. That's why the people wear copper bangles. Externally, that's a wonderful fucking thing, and it helps arthritis and a lot of rheumatics stuff and that, because for some reason the cells don't get swollen unless you drink red wine.
Oh,
yep. Big
then it
cannon.
goes in first.
Big cannon, opposite end of the scale. And that. But all this has been known for fucking 1,000 years.
Right.
Rightio. Just now, we're going around one of the biggest anti-tumor treatments for men and prostates and all that sort of stuff and that going out there. It's got the red enzymes out of capsicums and peppers and shit like that, bell peppers and all that sort of thing, carrots. We've known about this for 1,000 bloody years. Liz, and that there's a $1,200 machine coming up from Taipei the other day. It's a vaporizer unit, and it makes vaporized colloidal silver, $1,200 US.
Oh.
And you get a little copper, the silver wire in there, and you wind it around. But you connect it around one terminal, and then you wind it around the other 4 plastic poles to make a coil, and then you lead it over and wrap it around the next terminal and cut it off. And then you fill it up full of water. And then they run the current through there, and the actual silver becomes the heating element as well, so the vapor that's coming off there. And then you get the little bit of water that's left in the end, and you're supposed to drink that, pour that into a full glass, they say a 1-pint glass, and drink that over the next day. And then repeat every day. So you have this vaporizer unit, and it's giving you a little bit of colloidal silver through vapor in the air and cleaning your room out and all that sort of thing. And then as some things left over, you drink.
Hey, we could start a silver bullet bar, like an oxygen bar, and blow colloidal silver. He's stupid. You're stupid.
Yeah. Where nobody gets sick.
Well, you know those salt bars? You know, it's all dry salt and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, if push comes to shove, fucking move into one of these. Fucking this thing can't survive in a salt environment. That's already proved. But salt's fucking toxic to people. But if you move into one of them, that thing ain't going to make it through the front fucking door. That germ.
But we could breathe in a salt cave? What?
Yeah. Move into a salt cave and let anybody breathing out, as long as it touches the fucking wall for it, you set up, isolation in one of those salt rooms.
Right.
As soon as it touches salt, the stuff's dead. They know that. They're like, how do you do that? Thin paper, layers of paper in between for the insulation and that, and a layer of salt in between it, make it pass through.
Hey, we could make particle masks that were salt instead of charcoal.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. That's the last one I've seen. The last message I've seen is the one with heavy metals. Yeah, Aaron Dye's heavy metals bill.
So
Bill's getting blocked on one of his posts, and that no one hears you on it. And
yeah. Then yeah.
if we get a thing, I'll show you my chat because I'm an admin. If there's an admin action in the chat, it gets highlighted. Okay.
Yeah.
And it says dealt with by whoever, and mate, there's nothing here, so that's got to be YouTube. Sorry, man. No one is cutting you. There's not. It has since the beginning of the chat. There has not been an admin action the whole time.
Yeah.
Scroll back here. Underline links. There's not an admin action going back to. Yeah. The only admin action done here was I went and started the live stream. That's the last admin action recorded here, and that I went live. So
yeah. So
I'm sorry. We got no control over YouTube.
You know what made me so happy, Wizard?
What's that?
About the president's trip to India.
Huh?
110,000 people in an arena.
I know, right?
121,000 and something on that. I was reading this morning in the paper.
It's a shitload of people.
I was just so happy because we finally got a president who could connect the damn dots.
It's licensed for an even 120,000 even, including media, seats and all that sort of stuff, rightio. But they reckon their own tallies, and that was over 1,000 over. 1,000 people snuck in.
Oops.
Because it was all orchestrated to the fuck. There was over 1,000 people extra there that weren't supposed to be there. If someone snuck their brothers and sisters in and all that, like, hey, American president and all that. But now, here's the big thing we were talking about when we were watching it live. 3 years ago, India aligned with China. Oh yeah. This was the biggest swing to get India to unalign with China, and that because China's fucking pulling India up by the chains all the time. You've got to do this, you can't do that, you got to allow this, we got to do that, and all that sort of thing. And you're saying, fucking what? Are we a vassal or what? You own us? Whereas Trump's talking friendship, equalness, partnerships, all that sort of stuff, supplying with the Chinook helicopters that they've been chasing for fucking 2 years because they bought all them fucking Fiats and they all broke down within a fucking year. And then they bought those bloody Hind 8s, and the Hind 8 is a good chopper and that, but they don't have the kit and all the rest of it. They spend all their money buying it and they got no spare parts, so now they're salvaging all the bits off the other Hind 8s. Whereas Trump's offering a sports fucking package and all that sort of thing. And yes, it's going to cost them. But hey, US is all about making a dollar.
Free market, baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. We got the biggest, baddest on the planet. So time to use that.
Well, fuck, you seen how Australians use fucking Chinooks?
Yeah.
We, up behind the fucking pilot's entry and that, we stick a fucking minigun out of each side and that, and we've got a 20mm Vulcan fucking hanging around the fuck off the fucking drop down back door. You open up the arse end of that thing, that's a whole cannibal brass.
Yeah.
That 20mm Vulcan, yeah. See you later.
Yeah.
Those things go 4 foot into concrete and then blow up.
Yeah.
That's hiding underneath there, 4 inches of concrete and 2 sandbags. Yeah, see you later, sucker.
You're right. Yeah, no shit. No, that was historic, man. People just don't realize the repercussions of what he just did.
That was smart.
That was huge.
I'm not a big fan of India. They have 2 aircraft carriers. They really practice off my northwest coastline, and they call Australia the Southern Resource Area.
Yeah.
That's what China's for. China calls Siberia the Northern Resource Area, but they also call Australia the Southern Resource Area. They have plans, and they're long-term ones.
Yeah.
And part of their plan is Indonesia and India. Okay? They want to use them and that because India's got 2 aircraft carriers. One's that old fucking thing the Soviets built for the Ukrainians and that, and then mothballed it. That half a dozen fucking goes on. I think it was going to be a floating casino on stage at the game, wasn't it? But then they built their own one. And their own one that they built, neither of them have got steam catapults, right? Yeah? They're all, that's why they got the Sukhois, the top of the line, so they don't need a catapult. But that second one, the home built one's not bad. It's not bad. And it's got the French equivalent of the Tomahawks, and 138 of them, and they can launch them in salvos of 20. And there's only 4 minute reloads between those suckers.
Oh.
So 20 launch in 4 minutes.
What's up, Dennis? Rock on. Oh, sure.
Because of the one of the Wizzy of.
Oh my God! Yeah.
It's a wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Oh man. You know, I didn't realize when they gave me this name what it was gonna entail. Oh man.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I could be another Lincoln with the thoughts that I'd be thinking.
If I only had a brain.
Oh,
I know that feeling coming out.
Hey.
Right.
Well, dang it. You're all stocked up on bottles, apparently.
I tell you what, I can't wait for this place to turn green this year. I'm missing it.
We had sun again today. I was laid out on the deck like it was summer. I was just hoping I could get my spray bottle, and after you have my spray bottle to keep cool. Fresh horses.
Oh shit! What is that? Afterlife inhibitor.
Afterlife inhibitor.
Hell cheapo, 1 litre. So let's see how long this lasts me.
Johnny Walker Red. Yep.
Yeah, 1 litre. 1,000 mil. Let's see how long this lasts me.
What did you say? Afterlife inhibitor?
Right.
Not at all. Heck, what was Christ's first miracle here on earth?
Showing up.
At the wedding at Cana.
Yeah.
And what did he do there?
He turned it into the good wine. They were mad because they brought out the good wine after everybody else is already lit.
Yeah. Well, that's how you do it. That's how I did it at my wedding, and that everybody's drinking bloody Biquet. It's a small private house brand of champagne made in the Barossa Valley here in Australia. I got 4 cases of that, and then after that we were drinking Yellow Glen, which is $6 a bottle.
There you go.
Hey, you get through 4 cases of that at nowadays. That stuff there, I saw a bottle go on eBay for $1,100 US.
Whoa.
Biquet. Is that? But they can only make like about 9,000 bottles here. It's just a husband and wife, vintner, and all that sort of thing. But they do it fucking perfect. Them and Yellow Glen Grand Denis is what the 2 wines. Reason why they banned anything not made in the Champagne district of France to be allowed to be called champagne, because they were better than what the French were making by far. They went back 200 years in time and replicated that method and all that sort of thing, and went back because the French were getting too technical.
Oh, wow.
Same thing happened in Napa Valley. He had that fucking guy, that frog guy, Jacques Villeneuve, and they go over there to Napa Valley and that and taught people the old way of making wines, and all of a sudden Napa Valley wines were fucking kicking it at every wine competition across the fucking planet.
Yep.
And went back to the old style, proper way of making wine.
Yeah, no doubt. No, it's not even supposed to barely get above freezing for the next 2 days here, so I'm stuck in here again.
You let the party continue. Yeah, highly symbolic.
Yeah.
Let the party rock.
Right, keep it going. This will be a night.
Remember when I get up there? You know, Jack, glad you can make it up here to heaven and that, but I want to have a fucking quiet word before you come inside. Uh-oh.
Behind the woodshed.
I'm always in shit.
Oh man. No, I'm glad I got those peach trees transplanted, because now it's raining on them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, once you transplant, the water will help settle the soil down around the roots. One, it'll give them the initial water and all that sort of thing, and a little bit of oxygen along the way. But after it dries out and the soil's settled, and it's got those drain holes through it, oxygen will permeate through there, because the worms will now come up and that chasing up.
Yeah.
That's how nature works.
Yeah. Yeah.
So rain after you plant something. Same. Why you water something after you plant it? Get the soil settled down. If nature can do it for you, you get the natural flow channels. If you do it yourself, they're a bit of a mixture. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
Right.
For some reason, rain works all the time.
I've seen people water them to where that turns to mud in there, and then they settle it down that way. And I'm like, no, you don't want that, because when that mud dries, it's going to be one solid piece, and you're never going to get into it.
If you've got to water a plant in a little bit, water it in, come back, let it dry a little bit more, and all that sort of thing. Keep it up, but you just got to get that flow and like that natural. Just the water do the settling. Don't press anything fucking down, and don't turn into a clog zone. And that way, there's no way to get in there.
Right.
If you've got clog zone stuff, you've got to add sand, you've got to add gypsum, you've got to put biota in there, lawn clippings, all the leaf litter, all that sort of stuff, and worms, because the worms will then eat all the leaf litter and the biota and all that sort of stuff, and that will make worm shit, and that'll fucking bond all of the rest of it down and make a nice little balance.
Well, I kept the whole root ball together on these trees, kept the whole root ball together, and transferred the whole lot into a new hole 40 feet away from where they were growing, so they're still in the same soil chemistry. Just, boom, Oh shit! Tow truck dropped out.
Yes. But, what, you only just dropped out there?
Yeah, he just dropped out. He probably just clicked the wrong button or something.
5 seconds ago here.
Oh no, yeah, it was like, but yeah, no, they should be doing good, hopefully. And you know, I got all the wood cut up and painted for that battery box. I was going to go out there today and do it, but it's been raining nasty.
Tess says canoe to the moon. Canoes to the moon. How you doing, Tess?
Okay.
Yeah. Twitch.
See you there, brother.
Red X. Red X was an oil over here, engine additive or something. Red X rallies. My uncle, Jelly Knight Jack Murray, was running around all over the place and that during that. And he used to make a plywood coffin and put a stick of Jelly Knight on top of it and crawl inside the coffin and let it explode. It was a stunt at the Speedway. Mennonite Speedway driver. And before every race, he'd get out there and pray. After every race, he'd get out there and pray. But he knew explosives. Yeah, weird. Canoes, test again, yep. And Dennis Espinoza, Jesus, vessel of blood, the superior cleansing agent, water into wine, the blood into the law of the love, filling the bridge of law. I'm not going to argue with it.
Yeah. We can see you there too, Canoes.
What do it do, says Tow Truck. It's an engine additive, you know, it's like if you've got an older engine in it, it thickens up the oil and all that sort of thing, protects it, coats it. It did have a shitload of lithium grease in it, and molybdenum white grease, you know, broken down into it, and then they dyed it red to get rid of all those things, so they called it Red X. And I'm not sure, but I think it was put out by the something State Oil in the US. What was it? Not Kent State. Penn State Oil?
Penn State, yeah.
Penn State. And
Quaker State. Quaker State.
Quaker State, that's it.
Oil. That's it, Quaker State Oil. They made a big investment in the Bass Strait Oil thing here and actually got an offshore platform in Bass Strait. That was Quaker State Oil way back in the 50s. Right? And so they got big over here. And that, so Quaker State Oil. I always ran a Triumph motorcycle on it. It was bloody good oil. And then I swapped over to Penrite because they disappeared. And I was running around. I was using the top of the line Castrol synthetic for a couple of years, and then I swapped over to Penrite. So I'm still using Penrite or the German stuff, Fuchs. FUCHS. Not cheap, but fucking good oil. Quakers are different from Mennonites. Quakers are the uber liberals and all that sort of thing. No, Mennonites still believe in corporal punishment. Quakers never believe in corporal punishment. So they got involved with your prison systems over there and created the liberal prison system, and the major blocks to stop execution over there were run by Quakers.
Yeah, Canoes, this storm's supposed to last for the next day and a half.
And so Mennonites, the only time I've ever seen Mennonites go against execution was when in Europe they wanted to raise the limit to execution was 21 years of age. And so you're a fully grown adult and all that sort of thing. They don't want kids and people with low IQs. It's the only time I see Mennonites against execution. And I've never had the thing here because I was born in 57. The last execution out here was 56. They hung a bloke, and they were done since. There was a military one during Vietnam, but that's a separate issue. The military's always got the right to hang people.
How do you
converted.
find out about a Mennonite society around you?
How do you find it? Well, see, Mennonites aren't scared of the internet like Amish are, so we're quite easy to find. Look for a Mennonite church in your area.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So if you kill someone, you need to act dumb really fast. Well, doesn't that happen all the time? Look at fucking the Kennedy fucking guy and that girl in the fucking car. He acted dumb real quick. It worked.
We need to work real fast.
Brett Price, I don't know those folks. Martha Moxley. Name rings a bell. I can't place it. Recently, too, rings a bell from recently. Recent story somewhere.
But nah, that's just driving me nuts, man.
I don't know who Brethren in Christ are. Offshoots of the Mennonites. There's been quite a few offshoots of the Mennonites. As you know, in the Mennonites, the youth leave the order for a little while, go out in the world, and become a journeyman or whatever, part of their trade, or live out in the world. A lot don't come back. Okay, we don't hold people under things and all that sort of thing. Hutterites were a off branch. There, they didn't agree with our joining in with stuff like that. See, some branches of the Mennonites and that will shun you if you join the military and all that sort of thing. National service, conscription, whatever, and that doesn't have it. You do it, you go, you obey the government, the rest of the community will shun you. I had to apply and sit before the elders before I could join the army without getting shunned. And as I explained it, Vietnam was a police action. Nowadays, the military is a giant, like a police force, but with more advanced weapons because the bad guys have got more advanced weapons, and then we're going to do it that way. And with that understanding, I was allowed to do so. But if I didn't actually front my elders, and that I could have been shunned and made to leave the community and never come back. So, because that's the rule. In Mennonite society, it's okay to be a cop, right? Carry a gun, be a cop, defend your fellow man, all that sort of thing, that's fine. Because Christ, his penultimate act on earth, and that was the Last Supper. And he said, before he sent his disciples out there, he said, do you have any swords? And one bloke opened his cloak, he said, yes, Lord, get it too. Now, 2 swords between a dozen blokes. You're not about the start a revolution, but you're going to fight off all the robbers and all that sort of thing and defend yourselves along the way. So even Christ agrees with self-defense. So there it is. And that was the arguments I put. So I joined the military. I spent 28 years in. Had a good time. Got a bit brassed up at times. Ended up a bit weird. It was all good. I'd do it again if I could.
Oh, sorry. I was away.
I like shooting commos and socials. Because I see what they do.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to rain. Oh, man. And cold is just not working for me.
Nah, it sucks. I must admit.
I forgot to share the other fantastic news that I heard today.
What's that?
Yeah. Well, Pete Buttigieg was talking that if he wasn't going to be the Democratic candidate, he'd be happy to fill in the number 2 slot.
VP, cool.
To Bernie Sanders.
Or Bloomberg, he doesn't care.
The number 2 slot, Wiz.
Yeah. Yeah. He's all about the number 2, huh?
He's all about the number 2 slot.
Was it Yank or was it Buttigieg that came out and told the 9-year-old boy how to come out as gay and go out and find his first adult partner?
I just heard that what a 9-year-old boy.
Because I've seen two things of it. One's 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 40 seconds long, and then the other one's fucking 9 minutes long, and that, and the kid rambles on a little bit, and then he gives him advice and that, and how to meet an adult who'll show him the way. Isn't that better earlier? Isn't
Yeah,
that?
it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But the most common one all over the internet's the 3 minute one. Even Gateway Pundit's got the short one. You had to go into one of these super untrustworthy places and that to see the full thing. What I mean by super untrustworthy, and that was DSA, Democratic Socialists in America. Then they're the only folks who got the full 9 minutes.
It's the only place, huh?
Yeah, they wrote a song. There was a song about that. It's called "Beautiful Loser." Bob Seger, right?
Oh yeah.
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 Fucking YouTube copyright fucking shit. We fucking should bring that up now and fucking play it.
Right. I know, right? Oh man, I tell you what,
He's loyal though. At least we know. No matter how hard it gets, he'll take one for the team.
Repetitively.
His nickname is Ben Dover.
Hey, in 2 minutes and 30 days, an even month, in 2 minutes' time, I've got to be on the coach to go pick up Gracie.
I'll remind you.
Yeah, 30 days.
Count the minutes. Oh shit.
Count the minutes.
Well, the coach leaves was now on time, so it was like 1:40 p.m. to catch the coach down to Ballarat and then the train down to Melbourne. Get there the night before, like 5:40 a.m. Wake up, catch the coach up from the station up to the airport, meet her incoming flight, and all that sort of stuff.
There's my Huckleberry.
Hey, Huck, how you doing? But yeah, doing all that, and then a couple of days in Melbourne, and then back home here, and big German restaurant along the way. A massive shopping in Chinatown down there. I'm going to stock up on the frozen steamed pork buns and the red bean paste bun. Big time. I've never learned how to make them successfully. I've tried a dozen times. But yeah, just never get them right. I'm going to buy some new bamboo steamers when I'm down there. So, all good. Looking forward to it. I don't get to the city all that often and that. And my homemade bamboo steamers, I've never actually used one because they stuck so big. I think you've got to be Asian to make them properly. I just don't have the eyes for it, maybe. I don't know.
Oh shit! I'll be right back. I got to refresh the dropping screen.
And for those who think I just was offensively racist, when I was working in Japan, on my interview to work for Shun, Kamanin was it? The chief executive officer there, Mansumoyo Tashimoto, he says, but you don't have the eyes for knife, mate. And I said, look, I know I have a lot of deficiencies and that, but I have a lot of advantages. He says, what are these? I said, I'm an arrogant standard. I'm going to show you all of you. And he fucking loved it. Very arrogant, but they like arrogance back, providing it's polite. I was challenging him to fucking hire me and fucking prove me wrong. And I worked there for 6 months. And because you can't get as a foreigner, you can't get longer than 6 months with a visa and all that sort of thing. And then I went for work for Tachimoya Ashita, which is the Royal Armoury in the old city of Kyoto. They restore all the old swords, going back. The oldest sword they've got there is 1600-year-old.
1600-year-old swords.
And they make all the stuff for all the royal pageantry and everything, like the shogunate arms, because you still have knights in the Japanese parliament, and they all have new swords, and you get new members of parliament coming in, and they make a new sword for them, and they also make gowns, the traditional gowns. That's all part of that too. But the swords are all made in Seki, and that, which is where I was studying. You talk about Seki City in Japan, in Gifu Prefecture, and Gifu is like a state of Japan, and it actually means knife. And so that's where I spent most of my time in Japan. I love it there. I really do. Could never be a Jap. Not as racist as what they are. But because I was a clown and a drunk, I was accepted. And that was because I'm a happy drunk.
Yeah.
So they'd watch me drink a bottle of sake and then go to work. And I'd think nothing of it. And then bring me another bottle of sake and that, stop for a break and that, down that, all that sort of thing. Eat some takoyaki, squid balls. And then, so it's an egg, flour, garlic, herbs, spices, and all that sort of thing, with a piece of boiled squid and fish sauce dropped into the centre, cooked on a cast iron griddle, which has got a dip in it, and they just flip it around and that, so it becomes a ball. That's takoyaki. Eat a shitload of takoyaki, drink some more sake, go back to work, and all that sort of thing. Because they have this street festival over there, and they have like 100 master knife making teams, which are all 4-man teams. And then you've got Gaijingaro, which means crazy foreign devil. And that's what they call me over there. Gaijingaro. I'm the crazy foreign devil. Because I work by myself and I'm just fucking drinking and carrying on and making. I walk into town and in the parade, everybody's got their white robes on and they're holding their hammers. I'm holding an old truck spring. I turned this into a knife today in front of everybody. And they love it. So he dropped out. He's gone again. That's how you get. You play the clown in Japan, and then they love it.
They love it, yeah.
Otherwise, they're racist bastards. Only the Japanese are good enough. So I'm the clown that's trying to fit in.
Well, a lot of the little drinking establishments aren't that big, so buying around is really popular. And then you get really good friends after that. You buy a couple rounds for the place, and oh my God, you're their best friend. You'll never buy anything.
In the old city, you go to the public bars, you get everybody in there, and that including the 80-year-old lady, and that you got the 22-year-old office girl, you've got the salary man there, 45 years of age, and 3 or 4 of his mates over there. I'm in there with a master bladesmith, and that, so he's fully accepted because that's a very honorary position in Japan. You make a knife, quality knife over there, and have a good reputation. Your reputation's everything. So he's there. So the Gaijingo fucking buys everybody Suntory whiskey. Suntory. Toko Suntory, tell ya. Dozo. And and all the folks rush out there and they all come back with the trays of the Suntory. I've just ordered a bottle of Suntory for everybody in the bathroom. And we're all fucking sitting there drinking. The salaryman, the little old lady, the fucking office girl. This is Japan. That's culture.
Yeah. Yeah, we were only there for 3 days, so.
And the other thing. Like the first time I went to Japan, I was broke. I'm living day to day, and my weekly paycheck, because they can only, as a foreigner, they can't pay you officially, and that I'm living off my savings, and they're giving me a little bit backhanded through a couple of different ways. They treated the stuff that I made as a market sale or a fair sale, and that, so I got 30% back out of that when it's sold, and that. So I learned to live dead set cheap in Japan, and Japan's not cheap. Okay, so one of the things I learned over there was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, all these vending machines came out, and just nearby, a mum and pop ramen shop had bought one of these old retired machines and were making these wonderful ramens and sticking them in the vending machines. And then there was another vending machine that was selling takoyaki, hot dogs in vending machines and all that sort of thing. Japanese vending machines, they saved my ass in Japan. And I actually ate quite well. And you can buy salads. 7-Eleven, well, you know, it's a Japanese corporation. They have vending machines with fresh salads put in every day. And the salads that come out at the end of the shift, they go to the old folks' homes and that, and anybody, the ladies and the folks there, and that, you know, they all get them and that. They go down to the senior citizen centre, drop them off down there, and the old folks are living not in old folks' homes, they're getting dropped off there. Sandwiches, the same thing. You never get a 2-day-old sandwich in a Japanese vending machine. They're all fresh. And that's another thing about Japan, sandwiches.
Yeah, the sandwiches, yeah. I remember that.
Katsudon. 1.25 inch thick pork fillet, crumbed, deep fried for a little while so the crumbing takes, and then oven baked. Whole seeded sweet mustard, a plum sauce underneath it, and all that sort of stuff, and a little bit of greenery and all that sort of thing. Crust or no crust on the bread, and all that sort of thing. In a vending machine, 4 hours since it was packed in the little sealed container, and that taken out. You out of the vending machine. This thing's 4 hours there, and it's been refrigerated the whole way. Oh, it's just sweet, thick pork cutlet, lovely breading, nice plum sauce. Man, don't they do it good?
Yeah, Dennis says, "What's up with Clint Eastwood supporting Bloomberg? He go insane."
Oh, shit. Go woke, get broke. Come on.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey, all those apartments that you just fucking invested in about 4 or 5 years ago, kiss them goodbye. You'll be selling them fucking next month.
Right.
Clint.
Oh, right. Clint Eastwood. That's why they piss off.
After you went to bed.
Yeah. And Danny DeVito back in Bernie. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That piece of shit, he's done too. Yeah. But you know that dirty little bastard's got dirt on him, man. Like nothing. Yeah.
You know the simple reality of every socialist and Islamic state that's ever been?
Hey, Michelle.
They've all collapsed. Okay. Simple rule.
Right.
They've
Yeah.
all collapsed. Okay. And people say, oh, Saudi's still going and all that sort of thing. Actually, it's collapsed 8 times across history, and that revolutions, all that sort of stuff, and that when somebody else has taken over. But the people have risen up 8 separate times against the caliphates and all that sort of stuff. But that's another thing that's left out of history.
Right.
Islamic states and socialist or communist states collapse. They leave behind a mematorium, generally known as mass graves. And in the last 150 years, massive environmental damage and pollution. But look at all the lefties praising, the environment. Hey, look, even the old guard, what's that ex-bloody Soviet general who became an oligarch and that, and still a hardcore commo and all that sort of thing. He's been caught. He donated $1 million to Greta Thunberg's fucking parents' foundation and all that sort of thing. So, you know, he's pushing the fucking shit.
Yeah, that's sad. Toast.
Yeah, look. Hey, Dennis, you're allowed to write votes in over there? Wiz, anybody answer me? You're allowed to write vote in? Does that count?
You can still write in stuff. Yeah, there's people vote for Mickey Mouse every time.
Oh, man. Fucking, well, write her in, and that can get all your friends to write her in if that's how you feel. Seriously, look,
Yeah.
I like her a little bit, and that because of what she exposed, and when she went to find out herself in Syria and realised it wasn't as nasty as what it is, but she didn't really present it all that well. Okay, she should have fucking hit people between the eyes with a fucking right cross instead of being fucking yeah, they're okay, because she come across as mealy mouth.
And then try to capitulate. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Look, Assad, just tell the facts. Assad was in a fucking hard place. He had people grabbing 5-year-old retarded kids, swapping backpacks with them and that, with one that had explosives and a fucking cell phone in them, put them on the fucking back on the bus, and then detonating the thing and killing 30 kids at a time. That was the early phases of the war. So he went out and grabbed people. And yes, he tortured them. And he got the bomb makers. And all the murders of all the kids on the buses stopped. Overnight. Bang. He got them all. Eight, I think it was, he all rounded up into the mass bombings. But then the Qataris kept on funding all this growth group and ISIS and all that sort of thing because they wanted a pipeline. But Syria had already done a deal with a pipeline, and that's for Russia and bloody Iran, because Ukraine was stealing all of the gas going through the bloody pipelines that Russia was sending through Ukraine. They were stealing the gas, selling it, not passing the money back to Russia. This is the stupid end of the deal. This is the facts of the thing. But, it's all about ISIS and that, and Assad was a bad man. Look, he did hard things in the middle of the thing, but I was in Syria before the war. And Hindus, Christians, Jews, Muslims of half a dozen with different varieties and all that sort of thing all got on because they had to. You start shit, they jumped on you. Simple as that. And so nobody started shit. And everything was fucking good. They got nightclubs over there. You had Shasha thing, which is, where the Muslims go and they smoke the thing and they drink a very strong coffee and all that sort of thing. They're different ends of town, so one doesn't hear the music and that because that's offensive to other groups and all that sort of thing. Generally, they put a highway and the big roads. Everything was worked out to allow folks to fucking get on as a community. But, yeah, money, global fucking politics, all the rest of the fucking bullshit. And then all the lies about it all since then. It's crazy. Yep. Fucking Syria. The first casualty in a political war, and that is always the truth. Real socialism and communism was never existed at a national level. Totalitarian government, a small group controlling resources, is not socialism or communism. All right. More information and definition required, Dennis, before I fucking spout bullshit. So I'll give you the opportunity. Any totalitarian thing, socialism, communism, collectivism, tribalism, I don't find anything good about them because they always exist at the behest of going, oh, they're evil, we gotta get them. And my buzzer's going nuts.
I'll be right there. I'm making me a sandwich.
Enjoy. It's all good. Don't forget the mustard.
I already got it.
Cool. Yeah, when you get back, I'm gonna have to go feed the chooks and the goose. If you can't hear it already. Mushroom powder's got actually quite a lot of uses. Shit, Dennis, you're the expert that way. I forget. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So. There's a unique form of. Oh, here he comes. Yep, Karen.
I was trying not to come on.
Look, you're the expert on this. There is one thing that I particularly take mushroom powder for, and that I'll explain. Mushrooms and that create unique fibre. It's so complex and things, but trimming free radicals out of your bodies, they have a unique thing of grabbing hold of them and then draining them back out. There's actually a $1.5 billion project between Merck and Park Davis Pharmaceuticals at the moment to try to synthetically replicate that so they can do it. Because if they've got to buy mushrooms that are like $10 a pound, this thing's going to cost them fucking a squillion. So they want to synthetically do it. So they've got a commercial agreement now of a $1.5 billion joint research to synthetically create the effect that mushroom fibre has on the body. And the rest I'll hand over to Dennis.
Yeah, that's why I take the mushroom powder, because I read about that. I hope they're successful. Usually when they try to synthesize something and then it's screwing it up.
Yeah,
coming out with something not good. There he goes. There he goes.
Right. I'm right here.
You're there in the dark.
I'm just off the screen. Refilling my tea, making my sandwiches.
Oh, nice. What kind of sandwiches?
Right?
Come and get a sandwich. There you go. You got the mushroom. I'll wait till he comes back to comment.
Well, hey, I made a second one just for you.
I know it was in a pickled onion jar, but obviously it wasn't pickled onions. That's mine dried, and then I dice it up in a fine little thing, put it out in the sun for a day, bring it in of a night time. You don't want humidity getting to it and all that sort of thing. Cover it over. Next day out in the sun during summer and all that sort of thing. You knock yourself up a year's supply and that with 2 kilos of mushrooms.
Nice.
Get the day old mushrooms, because you're not after the flavour and that to eat them and all that sort of thing. Get when they're 99 cents for a big fucking bag for them, and they're getting a bit soft. Slice them all up, dry thin slices, stalk and everything, because you're after the fibre.
Yeah, I actually use the coffee grinder to grind a lot of stuff. So I'd probably grind the mushroom too. That's the way to go. You gave a good example, though, back to socialism. You gave a good example of what I consider socialism. You talked about the multiple farmers chipping in and buying a combine.
Mennonite communities. Yeah, but we don't have a fixed leadership. Exactly. Everybody takes turns.
Exactly. That's socialism and communism in true form.
That's honest collectivism.
Honest collectivism. Sorry. The people in ACT, the new believers in ACT, they divvied everything up and gave things to people that they had need. Of course, you have the deadhead that doesn't want to.
As soon as you go to socialism, you have a centralized committee that's directing all those people. As a collectivism, people are using their combined resources to obtain new benefits and all that sort of thing. They bank centrally in amongst themselves and all that sort of thing, but there's still a register of how much each individual fucking owns, and no individual property is threatened by the state, whereas socialism, communism, and that there is no private property, and that's all state property. Very, very, very big difference, my friend.
No, when there's central control, there is, but in a lot of ways, as things change, our version of capitalism, our version is capitalism. We don't really own property here. We buy property, but we're forever paying property tax. Ultimately, we're just renting property. Any way you look at it, even when your mortgage is paid off, you're paying taxes on your property. You never really own it.
Because we rely on the government to do everything for us, whereas in the Mennonite community, the community is self-reliant. They build their own roads and all that sort of thing, anything they need. Churches, fire stations, schools. We had we had a English electric power generator running off a Stanton steam engine out there that was bought out here in 1902. And that was in Coonabarabran, far western New South Wales. It was up and operational 1 month after the city of Melbourne got its first few electric lights in there, and Sydney was still running off gas lights. They hadn't swapped over to electric yet. They said it was a year or two off. So the Mennonite community up in Coonabarabran had a steam engine running an electric generator.
Yeah, I gotta find it again. I ran across an article about a small country that has no government.
Yeah. Well, check out the movement for ETA in Spain, the Basque. Now they've gone a very separate way, but the original Basque people started off again as Christian Mennonites and all that sort of thing, but they then later get Catholic influence because they had to, and that's because after the Andalus and the Islamic invasion and all that sort of stuff. But they were the only area up there in Spain that was never taken over by the Muslims. And Charles the Hammer, who came down from France, and used them as a foothold, and that's how you spread out and crush a lot of the Islamic invaders. Remember Andalus out there, and that, which they say the golden age of Andalus, and that was Islam in Spain and all that sort of thing. The Caliph out there put out a fatwa that he wanted 5,000 blonde-haired, blue-eyed virgins presented for him to found a new harem. And so they raided all along the European coast, Italy, and all that sort of thing, every coastline city and inland, maybe it's 200 miles they'd go, and to do it. And they filled that order in 3 months.
Yeah, that's why they don't invade Utah. They can't find any blonde-haired, blue-eyed virgins.
Yeah, there's none over here either. We're all fucking born.
They don't infiltrate the RU.
Yeah, but that's a combination of lefty and UN governments. So
now, speaking of the Basque, I understand it's sort of unique genetically.
Big time, and also economically. Up there in Catalonia, a big corporation doesn't kick off and all that sort of thing and hire people. All the farmers get together, they pool their profits, they build a processing plant, and then they hire a manager to run it for them and to market it, and they hire do this. And these guys are working for a percentage of what they make for the farmers and the people. And everybody over there, now even your dumb cousin fucking Guido, and that who's slightly autistic and all that sort of thing, can get 3 days a week in the bottling plant, putting jars into cardboard boxes, all that sort of thing, and get a chunk of the earnings. There is no welfare in Catalonia. Even the mentally ill folks. There's a documentary on BBC about Catalonia and all that sort of thing. Here comes Battery. Come on. There is no welfare. Everything is paid for by if you work for the group in there, they pay your hospital bills.
It seems like that would keep prices down too.
Yeah. Well, I can buy Spanish olives out here in Australia, and that's cheaper than I can buy the stuff that's grown across the river.
They don't have all the middlemen.
We've got a wonderful olive farm out there. I buy their olive oil, and that I can buy Kalamata, which is actually Greek olive, but the Spanish version, and because Spain's making good Kalamata olives too. It's just the process. Cheaper than what I can buy the stuff that's grown across the river from here in Australia.
Cut all the middlemen. Well, I like that setup. Valediction's doing a show and tell. So you got a little LCD screen.
Out here in the state that I'm in, we're dealing with minimum wage. There are corporate tax levels, all that sort of stuff, environmental levies, and all that sort of stuff. And that, so yeah, of course, it's not going to be cheap.
Well,
sorry, Battery. I was probably talking over the top of you. I didn't hear. I heard some noises there. I don't know if it was Battery speaking or if he's going to turn the TV off.
So you're showing a circuit board with some inputs and a little LCD screen.
Yeah, it's got a little DSO oscilloscope interface there, and that you team up with either. You can team them up with Windows, you can team them up with Linux, you can team them up with Raspberry Pi and that Arduino stuff.
I used to calibrate and repair the old-time oscilloscopes.
I downloaded the specs. I'm quite impressed with it. I'm not going to use it for an oscilloscope. I'm actually going to, because it's got so many uses and all that sort of thing. But you know what a thermocouple is?
You do in a baristor?
Say again?
I know what thermocouples are. I know what baristors are.
All right. Well,
they're opposite actions with temperature.
Yeah. Well, with heat treating steel and all that sort of thing, and that I want a contact thermocouple, and so basically make a pair of pliers with the two contact plates, reed plates, and wires coming back off the pair of pliers. So I clamp it down on the piece of steel. Because of the amount of air movement over a hot piece of steel, all of a sudden you've got cold air and it's moving out there. It actually can distort infrared temperature readers, and I can be up to 50 degrees off. Even my old eyes are more fucking accurate than that, but I'm going to make a good set. So I'm going to do these. So, and I'm actually looking at it for that. So to interpret from the thermocouple, because you can see then the temperature drop off. As soon as you clamp something, you're creating a heat sink, and you can see that the heat drop off. So when I find a temperature sample, do I also need to reheat the piece that I've just resampled? Otherwise, am I going to create a crack point for shrinkage in the steel? Because we're talking about something like an 1800 degree centigrade chunk of steel at the moment. A little bit brittle.
Yeah, I work with thermocouples, thermistors, and baristors. Thermistors and baristors change resistance with change of temperature.
Yep. So I'm different from Battery, who's going to use them to monitor charge frequency and all that sort of stuff, and I'm going to use it for frequency of heat decline and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I worked in P&L in the Air Force, science and metrology. I specialize in the microwave area. Used to go to a safe every day. I did TACAM and glide slope equipment, old backward wave oscillators, clastrons.
Yeah.
So Battery Addiction is going to show us the toy there.
Huh?
Yeah. What do you do on screen, man?
Yeah.
There we go.
Arduino, what's that? What's that for?
That's to measure waveforms, signals.
I'm trying to bring it up, but are you trying to bring it up as well there, Wiz?
No.
I see it fine.
I think we've been cancelling each other out. Sorry.
I see it fine.
Those things are $60 delivered to me here in Australia. Wiz, Battery was saying he paid what, $16 US for it, including postage.
Oh, cheap.
This has ground, DC, AC.
Yep.
And then 1 volt, 0.1 volt, and 10 millivolts. And this is the multiplier.
Yep.
5 times, 2 times, and 1 time. Then over here, we have OK.
Yeah.
Plus, minus,
Yeah.
and select.
Yeah. Which is your
Now here's the reset.
numerical input.
Can
Do you have a new? Is it a touch screen?
No, it's not a touch screen.
All right. So there's a numerical input
And
there as well.
this is
Can you input your own horizontal signal? Can you input
this
your own?
socket is for step down converter.
Yeah.
And this one's for 9 volt.
Can you input your own horizontal signal?
Say again?
Can you input your own horizontal signal?
Yeah.
So you can play with lizard views and all that kind of thing.
I've got an inverter I'm going to try it out on.
Well, that's how I'm going to get the thermocouple to read into it, by going through the thermocouple as my input. Yeti call. Woohoo! Go Aaron.
Sounds like I need to pick up the sensitivity on my mic.
You know, one day he's gonna have something show up. He's gonna freak out.
I've told you about me running up against whatever he's telling you was Yowie here.
Right.
I was up in a place called Hill End, Midwest New South Wales, but rugged ranges and all that sort of old gold town. And I was just camping by the fire outside the little timber hut that I was camping in for a while. And I noticed somebody walking amongst the woods, and I called out to them, and they stopped and looked at me and all that sort of thing. And like, this is on the land, and I said, look, it's not Burn Road. If you're heading on, and just keep on going, and but like, no, you're trespassing.
On there so long, I was going to say it's my show now.
Okay, go for it.
I brought you back down. But you go on, Jack.
Well, it never answered me and all that sort of thing. And this lasted for about 45 minutes. I just stood by this fucking tree and stared at me. And I'm just thinking, what's up with this guy and all that sort of thing. So I went out for a while. Went back in the shed for a while. And all of a sudden, there was this big commotion, all that sort of thing out there. And that rushed it back out. And it's close the distance in between us and all that sort of thing. It's just up in the creek line that I'm actually working the gold in. There's I'm slightly uphill from a slope. This goes down, and there's a highly eroded creek, very steep banks, and all that sort of thing. A lot of scrub on the side, a few big trees about, and all that sort of thing there. And he's right up against. So my first hint, because I know those bushes are like about 5 foot tall, but they don't really have to like belly on him. I didn't click at the time. I knew how high those bushes are. I just didn't click because it's late at night and I'm a little bit pissed. And this is the fucking problem. I was drunk. So accuracy of this story, and that, that's there. Anyway, I shouting out with this thing, and then all of a sudden it made this fucking noise. Oh! I thought, you're fucking with me, trying to fucking scare me. Oh, I want to be scared. That's fine. I go inside. I get 2.3 right out. Fucking jack around in the fucking thing, put a scope up to it, right next to his head in the tree that he's nesting. So I knew I was going to fucking shower him with fucking bark chips.
All right.
Fucking try to scare me. He is fucking scaring back, sunshine. And that bang. And it took off. Didn't think nothing of it. Go to bed, fucking all the rest of it. Next day I go down there. That fucking round, 7.5 feet off the fucking ground.
Oh shit.
7.5 feet. And I put it in right next to his fucking head, and I laughed about it fucking through. last week. Yeah, you want to fuck with me? All right, I'll fuck with you, mate. All right, got this. 243, awful flat trajectory round, all that sort of thing, high velocity, all that sort of thing. Spalls like bugger, he throws bark, especially in gum trees, and what he was standing next to, fucking throws the shit out. I knew it well. But yeah, it was next to his head. What human being is 7.5 foot fucking tall?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to meet him on a dark night.
Well, so what the fuck was it? See, that's the problem. I'm pissed. Right, and you know, how do you actually go out there and be serious about this and all that sort of thing? Because I'd been in town and at the Hill End pub, drinking heavy, playing hard, and all the rest of it. Everybody knows that. So how valid's that story? But I'm as true as I'm wearing a red shirt. That's my story, and that's how I took it. Someone was fucking around with me until the next morning when it all clicked. Those bushes that I could see his midriff over the top, I know they're 5 foot.
Right. So that's
So he was sticking off a good way over the top of these bushes. Man, you know what a Series 1 Land Rover is?
Yeah.
Mate mine come down there fucking looking for me one day and ended up parking on the other side of him. I couldn't see the fucking vehicle. I heard it, stuck my head up and go, fucking, what the fuck's that car? They can't see it for shit. Couldn't see it. That's how tall those fucking things are. This thing stood up over the top of it, high enough that I could take a shot at its head.
Yeah. No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know. I honestly can't say.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that, but
I've seen funny big footprints out in the bush and that, but I've also seen some funny long-haired people out up there with these things that they strap on their feet and they can fake bloody footprints going across the area. What are you blokes up to? Oh, nothing. Then there was another thing, and that a mate of mine is a farmer who caught it and got it on old Super 8. You know, the old Super 8 thing. They were making fucking crop circles in his crop, and he said, "You bastards, I can't harvest that." In fact, he got out there, he had, you know, the old stock whips. He was whipping their asses all the way to the back of their fucking bongo van. These pricks come all the way up from the city from some university and whip their asses. And afterwards, they reported him to the police, and they said, "Yeah, I did that. Come up and show me what they were doing and doing the crop circles." So it made national news out.
But we had the weirdest thing I've ever seen like that is we had a community of, they used to call it the Conehead community out here. And it's from Battery. But we had a Conehead community.
No, I'm looking to see if there's a chicken coming through the gap there. I think I got a chicken in the laundry. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna say good night, gents. Take care.
Oh, okay, Dennis. Thanks for coming up, bro. So, Battery.
Yep.
He had chicken. It's an infiltrator. It's an infiltrator.
Oh, calm down. It's all good. Yes, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good, yes. It was caught in the door.
Oh, was it?
I got a doggy door and the screen door on the back, and it got caught up in it. So, yeah. So I had to go. I thought I heard a noise coming around, so it's all good.
So what are you using that unit for, Battery?
I'm going to use to test the waveforms on my generator as I build it.
Oh, okay. So you're going after a pure sine wave or something?
Well, I might buy a cheaper inverter and then build a low pass filter to get a sine wave.
Oh, okay. Right. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good.
How you doing?
I'm just eating ham directly because I'm too lazy to make a sandwich.
I'm
Nah.
not sure where to put the low pass filter.
Yeah. I just
Figure
made
that out.
the what?
I'm not sure where I'm going to put the low pass filter.
Oh, okay.
Should I put it on the output of the AC outlets?
I'm not sure. That's usually where you put the meters, though. So it might stand to reason. But I definitely look it up and check, make sure. Best practice on that. But yeah, I'm gonna be wanting to build some of those batteries here in the next month or so. You know.
Now that I've learned a little bit more about the batteries, I think I should have bought some prismatic cells instead. A lot safer, a lot easier to put together.
Now, are you going to be building some batteries? You said you have a formula for putting together batteries and stuff like that.
I just put the battery cells that are 3.7 volts each in series.
Okay, you just buy them and then
7 in series.
Yeah. I was looking at actually making some batteries,
and they're going to be 7S, 6P.
7S 6P.
Once I get that done, I'm going to make another set, 7S 6P. So I'll have 12P.
Oh, okay. So what's the P stand for?
Parallel. 7 in series.
Okay. 7 in series, 6 parallel. Oh, wow. Okay. And what kind of output are you getting on that?
There'll be 29 volts maximum, but
okay.
RMS voltage is 24. And each battery is capable of 20 amps.
20 amps, yeah. I'm looking to build something much bigger than that. I want to go kilowatt, yeah.
Well, eventually, when I get my shed built, put my shop in there, I'll put some solar panels on the roof and a power wall on the side of it. Inside.
Right. Well, see, I'm running kilowatt banks right now.
Sorry for the wardrobe change, folks. Accidents happen.
Right. Sometimes those chicks just won't leave you alone, you know.
No, it wasn't happy about being pulled out backward, arse out first out of the bloody doggy door.
Yeah, Jack is popular with the chicks.
Yeah, with the you notice how it's got the sparkles on the lip. Because the resin over it. There's not much left of it, but stop using it.
Wrong hole.
But you got to let the resin go for 2 weeks with cover. You can use house paint or whatever and all that sort of thing. I've got a friend whose daughter is making all natural lip gloss and that protective UV 50 plus, all that sort of stuff, which is what you want for the resin. And so the UV is what makes resin get brittle early. So you put lip gloss over it, and because it's food safe and all that sort of stuff, and it's not going to bugger them up.
Will it heal? Will it reform?
Yeah, no, actually it's going to wear out. Look, I think a chicken beak's like fingernails. You get a crack in your fingernail, put a bit of super glue on it or a bit of nail polish on it, and then the crack will grow out as the fingernail grows. Same thing with
you must be on crack.
So,
no, you're
3 months' time, the crack won't be there. And so I'm just filling it in. And that,
right.
I don't want it to keep on cracking up. That was the problem.
Yeah, that's the one that wears lipstick.
Can't say Jack.
You're not even my chook.
Put lipstick on a chicken.
Um,
Holy shit.
they live next door.
Big stick.
The owners are next door. They just live here during the day. And now I've introduced them to my new neighbours on the other side of me. And that because the lady over there is a critter person. And so they go over there and she feeds them and pats them and picks them up and squishes. And this is what they want. But the folks who actually own them, they're not critter people. They're egg machines, so they just feed them basic pellets and don't touch them and don't pet them and don't interact with them. And chickens like interaction, and they like to follow around. They like you digging up, in the garden and all that sort of thing. He sprays everything he's got.
There's a channel on Twitch called Our Chicken Life where the farmer's always having to put up he dangles an apple from a stick and they all go for it, and he builds little ramps for them, and yeah.
I take gourds. The really, the squash, really hard skin squash, and I hang them up in the chicken coop, in the chicken yards, and they just have a blast with them.
They can go really hyper sometimes, cats. They have bouts of hyperness. They kind of do that, don't they?
Activity.
Yeah.
But if you supplant activities like that, activity foods and stuff like that in there, or let them out for a number of hours just before dark, it alleviates some of that, and they don't go berserk.
And they don't pluck their own feathers and all the other signs of neurosis in birds.
Yeah, I bought eggs from Cage 10s the other week, and you can definitely tell the difference with them.
Yeah. That's what Tracy was saying. Before she came here, she'd never had a fresh egg. They'd all been out of the store. And then she said, "Oh my God, this is wonderful."
I know, right?
And she says, "It's so flavorful, and it's got an acid about it, and it's got this about it, and it's got a nuttiness about it." And we're talking about poached eggs on toast.
Yeah.
As simple as they can come.
Just a boiled egg, like I say. When I get chickens, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to boil about a dozen of them, because I know, and just peel them all, set them in a bowl. You know what I'm saying? And just eat the damn things. Because like Lay's potato chips, you can't just have one. Once you eat one boiled egg, hard-boiled egg, you'll be like, "Oh my God, that was so good," and you want another one. Yeah, it's just like so much flavor.
Do you know
I live near farm stores, and I get them from the farm.
Yeah.
And they're definitely different.
You ever heard of Mennonite vinegar salt?
Yeah, like canning salts and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. You mix salt and vinegar up until just enough vinegar, and that where it's absorbed by all the salt and all that, and then you add more salt, and then it becomes crystalline again and all breaks down. So it's all been permutated with the vinegar, and then you put that on your eggs. You will never get a taste charge like that.
Wow.
Seriously, and to top it off, you get some chives and that, like the grandma used to do, and get the chives and truss them up with this little bit of snake scissors. Just bang, 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 over the top of your boiled egg, and that, with your vinegar, salt, and just straight down the gob.
Right.
Praise the Lord.
Because I'm always with the salt shaker, whether it's a tomato or an egg or something. I put salt on it, so I might try that. I will definitely try that.
Yeah, look, you don't have to do it with a teaspoon of salt, and that put a drop, and get a proper eyedropper because it's a bit hard to control flow. So that's important.
Right.
Put a drop, 2, 3 on there. That should be enough to really get liquid all the way through it. It starts to become a giant mass. Then you throw more salt into it and then stir it back into it so it's like you can sprinkle, grab a pin, and sprinkle it over.
Sorry, battery. You got a lot of background noise there.
Not here. There's no. I hear a young lady.
It's in battery. It's somebody else in the lunchroom. But yeah, if you want to jump back in, battery, just unmute yourself. It's all good. But yeah,
she's on the phone.
Oh yeah, it's all good. But yeah, no, that's like, and like I said, I probably make up a small batch of it because it sounds good. Sounds like something I would do anyway. Like
Yeah.
I like the empty pickle jars and the leftover juice. I throw the eggs in there.
Yeah. Well, pickle juice and that, because of the gherkin exposure, all the vinegar in there anyway, and that, which is how you pickle eggs. But the gherkin and all that sort of thing, and the peppers you throw in, and the whole black pepper.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. And because it's already in that juice, you just top it up with more vinegar.
Right, the peppercorn and stuff. Yeah, I was like that.
Little bit of sugar, vinegar, and water, and that's all you need. Maybe a bay leaf. I'm a bit old fashioned though. A lot of people don't like bay leaves, so
Right.
Yeah.
No, I throw that spaghetti, bay leaves and stuff. Yeah.
I've got a bit of news. A court has ruled against a Christian professor who refused to use trans students' preferred pronouns. I'll put it in private chat.
Oh,
that was
shit.
a few days ago.
yeah,
And
no, I'll bring that out there.
it's to do with discrimination. So to prevent discrimination, they're discriminating against the professor.
Yep.
That's the way it works.
There we go. I'm just posting this into the Yahoo, the YouTube chat now. TheNewAmerican.com culture. Off we go. Thanks very much for the link there, JS.
Yeah, no problem.
Just shows you the current
It was under their discrimination policy, apparently. So Christians just get whacked all the time.
Yeah, they call them Yetis up there in Nepal. They call them Yowies over here.
It's okay to discriminate against
Yakatawa is the proper thing from the northwest of the country. Funny thing that.
Gotta run, guys. My break's over.
Sorry, Barry. You have a good night.
Rock on, battery. See you when you get home, bud.
Back in 2 hours.
Okay.
Peace. Little funny quirk. There's 3 words common between natives of Madagascar, the northwest coast of Australia, and the folks in western US American Indians that lived in cliff-top dwellings. Nez. I hate getting fucking piss and can't remember. Naz, who are they? Az or Naz or something? Nazcar? No, Nazcar is South America and the Plato. As they built little brick cities inside of under big overhangs and that in the rocks and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Anastasi?
The Hopi?
No. The Hopis were further north and east and across there. Yeah, very good corn cultivators. These folks.
Navajo.
Anasazi. That's it. Battery. Anasazi.
Okay. All right.
I was saying Anastasi. Anastasi is a fucking East German fucking communist fucking thugs. Anasazi. Yep, you got it there, Battery. Anasazi Indians. Funny thing, they all have. There's 3 words across the folks that were living in Madagascar, the northwest shelf of Australia, and these guys, and they're all very advanced compared to the rest of the surrounding cultures. The northwest coast there, and that they had little huts and buildings where everybody else was just camping in caves and that, or out in the open and all that sort of stuff. Except for the Tassie folks, they actually also made little things, but we don't know enough about the Tasmanian Aboriginals, about their language and all that sort of thing to say whether there was anything along that line. So anyway, but there's 3 cultures: Madagascar, northwest coast of New South of Western Australia, and the Anasazi Indians. They're identical words meaning identical the same thing in each of those cultures. Only 3 that we can tag so far. As we learn more, how many more will think? And how did that commonality come out? Is that coincidence, or is that a conspiracy theory in the making?
Right. Oh man.
Yeah, the word for food is identical. Now, Australia doesn't have maize, right? We didn't have maize until white folks came here. But over here, there's a legend where they weren't gods. They were other beings not of the native people, of something. They weren't gods, but they were superior to the natives somehow. They ate the same word that the Anasazi used for corn or maize. No native maize in Australia. Never has been, not until white folks brought it out here. Whatever, but one of their legends, these folks ate this food. And the same thing in Madagascar. They got the same word.
Oh wow. That's cool.
So figure that one out. The world's a weird place.
Right. So they're also purveyors of DMT as well.
DMT?
Yeah. They use the psychedelics.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if that's where you were going, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I saw the
DMT. I thought, where are you going with this? Oh, yeah, they actually, that's true.
Yeah.
I always thought they were more into the cyclobins and the peyotes. That's not a DMT.
Well, it produces the same type of reaction, stuff like that, because of the local plants. Yeah.
Well,
but the local plants were different.
Please, JS.
What? Sorry.
Please save my ass, JS. Come in, interrupt.
Come in.
I've got something to show you in my town that I figured out. But it's not my town, but it's 2 towns over. But yeah, I've got it on Google Street View.
Yeah, go for it.
It kind of puts the location at the top, but that's fine. I'm not from there. Okay.
It's all good.
So this is the library I was in today. Where I was posting to Sensorwise from. They got an LGB kids section that I was annoyed at. And then if you walk up here, there's a church for Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, the Mormon.
And right behind it is a Masonic lodge. That says Masonic Hall up there. Yeah. And then it says private land when you get to there.
Yeah. Always is.
It's kind of, Jesus Christ, and then right next to it, Masonic Hall this way.
Right.
Although
it's in the woods.
No, I'm going to shut my mouth.
Yeah.
And then they built this right next to it, a wedding venue with all the stuff.
I have some wonderful Mormon friends. Wonderful fucking people. Deluded as fuck, but yeah, wonderful people.
And then
you'll find that a lot, though, Tim. It'll be that way a lot. Yeah.
When I was stood here as well, the billboard over here had like an all-seeing eye on it. So I was like, yeah.
Do a topographical of it and get the height overlay so you can get the high points in around the town there and all that sort of thing. And guarantee that Catholic churches would be on the super high ground and everybody would be up on after that.
Investigation. Bipartisan.
I can type it in.
Something called the Mueller report. Now, with
here we go, Hannity.
Got Hannity up there.
Classified information on a server, bleach bit, deletions and
oh shit, that's
paid for, leaked to the.
Oh yeah, it was. Sorry. Go ahead.
Apparently, that's a Catholic church.
Copyright, Fox News, No, 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 no. Sorry. Go for it, Jay.
Nah, we didn't go video, so all good.
My last video got banned for hate speech. That song that was just like dicking around. I
That's
got
a
to wind
lovely
it
looking church there, man. What's that?
Catholic.
Yeah, but a late 15th century.
Yep. But the mosques are moving in around though. There's a lot of churches for sale.
The circle around the arcing circle around the cross, and that gives it away because 16th century it started to drop off. But 16th century, you see the window shape and that the two little volumes and the third one up on top, and that came in and started becoming pretty much a standard thing across all churches about the 16th century, a little bit beforehand. That's how it's easy to pick.
Oh, never mind. There's a tree in the way.
15th. It's got
Well, the three entryway symbolism. Yes.
Yeah. So triune God.
Yep.
Man, Christ, and fucking Lord above.
Mm-hmm.
And notice how they also put Christ and man as equals.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, and like
because
back down 8 times a day, and I was just like,
getting between man and God.
Yeah. What were you saying there, JS?
Oh, we're just saying about how Muslims bow down 8 times a day, but everything to do with Christ and stuff is like up. You look up to the Lord.
It's 5 times a day, man. Come on.
5. Oh, okay. I got told 8. I'm not really up with that stuff.
No, what's with the jaggedy lines? What does that mean?
The what?
I was noticing the jaggedy lines in they're like some of them are straight and dotted. But
I don't overtake. In the UK, the backwards and forwards line don't overtake. It's sort of like a double line in the US.
You split yourself into 2 lines. If you're going that way, you go there. And then if you're going that way, to go forward. So they're saying don't come this way to try and go there. So it is.
Yeah. But the zigzags, that means no overtaking.
Do you want to see how big our Walmart is?
See the double yellow lines on the inside? That means no parking.
There you go.
No standing in the UK, as opposed to the US where they got them in the thing, which means no overtaking.
Is that that's the Aldi?
It's Asda. It's the UK Walmart.
Is it
massive? That picture doesn't do it justice.
Yeah,
they destroyed a church to build that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the towers. They still have the tower there.
Oh, wow.
Stupid. It's like an airport. And that's a cafe. And everybody goes there instead of to the shops, which are not what they used to be. It's so weird. There's a supermarket there and a supermarket over there as well. But then you've got
Walmart. They're doing the same thing as what Walmart did in the US, and that and killed off all the little local small town shops and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Like we've still got shops, but they're not like what you can buy in a supermarket. They're all just like mainly wine bars and stuff. And a jeweler
shops.
Specialties and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, this is the Muslim shop. Bargain world. And that's about it. The market's dying because of all this.
Everything from China, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, vape store.
Still got a cobbler's though. Old-fashioned cobbler.
Cool.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look, I'm doing a deal at the moment. I'm teaching a shitload of cobblers how to sharpen knives as an extra income stream.
That's good.
I know, because $200 worth of kit, and they can sharpen any knife on the fucking planet down to fucking perfection.
Yeah, this is all the bar end. Just
so in the UK, they're talking about £4 per knife to be sharpened.
Yeah, I don't know how much it is in there. I've never had a knife to sharpen.
Yeah, well, if they can do that, they should get their money back, and that after about 3 months, and then it's pure profit after that.
Yeah. The baker closed. They put such massive signs on things when shops go out of business, so.
Yeah, same here.
This is for sale.
A massive opportunity in a dying area.
Right.
A funny thing is,
that's all the market stalls that are closed that used to be open when I was a kid. Not surprising with 5 supermarkets.
Kaishak, Asian groceries, closed on the holidays.
But usually there's only that and one other stall over there open anyway. The rest are like empty. It has a bit indoors, but it's not like it was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, like every stall was full and everybody was like, that's where I said where the guy could make a living selling eggs. He used to sell them from there. And now they're all just like, most of them are empty. That's why, if you noticed, that they made that one, that used to be, like, they're making them like little businesses now. So like somebody can come along and take 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it all got privatized recently, so they're trying to do it up. But
so later the council got a sweet deal on that and can charge a shitload of rent and give a kickback to one of the council bosses.
Yep.
Yeah, I know how it works in the UK, man. That's why they're calling for Australian investigators, because all the other investigators over there have been found to be corrupt.
Yeah. This is where they built all the housing and moved all the Muslims in, and they got a mosque around here. These are all the old houses.
See, UK, there's mosques all over the fucking place.
Yeah, it used to be a job search club when I was unemployed. See, they built all these, and then they turn around and say, "Oh, we got no money for social housing." But every time they build a mosque, like there's one in Burnley I can show you as well. Every time they build a mosque, they build these next to it.
Yeah.
And
the row houses.
And the Kafirs aren't welcome in those places, are they?
No.
They'll be run out. They'll be burnt out if it takes it.
I think the mosque is. I've gone too far. It's like it's somewhere near there. Oh no, it's around the corner.
Days of Tommy Robertson and that, and he talked about the old man at Elders.
No, it's not. It's up the street.
They built a super mosque at Eldersmere, and this old man was somehow the council put him into one of the flats right next to the new mosque, the brand new flats, and they burned him out. And he got it all on. His grandson was there, and they got it all on camera, and they filmed it all and all that sort of thing. And Tommy, that was the first time that coppers raided Tommy, and that he played that video, and that YouTube took it off, and that the coppers raided him and all that sort of thing. And he said, "What the fuck? All I'm doing is showing a horrible thing that happened, and it's the truth and all that." And they wanted to lock him up. They wanted to do this. They wanted to lock the old guy up. The old guy got fucking relocated, not in public housing anymore. He had to pay his own way after that on a fucking pension.
Yeah, here it is.
You know what I mean? It was shocking.
Yep, there's the mosque, and they built houses all down here. This is an old photo. They do it everywhere. Oh, wait, it went modern. Yeah, there you go.
There it is. And all the vans.
Yep.
Yep.
And this was all flat when they started building it as well. There wasn't... I've gone too far. But that's what they do.
Yeah.
I go back. Why did it jump down here? What the heck?
Look, Maps does that at times.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. You're not using Maps, are you?
Google Street View.
All right.
Online. But yeah, this was all flat. This used to be a field. There was all the same houses, small, so they can move as many in as possible. And a mosque.
Cool.
Yeah.
And you can go all the way around the UK and you can see that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing here in the States. All new snack bar.
See, even fella joins in when I do that. Shall I do the fucking big call? Hold on.
Something like that.
All I need is a little white gown, a little fucking white fez on the top of my head, and I'm all good to go.
Yeah.
Oh, and an RPG.
Zoom says, yeah, it looks like the hood. Oh,
Everywhere
man.
looks like the hood in Britain.
Sad, eh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be there, JS, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, look, if it goes all fucking... Look, now that you got breakfast, you got Brexit, you got a half a hope. But if they go fucking psycho in there and that and try to do a takeover, fucking... Look, there's a spare room here. I got some acreage up there, up the back up here. We can find you enough work and that you can buy yourself a fucking a couple of shipping containers and build that. Put one in between there, build a house in between the two. You know, that's your framework, all that sort of thing, concrete slab. Build a fucking frame, solid fucking sort of shit. Stretch it all out. Yeah, you can build a place out here for 25 grand. A year's labour, and it fucking doing the lowest paid work.
Right.
Not bad.
Yeah.
So like, if it comes push to shove, fucking, I'll find you a place out here.
I mean, the opposition are basically aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood, and they don't hide it. So,
look, the letters to Google and Yahoo to censor people by your government, or the previous government, sorry, you know, demanding this be taken down. The mayor of fucking London, he's writing fucking YouTube fucking every second day, and he puts them online.
yeah.
Yep.
And he offends Trump every chance he can get.
Oh, and some. He loves the Muslim Brotherhood. He loves diversity. Hey, I did see something, and that Sheikh Hamid Al Funsara, and that who's a big advisor to the defense minister of Saudi, said Sadiq Khan has come out too often on the side of gays and transgenders.
Right, Bill.
Is he a real Muslim, or has he departed the faith for the pleasures of the flesh? Man, departed the faith, that's calling him an apostate. There's only one penalty under Islam for apostasy, and that's death.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, so when this guy comes out, now he's a lot of the ministers, and that boiled down to about about a dozen imams over there that advise them and all that sort of thing, and act sometimes as spokesman for them. This guy's got about a half a dozen ministers, including defence. But oh shit, nice stalk that was just coming in. How you doing, man?
How's it going?
What's
Nice
up,
talking.
guys?
What's happening?
Not too much.
Get any vampires today?
A couple.
Couple? Oh, good.
Couple.
Good.
No, just the ones trying to.
I ain't for it.
That,
look, I just tweaked. I'm an idiot. You've been on here, what, 7 or 8 times now there, and I HTSTVLKER. Now, that's a reference to Blade.
What is? Oh, Night Stalker. It's like Jack. Like, I looked it up the other day to see if there was any reference to anything, and it pulled up Jack the Ripper. I almost changed my name.
No.
No. Night Stalker with a V, and it was hijacked, and then all that sort of thing. It actually refers back, you know, the movie Blade, you know, that big black Daywalker and all that sort of thing, and all that sort of thing. Night Stalker was STA was the original name for the script, but they didn't like the V in there and all that sort of thing. People wouldn't get it, so they turned it into Blade.
That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. I literally just made this up, like, off the top of my head.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a TV show called Night Stalker.
That's
it was a late night thing back in the 80s.
Kolchak was the reporter.
Yeah.
That's
He's
dope.
like, you're not going to believe this, but here it is.
That's dope. I never knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just agreed to that. Night Stalker. Look, I'm a bladesmith. You know, I make knives and swords and shit like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, here comes JSUK's got a screen up. Hang tight. Let's squeeze everybody over the side. What you got, JSUK?
How do I get a free advert on Google Street Maps?
I don't know.
Why haven't they censored that?
What does that say?
Happy bread. I love bread.com.
Dang. That's what I would do if I was running a business.
Yeah, just follow the Google Street car around so you're on every single...
Dude, out here in Australia, Google Street Maps caught a couple in a rather intimate position out in the middle of the air highway. And if you have a look at that, that's a little bit remote. And I pray the pictures don't exist because you'll probably recognise one of the participants.
So where's this at?
Hey?
Where's this at?
Google Maps, and they promised to cut it out. And I'm not referring to myself. No, they're a lady female pop singer from Australia.
Who is he?
Oh, wow.
Kylie Minogue.
I don't know her.
Really?
Yeah.
That's...
She was over the bonnet of the vehicle, and her Bo at the time, the country music bloke was, yeah.
That's funny.
That bus that's up there, is that one of those electric buses?
No, but they're making them electric.
No. The electric buses have got the solar, the black roof, isn't it, because of the solar panels.
Yeah, they're trying to incentivize bus companies to make them electric now. So they're making them look electric before they go electric.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they've all got solar panels on the roof.
Doesn't natural gas burn cleaner and better, though?
Yeah.
Hey, did you see the hydrogen engine buses guy got blocked by Sadiq Khan personally and that from entering into the tender process?
Really? Because it's an internal combustion engine.
You know why? His name's Jacob Levy.
Oh shit, he's a Levi.
That's all.
Well,
He's lived. He's born in the UK, right?
yeah.
He's one of. He's got.
So he's look at the police with the LGBT flag.
Oh my god.
Hey, they're an equal opportunity employer.
There's
they like to bat both sides anyways.
Yeah, both sides.
Covered up the Peter Pan things in Rochdale. This is Rochdale.
When you're talking about dirty cops in the UK, you're not talking about what you think you're talking about.
Talking poopy dick.
Some deodorant and scent hider.
They're dirty from the waist down.
Oh.
They don't call them bobbies for nothing.
Yeah, I have an advantage of living in the middle of all these places, so I can see it all in every town, you know what I mean? So I can figure it out, like the mosque thing and the... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
If you ever need a way out and that, get your ass here and that, we'll find you a life and that and fucking set you up.
Thank you.
If you're happy to work and that, you can make a good living here.
Yeah.
Especially out in the bush.
How are the fires over there, by the way?
All done. We're in the middle of floods at the moment.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
we've got floods at the moment as well. The whole Wales is gone.
And that's the flood cleanup's on at the moment. We don't have floods, and that Clarence River is still fucking high, but it's below the banks. So it's all.
I think I'd rather floods than fires. You can dry stuff out. You can't take charcoal and make it into a new item.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, but the fucking greenies won't do it. Let us do backburning over here. Now, remember, for 80,000 years, the indigenous population here set fires. They hunted. They collected. They didn't cut down trees with a fucking steel axe and use them in their fucking fireplaces. They picked up all the shit off the fucking ground and burnt that. Now they're not doing that, so we've got all this fuel on the ground, and the fires are 10 times worse than what they fucking would.
So it's pretty much a tinderbox waiting to happen.
So we had a policy here for 50 years where we'd backburn every fucking late winter. So you get the spring rains, and just in case the fire fucking ran across, you knew every couple of weeks you're going to get a spring rain. So you'd backburn and all that sort of thing at the driest you could, and all that sort of thing. You'd burn it 2 for 3 days, and then the fucking place would get drowned out. And you knock off all this fuel, and it never got intense and all that sort of thing. Same as the indigenous folks here did it for fucking 80,000 years. But the greenies came along, didn't they? And they said, "Oh, you can't do that, or you're going to upset this the spotted sparrow or the fucking green frog or fucking whatever. And you can't do that. And look at the fucking fires we've had since the greenies have come. They're all much more intense, much more damage. And the last set of fires, we arrested over 200 arsonists. 81 of them had an imam speak for them. So I don't know if it doesn't actually state anywhere if they were Islamic, but why would an imam speak for them? And 61 were connected to various environmental groups. The Greens.
That's crazy.
Extinction Rebellion. Trotsky Platform. Apparently they've got an environmental base, and that, but 3 of their members got arrested. In fact, one of them and her girlfriend, and that it's apparently a lesbian couple, who was on TV a couple of months ago now. But 2 weeks after they were on TV, were followed by a guy who spotted something, a flaming object coming out the car door. The car door opened up, tossed it across there, and then took off. And he thought, this is sus, and I grabbed his dash cam, turned it, you can see him pick it up and get rough and all that sort of thing, move it across there, and all that. So he said, right, fine, bang. And he's followed up and he's focused on their number plate and all that sort of thing. He's got it on his mobile phone, called cops and all that sort of thing, and filmed them going up 7 more times. Cops ascertained the route from their house to where they were, and in the bush, they got out in the countryside and all that sort of thing. They'd actually lit another 12 fires before this guy had caught on to them. They were on TV 2 weeks beforehand decrying that the bushfires were all part of climate change. And we had to be taxed 80% of everything that we owned, and that to offset climate change. And when the fires were big enough, they went out.
What, so you're going to be taxed for something you can't control?
Oh, sorry, 19 more fires.
Yeah.
Sorry, Knight?
Yeah.
I said you're going to be taxed for something you can't control?
We actually can control it. And if we backburn every year, like we've got, look, I'm too old to be RFS down here in Victoria, Rural Fire Services, volunteer thing. I've now also retired from SES, going to State Emergency Service, so that's road accidents and mine disasters and shit like that, which is also another volunteer organisation. And when I was in New South Wales, Rural Fire Service in New South Wales, CFS down here in Victoria. So, I've been part of this. I'm just too old. 60, they retire. So, but being a member for over 20 years across the board, moving interstate SES, which is across all states, it's federally funded and state supported and all that sort of thing for 29 years.
When you pay the tax, it goes straight to the UN to build more of it.
Yeah.
That's what they're betting on. They're betting on people paying that so then they can build the infrastructure to enslave people more.
Oh, yeah, big time. Look, Australia had a carbon tax for 8 years. And where'd that money go? India and China.
Yeah.
What did India do with it? They built a second aircraft carrier and issued a shitload of maps. They called Australia the Southern Resource Area. And then the Mossad caught Admiral Shinder Chetawara, or whatever his name is, and excuse me for not pronouncing your name right, you fucking asshole. How after the invasion they could have 20 million Indians living in the north and west vacant areas, filling in all that thing. They could rape the build-up areas. They could lock up all the white bastards like that and force us into factories and all that sort of stuff, and force labour on agricultural process to lower the food costs in India and all that sort of stuff, and that we'd be working with them. And then also mentioned that their Chinese and Indonesian brethren would take over separate parts of us. So basically, the Chinese are going to take over Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria. Indonesia is going to get Darwin and South Australia and Western Australia and part of the East and Northern Territory going taken over by India. And this is a deal they did 3 years ago. And now you see Trump out there wooing India away from China. I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
Yeah. Like I said, that was a historic situation. People just don't realize the symbolism of it. Yeah.
But you take the subtext involved. Man,
Yeah.
he played it good. Yeah. I have, after that speech in India and all that sort of thing, I have a significant more amount of credit to Trump for foreign relations than what I gave him credit for a week ago. I'm not in Trump, but I always thought he was a lot weaker than that in foreign relations. I always thought Trump was a little bit weaker in foreign relations and smarts. He's very good militarily and that because he's got some fucking good advisors that way, right? Yeah.
Right.
So how he dealt with ISIS, fucking spot on. Can't fault the guy, right? Yeah.
Right.
Some of his stuff in that around the Brexit stuff, the French arseholes, the fucking Saudis, and how they've been playing, a little bit wishy-washy, to be honest with you. How he, but that's just my personal opinion. How he handled India last night, that's a smart fucking move. And me as an Aussie, with India, Indonesia, and China is fucking looking here like fucking wolves on a rabbit. I liked last night a fucking shitload. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's crazy. It's good. Yeah.
Our defence force here is 85,000. That's it. And that includes all the cooks and bottle washers. Right, yeah? Indonesia is 1.4 million regulars.
Yeah. Billion people. They got what, 1.8 billion?
They don't list, but it's estimated here in Australia between 800,000 and 2 million. Nobody knows in their militias. But they flooded 600,000 into Irian Jaya and that next to Papua New Guinea there, remember a few years back, took over the fucking place, took over all the oil wells and all that sort of thing and convinced the UN to give them control over that.
Wow.
And I just lined up with the bastard BBC again.
With a what?
With the BBC.
You traitorous
British Broadcasting.
a 9mm cap up his ass.
The BBC can be a joke sometimes, though.
Yeah.
Dr.
An hour
Who's the
ago,
only
they
good thing on
posted an
there.
article. Where are all the new homes being built? I was just on about that.
Right.
Hey, JS, can I ask you a personal question?
Yep.
Are you doing this to gather information from the other side, or are you just like being flogged across the head with a gherkin jar?
I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Like, what information on the other side, and what's a gherkin jar got to do with it?
Being stupid by something that fucking equally as stupid. I'm sorry if you don't get Aussie humour, but yeah. A gherkin jar's a frivolous throw off. And you know what I mean? Anyway.
House. I like Hugh Laurie just fine. He's enough humor for me.
He's got a screen up there. Sorry I missed it. There you go. Where are all the UK's new houses being built? Around the mosque.
How do I like pull up stuff in the chat?
London has built the most new homes as well.
Sorry about that, Night Stalker. What did you say, mate?
I said, how do I pull up stuff like that in the chat?
All right, you go down to share screen. It'll pop up. Now, if you're going to play a video, you need when the first pop-up comes up, you've got to hit the little box in the bottom left-hand corner that says share audio, so we hear. If it's just pictures or whatever, it's either choose your application or choose your browser screen.
Do you have to be on a computer to do it?
It's probably easier to do it, yeah.
People do it off mobile phones. Don't ask me how I don't own one, man.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
I'm a
I'll
dog.
figure it out.
So, like, yeah. Treat me like the fool I am. Nothing about technology. Forget that PC hanging up on the wall over there.
I haven't had the money to buy a laptop again. Sold it all for drugs last year.
Hey, Night Stalker, you don't have a laptop?
No, I don't. I don't have a laptop. I don't even own a computer. The phone is like my closest thing to a computer.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I don't own a phone either.
Can I ask a rude question? Which state do you live in?
Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah.
You know how far are you away from Aurora?
Like 15 minutes.
15 minutes? All right.
Like 15 minutes, half an hour.
You know where Los Prios Casa de la Raza is in Aurora?
I don't. I lived on the western slope of Colorado for like 3 years.
Okay. Well,
and just
Google La Raza in Aurora, Colorado. Do you speak Spanish?
Paquito. All bad words, though.
A little bit. Okay. If you go in there and speak nothing but Spanish, they'll give you a fucking an apple.
Will they? I'll have my brother's wife go.
Did you not? You write in a few forms and all that sort of thing. It's all being funded by Soros. Might as well get some fucking good out of Soros.
Might as well get some good over the other side, right?
They give you they don't actually give you a laptop in there. They give you a voucher and you go off somewhere and they give you the fucking whatever you need. And they call you a student.
Okay.
And he has a tax deduction on the fucker.
What?
You're true.
That's awesome.
True.
That's awesome. Is it? How recent was that?
It's been going on for 3 years, man. I've had half a dozen of my friends in the US that look Hispanic and they go in there and fucking get them. Anybody who passed away is fucking Hispanic in a way to say, girlie, I've had a little Mennonite girl go down there because her family are actually Hispanic in a little bit, but she's got good Spanish in that. And married to a big ex-Marine, about 6'8". She's 4'11".
One in there.
And she got a free thing, and she got a Microsoft computer and all that sort of thing. But you can get an airbook.
I'll send my. Hey, We're gonna have to go to Aurora one day
You want
and
to
send your wife in, because she can get us a free laptop. Because they do like a tax deduction thing. Like they give away free laptops. You go in there,
If
say nothing but Spanish.
You can get it,
go
get
in
it.
there speaking pure Spanish, no documentation, and say, hey, look,
Pure Spanish, no
I
documentation.
want to do an online course. I want to study English, and I want to talk by Skype back home to Guadalajara. And they will give you a voucher, and you can go and pick up a laptop and all that sort of thing through the House of La Raza and that whatever it is in Spanish. I think I fucked it up before.
That'd be dope. I'm gonna have to check that out.
My Spanish is.
Yeah, my Spanish is all bad words. I work in a kitchen, so all the Spanish I know is cabroncito, puta madre. Like, sorry if there's any Spanish people in here. Don't worry, I'm not asking for your documentation in a live chat.
Magre!
Yeah.
I'll just go in and I'll give my best Spanish accent. I'll go, Holmes, I missed the Goya truck. I need to contact my family to get back home.
For the folks who don't speak Spanish, jump at the freezer. It's the immigration.
What's in there? Steak?
Two very frozen fucking Hispanics.
What's in there? What's in there? Jalapenos?
On a stick.
On a stick. All right, Jeff Dunham.
It was fun. I was at 29 Palms in California for like 6 months. And my wife had passed away a couple of years earlier, and I'd actually met the Hispanic girl, and she was a wildcat, man. She was nuts. And it took me around all these fucking places and that, and I started to realize how many fucking illegal immigrants were fucking over there. And then I realized she was one too.
Yeah.
They all swam across.
Yeah, well, I had 12 of them living in the apartment next to me.
That was back in the good old days where they had to work to get across the border.
Right. That was back in Salinas, California, before they shut down the aqueduct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a place out in Salinas, California. I worked in Monterey. Actually, a place called Seaside. But yeah, I had a nice apartment right off the pool, condo kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
And the one right across from me, the other half of the building was another apartment, right? The one that faced the parking lot, and it was like grandma, the Spanish grandma was there, Mexican grandma. So all the kids were there during the day. They had 2 bedrooms, and it was like wall-to-wall bunk beds, but they were triple high bunk beds.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so
Sounds
it was like
something out of
12
Step
people
Brothers.
lived in that 2 bedrooms. Well,
It's 420 in the UK if anybody does that.
oh yeah, yep. Fire in the boat. There you go.
You got the pen?
420.
21 minutes past.
I just need to take a couple hits.
I missed it.
It's okay. You got 710 too.
710.
710's oil if you flip it over.
All right. Yeah. True. Sorry. Sorry.
Okay, nobody, but
And I'm running that far in.
all right.
How you doing, Aaron? Aaron the tires.
Aaron the tires. There we go. Where are you going, Aaron?
Oh, excuse me. If anybody heard that.
I think this is dead.
That's dead?
Yeah, I use a pen because some of the people I live with are very against marijuana. So,
Oh, really?
Hey, look, each their own, man. Each their own. Don't
I
shove
know.
it down somebody else's throat, and
Right.
don't let anybody else tell you how to live.
My tolerance is all messed up too. I was on a pot farm for most of the summer last year.
Well, you know what? It only takes a few weeks to knock it down, though, man.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I take dabs for breakfast.
If I can reiterate, because JS is the only one that was here earlier, I actually went out and took some photos this morning of my tomato plants. The 600, they estimate they're about 600-year-old. They've only got pictures of ancient paintings. They think they're the forerunner of the Roma tomatoes that we know today. They found them in a cave in Italy and all sealed up with an old workman's tools and hoe and axe.
That's so cool.
And I bought some seeds and to support the archaeological project. While I was out there, I'll next to these wonderful, wonderful tomato plants that are taken off, they've got about like 150 tomatoes on them between the three plants. Plants, so I'm going to show you that one, if I may. So, I just got to screw up there. That one there.
Yeah, hey, Night Stalker. We used to call that wake and bake.
What's that?
We used to call that wake and bake.
Yeah, now I just call it breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yep, that's how it goes. Share that, so I don't know if you'll be able to see that. So that's 1.5 of the tomato bushes, and you can see all the little tomatoes in there. Let me just bring up the picture so I can move my mouse and highlight them. Tomato there. Some out in here, one there. Shitload of flowers there, one down here. So these are all coming up. I'll go to the next picture in the thing. Chooky chook chook. One tomato plant there, another tomato plant there, third one growing up there, and a gunga growing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see that over there in the corner.
Yeah. And as you can see, I've got one of my work shirts hanging on the clothesline. This area in here is where I had my celery earlier, but that's all finished now for the year. These are all native grasses here. It's called spinifex, if anybody heard. Because I'm in a desert region. These little things down here, it's called marshmallow. It's a pain in the ass weed. And all that sort of thing. And that's that's gunga back there. So all good. And stop playing. So close that. And we're all back to normal, I think.
Greta Thunberg's going to be in the UK this week in Bristol. And they're doing a last-minute school strike.
Oh, yeah. You get the kids out. Do it on a fucking weekend and see how many fucking kids turn up then. Seriously, do it on a weekend. Demand they do it on a weekend because it's interfering with studies. Just because she's an uneducated, doesn't go to school, fucking want to be fucking socialist.
Tell them what you think there, Jack.
You know what I really think about a parent who dragged her along with Antifa to harass rape victims of Islamic illegal immigrants that they housed, that went out there and raped this woman. She fucking told a story to the fucking media. They went out and harassed her until she retracted her story. Now she's left the country and now she's killed herself. Aren't they fucking proud of their little actions? That's her parents. And they took that little girl when she was 10 years of age along with all of that crap. That's Greta Thunberg. That's her parents. Nah. Fuck them.
Yeah.
They're pushing. All right. I'm going to take the opposite side of you. let us follow everything that Greta Thunberg has told us to do, besides being ashamed of ourselves. What are the solutions that she's posted? We've got to raise our taxes by between 25 and 45%. For what purpose? She has never stated. Who we give it to? She has never stated. For what purpose? She has never stated. We just should be ashamed of ourselves for not doing enough in that since she started speaking a year and a bit ago.
Right.
So what the fuck do we do? Seriously, come on, girlie, tell us.
Smack shit out of a little girl and tell her to go home while she's crying. Yeah, it's just, right?
I'm a blacksmith, right here. It's a simple thing. All these school kids that they dragged out of school for these fucking protests, I know, organised 6 months before with the forestry commissions around the various parts of the world and all that sort of thing, to fucking sprout fucking seedlings and all that sort of thing, because all the forestry commissions do, they do seedlings rather well. They've got it down to a science. Everybody's taxpayers and they've been paying into them. So they've always got a shitload of seedlings if you give them 6 months notice. Then you get all these school kids and get them to go out there and plant, 20 million trees over a month. And they get half a day off school, and they plant all these trees out there on public land, rare trees, stuff and that to bring back the birds, stuff with native fruit trees and that, so that the critters can move and all that sort of stuff. Let's go out in the national parks and plant a fucking 100,000 old oak trees or something like that. They're going to give critters homes in 50 years, so they can bring back species and all that sort of thing. Isn't that being environmental? Besides, all them trees, they're going to eat that carbon and bank it and turn it into a thing called wood.
Right.
Cellulose, which is a construct of carbon and sugar.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Another little bit of history. I know you've heard this one before, and I rant and rave when I'm fucking drinking. So let me finish this and shut up another one.
Rock on, pro-life. Yeah. I did.
Hey, Michelle, how you doing, darling?
Yeah, she said she'd be on the panel after Bible study.
Yeah.
1,000 years ago or so, a guy called Leif Erikson discovered a place called New Vinland, as he called it, because all the vines that grew there, and they actually got wealthy, and it's documented all throughout their history, because everybody was making a buck out of this stuff. He was growing grapes there and all that sort of thing, exporting it out to Europe and all that sort of thing. They were making the good wine and everybody was going off on it. Apparently it was around about 16%. So people loved the guts out of it. It had a hit. You can water this stuff down and still get a fucking hit out of it. That place is now known as Newfoundland. Fucking go there today and try to grow grapes. You need a bloody glass house. Why is that? Is it because of the Viking cooking fires created bloody climate change? Should we tax all the inheritance of the Viking history, like
they're banning coal
and all that sort of thing, to cover it? Or was it just a 670-year warm period that was documented all the way across?
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's take another bit of history. 1860, the Academy of Science in London, a guy called Purtrell or whatever his name was, invented a way of measuring atmospheric carbon. Right, accepted like this and all that sort of thing, worked it all out. 6 years later, there was a little island in Indonesia called Krakatoa that blew its fucking top, and blew it in a fucking big way.
Right.
The seismographs of the day picked it up in London and all that sort of stuff. 3 weeks later, CO2 levels in London were 800% increased. Not the 14% increase that fucking climate extinction or extinction revolution or revolution extinction. That lefty groups been protesting all around the world with Greta Thunberg and all that sort of thing. They say 14 more points of carbon and we're all dead. Well, guess what? In 1886, this went up to 800% past that, and then some. And what happened? We also have the world records on that. We had record crops. We have record growth rings in the trees. Pure carbon dioxide is actually plant food. The plants eat it.
Yeah.
And after 3 years, the CO2 levels were down to normal. The dust cloud, however, and the other particulates, the dust cloud lowered the, because it put so much dust in the atmosphere, it lowered the global temperature by 0.5 degree centigrade. So the snows were heavier and the winters were a little bit harsher and all that sort of stuff. That's a big geological event and all that sort of thing. But the particulates held back fish spawning and all that sort of thing because of the sulfur and all that sort of stuff that came out at the time. Now, based on that empirical evidence from history, instead of the climate changes and the greenies and that going after fucking CO2, shouldn't they be going after the heavy metals and the particulates and all that shit? Maybe the stuff that's coming at the benzoates and the heavy phenylbenzic components that are in diesel truck fuel. Maybe they should, the moment we put filters on the trucks and that to take the heavy particulates out of that, which are proven time and time again to cause asthma in children.
Mm-hmm.
It's costing everybody's health system billions in health costs, and you can't put a figure on suffering. You ever seen an asthmatic kid wheezing and that and sucking on one of those fucking things and all that? It sucks.
Yeah.
No, that's not good. Greenies are barking up their own fucking tree. They're trying to do this for wealth redistribution. It's another leftist fucking scam. If they were serious, they go after the bad stuff. They leave the bad stuff go, and they go after the plant food. What a bunch of fuckwits.
Buffalo Bill, I guarantee you that's not an honest vote. One way or another, that's not an honest vote. Oh, the ozone most hated, whatever. You're just jealous. That's all that is. He's just jealous.
Remember when the hole in the ozone was going to destroy the world within like 5 years, and then it magically fixed itself?
Right.
Hey, Wiz, have a look at the private chat, will you?
Yeah.
Look, I'll back that one.
Oh, yeah, we're yeah, okay. I'll talk to you about it later, Night Stalker.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Big priority is time zone, man, and that's the thing.
And the laptop.
In an area where we've got folks already and all that sort of stuff, laptop is far more preferred to, and that because of the reliability of it. Look, I'm on a shit-hot fucking home computer and minimal bandwidth satellite link, but far more reliable than bloody phones. So, if you can help out that way and all that sort of thing, heck, but I wouldn't mind sticking in like $10. Find yourself a decent fucking Lenovo fucking Windows 8 or fucking Windows 10 fucking refurbished fucking thing, and get that on because they've got the inbuilt camera. It's decent quality. You can plug your own camera, or you can even plug your phone fucking straight into those fucking things and use that as your speed point.
But yeah, it's just if you got something specifically you want to do during the day, like a show, there's some things we have to be careful of. We can't do, like on some of the platforms, even guys can't go without a shirt on. We can't play music and certain news articles from certain syndicated news sites. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So you got to kind of be careful about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's you know, black is going to be necessary because you gotta be able to get to all the stuff and have separate windows open and checking stuff and making sure that you can, make sure everything's running and that if you get the trolls off of one of the sites come through, you know what I'm saying? You got to go in there and break them up and ban them and shit. But yeah. Furious parents slam parent after drag queen Flo Job, who shares sexually explicit posts on social media, read to pupils as young as 4 during LGBT History Month event attended by MSP Mahari Black.
That's a member of Scottish Parliament.
Sorry for the post going over your face there, Night Stalker, and that, but I just thought I'd highlight that one as it came through.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I didn't realize it was going to go over your face. I thought it was going to go to the bottom of this, just the highlight there.
No, yeah, that's that's good news, Bill. That's good news.
I'm gonna leave for a bit to react to that in my own way because I'm literally gonna cry. I've had enough of this crap.
I don't.
She's saying it's homophobia. She's saying it's homophobia to be against that.
It's not homophobia. It's same as this Islamophobia. Does not that book say when the holy months are over, go out and find the non-believers and kill them? Does it not say that you shall be made victorious through terror 71 times? Does it not say that you should go out there and find the kafir and that and smite them at the hands, the wrists, and the neck? And that, so it's not actually a phobia when they're actually wanting to kill you.
When I promised God at the start of the year to report this, I didn't think it'd be that bad. I just thought it was stuff coming into schools and that was it, but it's everywhere.
It is. Right. And you've got two sides. You've got the faggots and that tearing each other apart and all that sort of thing. Imagine what it's going to be like 30 years in the future and that if nobody does anything. It's going to be the Islamics versus the LBGT, and I know who's going to win that one.
And I found out earlier that Shahira Law says an adult can marry a 9-year-old or something.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He can marry a 6-year-old, but he cannot have full sex with her until she was 9 years of age. But he can have anal, oral, and... that's
what they want to do. They want to bring that in everywhere. That's what they're doing this shit for.
Yeah, well, you can poke it up at the bum of a 6-year-old and that you can force her to perform oral sex, and you can rub her in between the thighs, because Muhammad was the example of the perfect man, and that's exactly what he did for Aisha, and it's in the Quran. If anybody doesn't believe me, read the Quran.
But yeah, that's exactly why they're bringing that in. But here's the thing, coming from a parent, a perspective, a father's perspective on, I raised a lot of kids as a single father. Education is everything. You're not going to be able to keep them away from the shit. Okay. Obviously now that becomes a bigger issue, but you have to teach them that the perversion, that's not right. That's, God says we should not do these things. And this is a perversion, and that it'll shorten your life and make you it'll make you unproductive as a human being, and it goes against everything you were created for.
But the parents can't go against it in public schools. They're taking away parental rights.
But they can't stop you from teaching your children the truth.
Yeah, but then your kid will... there's already been, teenagers banned from class for going against it and stuff. So, are they going to fine you for hate speech for your kid or something? I don't know.
Right. No, but that's... You'll have to deal with. That's something you have to deal with as a society. But you can't stop but not teach the child the truth, because then they get to make that decision. It's just forcing them to make that decision earlier in life when they're not ready for it. That's what it is.
Hopefully, there's a lot of people that think like you, and people that do that will be, on the right path. And the people that fall with it, they're gone anyway. So.
Right. Because guess what? None of those people are going to ever have children. None of those queers and none of the gays and all that.
Actually,
They're never gonna have children of their own. The bloodline stops with them.
Wiz, there's multiple lawsuits at the moment throughout all the state fucking rights and all that sort of thing at the moment. I think it's 8 at current, where gay and trans couples can lawfully adopt children.
Well, yeah, I understand that. But their bloodline is
one of these trans folks is
from a bloodline point of view.
Idiot Yannicka Yaniv, and that was suing all the little Asian grooming shops and that she wanted them to wax her transgender junk, and they said no, we don't do that except for women and that, and then he tried to sue them and all that sort of stuff. They said this is a man, and he's got a fucking hard on when he's fucking exposing himself, that he wants us to, this is, that's not good, and he's trying to play victim the whole time and sue everybody and all that sort of thing. I'm lost with it all.
But even back in the day, when I was a single father, you were still teaching your kids about perverts out there anyway. Somebody touches you like this or that, that they're doing something that
But as part of the sex education in schools now, they're going to say it's fine to touch yourself, and it's fucked.
Yeah, well, they're there to destroy the child. Okay, they're destroying the innocence, and it's just super sick and sad.
No. And then you've got this thing on that where this year, and like it is here in Australia, 25th of February, 24th over there. They've got 19,000 child grooming cases on by all of these jihadis.
Right.
Just this year alone, and it's no big deal. And then they've got this whopping great 6-year long report going on there. The public doesn't need to know about that. Because that points the finger exactly what's going on. Cops have been fucking covering up for fucking pedophiles.
And then they got the LGBT flag on the thing, and they got rainbows on their police cars, and they're not hiding it. It's all connected, dude.
There are 18, not 1, not 2, not 3. 18 Butcher Buzzy clubs in the UK. Butcher Buzzy is where they dress up a little boy, 4, 5, 6 years of age, and get him in like a girl, and like one of those belly dancer type things, and get him to dance for all the men, and they throw money at him. The guy who throws the most money at him gets to take him home. 18.
Yeah. Sick shit.
You know what I mean? And you know what they're doing out with? They're saying this is a wonder of enlightenment.
Yeah. I know you've seen the post from Pro-Life. Contact senators tomorrow. They will be voting Born Alive Protection Act.
I hit it up on the main screen here. I'll bring it back up again.
Yeah.
If you want me to make a shorter link for that, I can. I'll use tiny URL.
Yeah, cool.
Go for easier for people.
And then post it in the chat. People can follow that link a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah.
YouTube and some of the platforms truncate some of the links. So some people try them and all that. So I had to go through 5 platforms the other day, and 3 of them I weren't actually signed up to before, to figure out what was going on here. And then I found out a couple of platforms truncate links. So in other words, they shorten them up, and you find 404 page not found.
No, that'd be right, because they don't get enough. They don't get all the link in. Yeah.
Yeah. So because we had so many complaints coming in through the chat, you got to follow it up. That's my job. You know what I mean? So I actually joined 3 or 4 of the platforms. So I now actually have a Twitter account.
I really appreciate
the other day I didn't have a Twitter account, couldn't do it. Yeah. So sometime later on today, and I'll duck back in there, and they give me a sword, and I can fucking slay the fucking Twitch trolls.
Right. If you If you message me, if you get into Twitch, just send me a whisper, and I think I can mod you from there.
I only just joined that. Let me figure all this shit out. Whispers? Sounds a little bit shirt lifting to me, actually. But anyway, we'll fucking find out.
I put the link in private chat.
Hey, Riz. How you doing, darling?
I mean, it does say in the Bible, darkness comes into light, and I guess LGBT is like them going, yeah, we're going to normalize what we've been doing in the dark.
Yeah.
Well, those who substitute dark for light, sweet for sour, good for evil, hot for cold. Just saying.
It's just so hard to go outside at the moment with everything's just in your face with it all. Not just LGBT, but like...
Hey, how you doing, darling?
Scanning your phone to get on the bus, that'll be the microchip, you know. And you just see people doing it. And everybody's on the phone. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome back, Huckleberry.
It's okay to have a phone like my dad has a phone. He uses it now and again. But when you're on it all day long, just absorbing shit. You can't talk to anybody because nobody talks anymore.
Well, right. You know, they're all in their phones. My ex was bad about that. I'd be trying to have a conversation with her and she was all over her phone. And I'm like, hello, are you there? She's sitting across the table from me. You know what I'm saying? Did you even hear what I said? Oh, what was that?
Old people still talk to me in the street. I had a really nice discussion with an old man and he would tell me how the town used to be. He was giving me a history tour for free, basically. That was fun. But yeah, nobody my age talks or anything.
Right. Yeah, it gets like that, you know. And but it's bleeding into the middle-aged crowd too with this phone stuff. It's just like, wow. It always just makes me crazy.
Well, they made even the buses cater to it now. The buses have Wi-Fi on it, and you can charge your phone while you're listening to music. They have little USB pods connection things, and you can plug it in, charge your phone. So, when I was younger, the bus used to be a meeting place for people. They used to like get on it, and I remember when I was little, like met on the bus and went to a place for the day with people, and you knew people. You don't do that anymore.
Right.
And then they're going to become like, you can only get on them with a microchip. It's annoying knowing what the agenda is and then seeing people being led down it. Like the LGBT kids in section in the library today. It's just been one of them days. You know where a topic just blares at you.
Yeah. So it's just, this whole I mean, everybody it removes everybody from the whole idea of this technological stuff. It makes life easier, but what they're doing is they're using it to enslave people, and it's like crazy because it's separating them from nature. They're separating them from their rightful place on the planet, and their whole, just our involvement with touching the earth, working with the earth, working outdoors, breathing natural, clean air, drinking fresh water is part of our existence on this planet, a very important part of this existence on this planet.
Yeah.
And they're separating people from that. They're dousing them with chemicals. They're making fake food. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what a garden is. They don't know how to even work the earth. They think they got to have a contractor come out and water their grass,
Yeah. Window cleaners to clean your window.
Right. What the hell? Can you get any lazier? Yeah.
And I'm actually 30 and I'm saying this, Imagine how the 60-year-olds feel.
Well, I mean, you start realizing what that agenda is, and you got to realize you got to get away from it. That's just identification of situational reactionary stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So You have to become aware. That's the key. You have to become aware, because if you don't use it, you will lose it. And a person at 20 years old that does nothing, by the time they're 30 and 35 and 40, they're wasted away.
Yep.
Okay? They're useless. Then unless they wake up and realize they need to work out, they need to build muscle, they need to get back to healthy living, you're going to be useless. You're going to be dead by the time you're 40 and 50 years old.
Yeah, I've lost a ton of weight as well since God shone his light on me and healthier diet and cut all the crap. I know I've joked about Big Macs, but that's like once a week. I have a lot of good like lean protein and lost a ton of weight. I was 14 stone and now I'm 10. So I lost 4 stone through doing nothing but changing my diet.
Oh yeah, and you knock out soda. If you get rid of, you don't drink soda, you don't drink if you don't drink soda and alcohol, coffee, right? You realize you just eliminated all those chemicals out of your body. You know what I'm saying? All I drink is tea and juice and water. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
I have a big jug of water most nights where I just drink it.
Yeah. I got this. I got that mineral fusion stuff from InfoWars, and I've got another one from another place that's also got a punch flavor I like better. You know what I'm saying? And I'll add that to if I got to drink just straight water, because I'm not an advocate. I mean, the water here tastes great. Don't get me wrong. I will drink it. It's not a problem. But I like flavor, and so I'll take and I'll make it like a juice water. You know, I'll take like I got this stuff is that mild black cherry and cherry juice, and it's really thick. And I'll take and I'll pour about 2 or 3 ounces of that stuff in a glass of water, and now I got my version of Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? But it's good stuff.
My head's just hurting because I can't do a video about that article because I just got banned for hate speech. I could do and put it on BitChute, but nobody would watch it.
Oh, you got banned again?
I got a video removed for hate speech for saying that drag queens look stupid.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
That was the only thing that I can think in the video that was.
JSUK, try this. Yep. Next time, say the same thing, but instead, I think in front of it. See how it goes.
That's a good idea. I think her drag queens look stupid, and then get banned for thought crime.
Then you can counter block for suppression of individual thought. Because
context. Just adding that context, that bit of context, isn't it, where you can appeal it and say it was a thought.
Yeah, I think drag and that and afterwards not suitable for kids and that but bloody funny in their own environment. Okay, so then you say there's actually enjoyment at the end of it, and if anybody queries you and say, hey, look, bloody funny, but not suitable for kids, and say, hey, look, and I justify it this way. Do you want porn stars in front of your kids? Do you want absolute sluts in front of your kids and all that sort of thing? No, because that's what the fucking drag queens represent. Right out. And it's funny when they do it in their own environment. They get into a thing where a bunch of adults doing their own thing. You go to a dinner club, whatever. Yeah, everybody can have a laugh and all that sort of thing. But do we really want these folks with their tackle hanging out in front of 6-year-olds?
Right.
What group can promote promiscuity or fucking sex or intercourse and that to 6-year-olds in our society? Show me one.
Right.
And the books are full of that as well. The books that are aimed at children, it's sex.
We got private chat going on. Oh, JSUK, tiny URL. So that's the one you posted before. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what Michelle
Believe it
was
or not,
posting.
I am that lagged out. It only just flashed up.
Oh shit. Well, you're doing pretty good on the video, so we're good to go.
Cool. Well, this is what I'm saying. If everybody on StreamYards does the stuff through StreamYards, we're all on the same thing here, but me coming back because that chat comes back through my YouTube. I think I'm about a minute 10 seconds behind at the moment. That's what I'm trying to. If I was just watching or got the sound through YouTube, say.
Right.
Minute 10 seconds. I can't keep up with it.
Yeah, that wasn't my link. That was Michelle's link. It would just shortened
right. Okay, yeah, I put it up there as JSUK's link. Oh, okay, so that was.
I guess not.
Yeah, that was Michelle's link. He went and got a tiny URL for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Oh.
But yeah, no, this is you know, I
You
haven't
know what I
even.
will do? I'll put a video up of the article, but not say anything, and just have it scrolling down slowly.
Right.
See what they do then, and then just let the comments, people comment on it.
JSUK, just say
Yeah.
nothing. Create it as a poll. You know how to create a poll on YouTube?
Yeah, the little card thing. Yeah.
Is this acceptable for your 4, 5, and 6-year-old?
That's a good idea.
Okay, and let the public speak for itself. If it's going against them, expect it to be shut down and removed. But be happy in the fact that you're showing the facts before it got shut down.
Yeah.
Okay, make it a poll. Let the people say.
I mean, I was using WordPress to blog, and then I read that WordPress was censoring people that are against Islam.
Yeah.
And then I just didn't post there anymore.
Can I make a suggestion to you? Call yourself Ahmed and get an account fucking at muslimvillage.com.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that before.
Oh, then he'll catch shit putting shit on like.
Just say, brothers, sisters,
FBI.
I have found this poll for UK brothers and sisters. I draw your attention to this poll. Say nothing more than brothers and sisters. I draw your attention to this poll. You're not taking a side. You're not misrepresenting yourself and all that sort of thing, and just put it up there. Right?
It's a little more insidious than normal.
This is about my fucking internet time, to be honest with you. Do you really want to know how it works?
Setting them up in their own game.
Something like that. But I have no knowledge of what you're talking about.
Part of me just wants to do a full rage video, to be honest. I'm friggin'.
Don't get mad, get smart, and play. And hey, look, you'll get a few. Once you start playing, you get a few jollies along the way, and a good laugh is fucking good therapy, man.
Well, that's the video that got banned. It was a comedy song.
I know. And that's why they're going to fucking ban it, because it's so fucking effective for people to laugh along with it. Look, people call it morgue humour, black humour, fucking gallows humour, whatever. I'm an old soldier. I've seen a shitload. Sometimes you got to have a laugh about things you should probably never have a laugh about. You're in a position in the UK where I'm suggesting to you that you laugh at the horrors around you as a way of coping. Okay, you're seeing things that should not be seen in your country, but yet you are. Have a laugh at them, deal with them, play with them, fuck them around, give them some.
Oh, when I was younger, I was all Christian.
But can I make a suggestion beforehand? Use a VPN to connect to Muslim Village. I'm testing one at the moment. Let me bring it up. And because I've got a proxy in the UK, asking questions, get told no lies.
And that same MP prattles on about Scottish independence all the time from the UK. I wonder why.
All right. I like this one. And let me put that back into here for the UK. This is not for US folks. Right, I have a UK proxy. I'm going to jump off the proxy and into this, and then I can say in the EU without being traced.
I mean, I have a VPN, but it's not a good one.
This one's absolutely free. It's got excellent anonymizing in that, and they don't log. So even if the pop fucking comes hard after you, there's no fucking record all you're doing there unless you're online while they're there. Right? It's always that assumption that they'll fucking get a warrant and install their own guy for, say, like 14 days to monitor. But remember, you're be causing a pretty big stink for that to happen. But it has happened.
I have no doubt. That's what I was watching before. Anti-child abuse campaigners were getting messed with by the police and.
Oh yeah, look, if pro-life was in the EU or the UK, and that she'd have the fucking cops giving her a hard time every day. She'd have the fucking setting the car on fire outside, and the cops fucking just pushing back after the fire starts to protect them and that, and fucking making a pathway for the fire brigade to come up when they arrive in 25 minutes.
Yep.
Remember Tommy in fucking 2006? Who was Joel, the offsider for fucking Tommy Robertson at the time? They harassed the fucking living daylights out of him. They torched his fucking car. It took 26 fucking minutes for the fire brigade to arrive. No one was charged.
No one was charged. That's typical.
I mean, it was against the EDL. How many people got charged against the EDL? Half a dozen? For, violent fuck. That bloke with the hammer. And he got charged. And he only got 6 months. And that, he'd been repatriated and was sorry for his offence to the community. I thought, it wasn't against the community. It was against fucking a citizen.
Oh, you don't even have to put your email in to use this VPN. Oh.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Jack.
How you doing, darling?
Doing good, doing good.
Sorry, JSUK, what was that last statement you made?
Sorry, I was just saying it's good that you don't even need to put your email into this to use it.
Well, you do it as an admin, but that's a different level. So, but that just gives you the control panel and all that sort of thing. But as a user, no, you can try anybody. As long as they've got a camera and a mic and you see what the heck, just a mic even.
Yeah. Sorry, Michelle, I'm a bit weirded out right now.
What's that?
I'm a bit weirded out right now. A drag queen called Floor Job and reading to pupils as young as 4, and they're attacking people, calling it homophobia if you're not for it.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been called that. I've been called a racist. It's like, so does that make the Bible racist then? Because I'm just going what the Bible says. It's crazy. I know.
Well, if the Bible's racist, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, because I want people to hear this, because I know the Bible's not racist.
Muslim 336, Muhammad calls and that the people from Nubia and that Raisin Heads. Is that right?
Right? Because they actually, what they do is we pray for those. We pray for them. We all love them, yes, but we hate their sin. But what the Muslims do, according to the Quran, they just kill them, throw them off buildings. You know how it is. So who's the racist ones?
I don't judge people by skin color, race, creed, car variety that they drive, or anything like this. I judge them. Are they a good person? Are they, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've been scammed a couple of times, and that people have told me bullshit, and I've believed it and all that sort of thing along the line. But on the whole, because I have had an open thing, I have now friends on pretty much every fucking continent on this planet. Learned a shitload more than I would have without knowledge from other folks. Bloke in Iceland and that turned me on to simple handgun making, and that which is a skill I think everybody should have. Excuse me for trying to keep down having a bit of gas at the moment. Too much drinkies and not enough excuse me.
Too many eggs.
I'm trying not to do these massive great bell shooters on screen, man, and just let it out quietly on there. But it's...
Hey, wizard.
I don't think I'm pulling it off so well, so I'm looking weird. Is my view, and that. So that's my explanation, folks. Honest. I'm eating chips and that. I probably should eat some meat and veggie.
You know what else bothers me is I know it's spiritual because me and my brother had the same upbringing, and he's a drag queen. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he puts all the satanic emblems on him. He's got satanic tattoos, and we had exactly the same upbringing, and we're like polar opposites.
See, I'm not being rude, my friend. He has surrendered to the influences and maybe done something in his life that's allowed a demon in, and it's now hanging off his back like a giant tick or a flea.
Yeah.
And it's living off his lifeblood, influencing him how to do. This is how demons work. Think of them like a tick or a flea.
Well,
they jump on your back.
You
ever heard the old saying, the monkey off it, the monkey on your back, like an addiction?
Yeah.
Monkey is not a word in English that actually described monkeys and the thing. It actually described cherubs. Monkeys, something else from got adapted into that, but monkey was first used. The earliest reference to monkey means a cherub, like an angel or a demon or a spirit or something along those lines. And remember, there are good and bad cherubs.
Yeah. Well, that must be what it is.
So, and then it got put down to the smaller apes. I call them monkeys, but mischievous beings and all that sort of thing. Ever heard of Loki?
No. Don't know what they are.
Mischief under Norse law. Never seen Thor?
No.
The movie Thor? Loki.
I don't watch any of that superhero stuff.
Loki is Thor's brother in Norse mythology. So, like, Loki's the god of mischief. If you remember The Mask, and that with that idiot fucking lefty fucking crazy
Jim Carrey.
guy. Jim Carrey, that's it.
Yep.
The Mask, that was Loki's mask. He was the god of mischief. And all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Small world. But look, simple fact, they ain't from Christ. Good chance it's not real good.
Well, at least he's away from the house. but you know, it's weird. It makes you think like, why me? Why have I been dragged this way, and why is he being dragged that way? It's got to be spiritual.
Because you held fast to a basic belief that what you learned about God was correct, and you didn't oppose it. Okay, he who shall believe in me shall be saved. End of story. Full stop. Even. Anybody want to go counter that? I may be wrong. Please correct me if I am, but that's what the good book says.
And Yoda says, "Don't give in to the dark side."
Yeah, that's the other one. So you didn't give in. Your brother did. Maybe
I consciously picked between the dark side and the light side as well.
Right.
So I started denouncing them, so maybe that's it. And then they got hold of my brother, maybe.
My friend, we all have our dark side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean the spirits.
Sure. It's just whether you follow that or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not actively following it. Like I'm not an angel, you know. I have bad days where I'll rage around, but you know.
For me, I have some. I keep saying, pot saves lives. It saves lives every day. There are a lot of people alive because I smoke pot.
And don't drink.
Right.
Oh God, I'm there already. Look at this. It's like whiskey colour. I wish my whiskey was that colour. But yeah, it's like that. It's 4:14 p.m. here. I cleaned it out this morning.
Oh shit.
Fuck, I'm bad.
Right. You need to start using ice cubes.
I need Tracy here. Darling, come over here, smack my ass, fucking give me a ration.
What the fuck? Alrighty then.
Colonel Shaw in the house.
Hey, Colonel, how you doing?
Yeah, sorry for being down about it. It just wigs me out sometimes.
Look, it wigs every right-minded person out if we're all honest.
Yeah. Yep.
Check it out. I made a poster if you ever get a chance to look at it.
Hey, go for it. Link.
I did.
Teespring. Oh, Teespring. You've monetarized yourselves.
Yeah, I'm finally learning Teespring without no help.
Cool. All right, let's have a look here. And I'm going to actually put this
on the screen. Okay.
Share screen. Yeah, share screen. Chrome tab. Pro-Life Warrior products from forbiddeninformation teespring.com. Share.
Yeah. Hey, I did. Oh, there it is.
Pro-Life Warrior.
I like that because then you can buy them and take them to pro-life rallies. Thank you, Battery. Good to see you.
That's a better one. There we go.
Yeah, I like the yellow.
Yeah, I'm trying to fit this up in the Dimbula colours. Green, gold. So both of them look good.
Yeah, thank you, Jack.
No worries.
Thank you.
I don't know if the pussy hat colour will work. Let's see. Hey, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's not too bad.
What about that?
I figured just offer different colors and stuff, because you never know.
Hey, see, even that works, and that so the muscle folks and that look good.
Yeah, right. The men got to make some colors for the men. Can't give them pink ones.
Yeah. So there we go. Yeah, that'll work.
Baby blue just ain't doing it for me.
Yeah.
No. But I did like the yellow. I did like the green. I did like
the yellow one's the sharpest one.
Yeah, and that so.
Thank you.
No worries.
Rock on.
Oh, that's okay, Buffalo Bill. I'm bored often too.
Oh, darling, whatever you're doing out there and that with your pro-life stuff, we know what you're doing and that you've got a good heart with it and it's a good cause.
Thank you.
And that, so put up a link. We'll highlight it down here, as you saw in the bottom of the thing there. People get involved, all that sort of thing. That's not a distraction. That's an addition to the channel.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Let people get involved.
Yep, I'm always telling people about you when we talk about the channel and stuff. What we're doing with the.
I appreciate that. I really do.
Oh, that's it. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
Well, he's the boss. He tells me what it's all about, and I just suck it.
I like how Lady Liberty's passionate about the Second Amendment, because we need more Second Amendment people out there, because people don't realize what's really going on in Virginia. It's getting bad, and the people need to speak out by getting these idiots out of office.
Hey, Crow Minion, welcome in.
Or else you're going to end up like the UK.
Yep, they're going for 7 advanced gun control bills, and this was just published today. If anybody's interested, I will post that in the chat.
Yeah, their fight ain't over yet.
Yeah.
People don't believe me when I say LGBT rainbows on the police cars and on the police station. And yep.
What's that when they're pro-life?
And they have it in places like New York. They try and make the zebra, where you cross the street, they make it a LGBT rainbow and stuff.
Uh-huh.
So they're trying. If you ever get a Democrat in charge in America, it's gone.
Yeah, see, I'm going to put this up on screen as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Pro-life posted a link. Share screen.
I can't even pronounce it. I call it
screen.
Epic Times, but people call it something else.
Epoch. Epoch is the end of the world.
Epoch.
Epoch time.
Epoch. Okay. Epoch.
It's a Christian newspaper run by the Baptist Christian Church in Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Recently, they were raided by the MSS, which is the equivalent of the CIA, but in China.
Didn't they set it on fire or something too?
Yeah, and they put things like screwdrivers in between they got the printing presses started and ran screwdrivers and hammers and spanners through the printing press, which destroyed all the thing. They've got to be rebuilt. Through donations, it's all been replaced as of around about 8 or 9 days ago, and they're up and running and the paper's available. I actually buy the paper off them. I've got a monthly subscription.
Yeah, so do I. I get the paper, and I also pay for the monthly digital subscription too.
All right, I'm going to have to sign up for this one, Michelle, so excuse me for the thing. So,
oh, it's okay.
Continue reading. They can have my email on that because that's Epoch Times, and then they'll realise I'm a subscriber. So watch the little member logo pop up.
Yep, I definitely recommend it. It's $4.99 for the digital script, and then it's $15 something for the paper. Yeah.
$22.95 here in Australia.
Yeah, definitely worth it.
Australian dollars different from US dollars, so don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry, you got to put. I'm sorry, I clicked on his name and he went big. So you got to go back to this, right?
That's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. Well, let's sort it out. I'm just still loading up Epoch Time.
Go.
Oh yes, you are ordering a hat. Where did it go? I had it in a box. Let me get it.
Oh shit! Is it
Right.
that?
Yeah, it's 20 after.
Oh, we're on the 20 minutes now. Are we?
Well, we missed the on the hour.
Yeah, Huckleberry, my husband ordered it last week. It came in for you, but this is what it looks like. That's the one you wanted, right? So we got it right here for you.
Hang on, I forgot.
Got a box for you too.
Can somebody else load Michelle's link, because I've got a login error as trying to ask me for my.
Well, what if I try sharing it? Because then it should go for me.
Yeah, you can
go for it.
Okay,
please.
Let me try.
I got to log out and log back in because there's a cookie issue there. I keep on forgetting. I've got two logins. One's a capital D, one's a small d, and that one's a small d, but I logged in with the capital D and I fucked up.
Details.
Right, look, give me a break. I'm trying to.
I know.
Look, I'll be able to operate in 20 minutes. Give me enough.
You're able to sit upright still, so you're good to go.
I'm trying to get up to operating condition. You know, at the moment, I'm under requirement.
I don't know what I just did. Damn it.
You just went full screen, and then you went
Out of it.
Yeah.
So
It's okay.
I don't know.
But just don't cancel this.
I got it. Go ahead and go into there. Remember, open it up in a new window.
All right. Huck, yes. Fire in the ball.
Let me try this.
Everybody else there, or am I running late?
It's all good.
Nope, wait, that's the wrong story. Because every time I try this, it does not pop up for Firefox. And that's what I'm using.
I went kill a whale.
You ain't killer. Ah, good Lord.
Nope.
1 2.
Oh shit!
I don't know why I'm having a hard time doing it. It's
Hit the link with the right click. Open up a new window.
I have Google open tonight and Firefox, right, Wizard? Now watch. When I hit share screen.
Well, listen, it's got to be in Firefox. If you're using Firefox to connect to stream,
yeah,
then you open up a new window.
Connect with same browser you share as tab.
I did that, but it won't let me do it. I swear.
Yeah, won't let us do it as tab. We got to open it up in a new window.
Hey!
Yeah, and then it'll give you.
Going to from Kakaloga, Georgie, Kakaloga.
Okay. Alrighty, well.
Oh, sorry about that, everybody else. That's maybe overfriendly to our Russian compatriot, freshing from what's left of the Soviet Union.
It offers sticky notes, which I have open, SteamYard, Mozilla Firefox, Firefox sharing indicator, or entire screen. That's all it's offering me to show, even though I opened it up in a new window.
Entire screen, Michelle.
Entire screen, and then select the window.
And then select.
Then go into your screen and select the proper window. There you go.
You go.
Right.
It's there.
You closed it.
That's it. That's
Sorry.
it. Stick with it. You got it right, Darren.
Yeah, Virginia Senate Committee advanced 7 gun control bills.
Yeah, this is their fight back against the people's fucking fight back.
Oh, yeah. This ain't a joke.
No.
No, they want those bans. They want them to be banned.
The 7 bills were among a package of 8 gun violence prevention legislation. The Virginia Governor Ralph Dick Northam, Democrat, has announced in July 2019 a special legislative session of the Virginia Assembly after a shooting at the Virginia beach that killed 12 people on May 31st, 2019. That meeting ended without a vote and was adjourned to November 18th, 2019. See, here we go. This is just an example why I tell you these Democrats do this. When there's ever a shooting, they use that as an excuse to push their agenda.
A disaster go by as an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Michelle, can I draw your attention into that article going down further?
Okay.
In there, this is a trap. We had this out here. Other bills included would make one restrict gun ownership for those convicted of domestic abuse. Now, what does it take to be convicted of domestic abuse? A lady to make an AVO, apprehended violence order. She says, this is your red flag laws and that redone in domestic violence as done over here. She says, or someone around her mother, Her
She's
cousin.
like, he's got guns.
He made a threat, so they take the guns away, and it can cost you tens of thousands of dollars to appeal to get your guns back, and that against hearsay. But they first report and all that thing. No proof required for those three things. And a class 1 demeanor is not a misdemeanor. Class 1 demeanor is a class 1 felony.
Right.
Rightio. Straight away, you lose your voting rights. You lose all your insurances because you're now a felony criminal and all that sort of thing. Just because someone said something. So, all right, we're here. You showed your lovely AR the other day. You know those people on that who are fucking giving you a hard time. They say you phoned them up and you threatened them from a burner cell phone. They have no other evidence than their own say-so. Cops make you surrender your firearms for life.
Yeah. It's cheaper to go buy new ones than it is to get the guns back.
But no, if they block you, because this is the stupidity of registration and licenses. If they cancel your license or ability to register firearms, you cannot get a background fucking permit. You cannot do a background check. You cannot legally buy a firearm in those states that require those. In some states where you can do person-to-person gun sales and all that sort of thing, yes, you can buy a firearm and all that sort of thing. But they're trying to call them loopholes and shut them down. And that's the original free market and shall not be infringed. That's there. But now they're trying to make them the exception and the evil.
Yep.
Carminian says my guns were all lost in a freak turkey fryer incident.
And here's the thing: a lot of women lie about domestic
I heard
violence.
about that, Canoes. You were telling me about that before. Sad fucking thing, man. Sad fucking thing. And
women lie about it.
Was that just after you bought some 8-inch PVC conduit and some helio sealant and all that sort of thing, and end caps, and dug a big hole in the background? No, don't tell me. I don't know.
Exactly.
Not that I know about such things.
Right. Exactly. But
Oh,
you off now?
Oh, you were talking about the Anasazi earlier. I couldn't respond.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
But just a freak coincidence in the world that basic words between three so very distinct cultures all happen to mean the same thing. But unfortunately, one of the food products they're talking about in one of the languages is totally represented in the other two, but they don't naturally exist. Madagascar, there is an African maize, right? Yeah, but it's
my ancestors considered those people
it
safe.
doesn't grow in Madagascar. They grow rice and a thing. It's like rye, and I forget the name of it because sorry. We used to eat a lot of it in the UK, Europe, and all that. So we just don't. We've gone down to basic 6 grains nowadays. When we used to eat 300, and I forget one of them. Quite a few of them. But yeah, anyway, battery take it away.
The people, Anasazi people, deserted their cities and went up into the cliffs. You know why?
Yeah.
Freaking Aztecs.
Can I give my interpretation via an Australian anthropology? Yeah. Who
they
lives
found
with
evidence
a lot of Native American tribes
people eating each other.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, environmental changes, to be honest with you.
Actually, they found in some of the Anasazi cities in the north were attacked by an outside force, and some of the weapons left behind were Aztec. And
Yep.
there was evidence of the Aztecs eating the Anasazi.
Yeah, and destroy, but they burned their crops because they found all the cornfields burned and all the charred corn in the dirt. People who were growing corn wouldn't fucking burn their crops, but an
Some of the
attacking force.
Anasazi went up in the cliffs. Some went underground.
Yep. Yeah, and that big city out there, they got underground. You go through. It looks like a bluff coming up, and it's got this crack in it, and you crawl through this crack, and it opens all the way up.
That's where they found pits full of human bones.
Yeah, because they could come. You had to come in through this little hole. You're all hunched over to get in there, and they could just sit up there with a couple of guys with spears and that, and spear everybody that was coming through. You weren't quite down on all fours. There's a British, Time Team Specials, Tony Robson. He's on one of those things. They came out of the US and all that sort of thing, and did a very, very good documentary of it out there. The ultimate defensive position.
I saw that. I think the title of it were the Anasazi cannibals, and that the outcome of it was most likely it was the Aztecs that came in and invaded, which caused a lot of them to move up the cliffs. Eventually, they became the Pueblo.
Well, the Aztecs had a big culture of getting strength from eating the heart and liver of their vanquished enemies, especially those who fought very, very well against them. If they would
Anasazi were very advanced.
Eh?
The Anasazi were very advanced.
Oh, absolutely! Look at that fucking.
Not like the Aztecs, though.
Everybody's fucking raving about the Mayan calendar and all that sort of thing. Have a look at the Anasazi calendar.
They weren't the only advanced civilization in North America.
No, there was
the Mayan, the Aztec, previous to the Aztec.
Canoes.
Can't remember their name. And then you had the one in the southeast of the United States. They built huge cities with massive buildings, high rises. And then you had the Anasazi. You had they built big cities with castle walls around them, and they traded with all the natives. They moved into the area and started trading with the people there, my ancestors. And we consider their cliff dwellings off limits because that's sacred. But outsiders come in there all the time. They totally disregard the people that live there, disregard their beliefs.
Now, the Anasazi also had a belief that there was folks out there on another world, and they drew a star map. Is that correct or not?
I'm not too sure on that one.
Out to Sirius.
Each one of their homes in the city that was on the ground, the city they found, each one of the homes had this huge pit, and it seemed to be bottomless. And it was believed that one day they just disappeared. And it was believed that those pits were their original home, and they went back.
Yeah.
From the underworld. No, in actuality, it most likely went into the cliffs.
We had an indigenous group here that lived in cave, deep underground, limestone caves, stalagmites, all that sort of stuff, part of the year, and then lived up on the surface every year. For years, we thought they were two different groups, but they're actually the same group and swapped over. We don't know why they did it. It might have been climate. It might have been hot, a lot hotter back then when they were doing
Well, there
this.
might have been a few factors, and that was covered in the video.
You know what I mean? So we don't actually know why, and that, but they laid their dead down to rest, and that, and there's a couple of folks that have been covered with the drippings off the stalagmite, so they've basically been preserved underneath this layer of limestone and all that sort of thing. Right away in the skeletons there, and that, but the shape of the decaying persons there. You know, what I mean? How do you know? You're not there. You've got no witnesses and all that. But it's right for theory. But what's fact?
Hey, Michelle.
You know,
Yes.
See my oscope?
Hold on. Let me. Oh wow, that's cool.
It's a portable oscope.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the top. It's got many of the features that a full size $800 to $1,000 oscope.
Oh wow.
And this one is only $10. Okay, $11.
Nice.
Oh.
The actual product, which is made in China, is called FYE DSO, and this is a counterfeit, but it's got all the same features.
Nice.
Yet to try it, but it also comes from China. But it came here so slow. I'm not worried about coronavirus.
Right.
It was on a slow ship from China. Took nearly a month to get here. I don't think the coronavirus can live outside the body that long.
In a minute, folks, and that test 1, 2, 3 will come through on your chat. My chat in the text is about 48, 49 seconds behind it at the moment.
You know that those red flag laws, I can see one really bad outcome. Say some person had a spouse, abusive spouse, and got armed.
Oh no! Don't do that.
And the spouse made this call saying that that person's a danger to themselves or somebody else because of the guns. They come in and take the guns. Well, now he's got an open to go in and kill her. So far, I haven't heard that happening. But
I'm going to back out and refresh. I'll be back in a minute if I can. I think I'm locking up.
Don't want that. Yeah, refresh. It'd probably be better once you do that.
I've asked everything to shut down. I know I'm still here. It's not listening. Oh, hang tight in process. Maybe this time. Oh, I should be locked up. Here we go. If that don't work, well, I'll control alt delete. I'm still here. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
This sucks.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm locked up like you wouldn't believe. All right. Where's that big red button? The real big one. Oh, there it is. See you in a few minutes, folks.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to put a new backdrop in my the room I normally talk to you guys in.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to put my Trump flag up there.
Awesome. That'll look sharp.
Yep, you got to let it close out naturally, or it's going to zombie the socket. You missed the birds. So, Canoes, how was your day, brother?
Oh, slow. Wasn't that busy.
Yeah. You getting the rain up there now, huh?
Yeah, it started about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
It's been raining off and on all day. Nasty out there.
I can zoom in on.
Doubt I could even
zoom
pull
in on
out of my
StreamYard.
yard.
I can zoom in and out on StreamYard. That's cool.
Oh yeah. Oh, there you
I was
go.
trying to see what name Canoes had on there, and I couldn't see it, even with the glasses.
All right.
So
George.
I did the zoom in thing. Whoa. Okay.
What's the name about?
George. It's George, son of George. That's how they call it in Russian.
Oh, okay.
Georgievich.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Missed the birds. No, he just
breaks over.
Oh, your break's over?
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the rest of your hours. How long do you work? What, 8 hours total?
Yeah, I need a break from a break.
You need a break from a break. That's funny. We all need that break from the break.
Whoa, is that a weather map?
Yeah. Got another 2 or 3. Yeah.
We've been getting high winds here.
Whoa, what happened?
It seems like it's spring here.
I was dropping out
I was doing back home.
a shared screen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, battery just dropped out.
I just found a transparent image of Keep America Great, and then I can transfer that onto a shirt.
There you go.
Yeah. A lot of stuff you can get in clip art, you can get right off the internet.
Nothing but Colonel says nothing but rain and wind here in Windmill Land. Right? Wait, Wiz, I'm here. Oh wow.
What?
Yeah, he said that the Dutch climate is really bad right now.
Yeah. So what is everybody up to?
Trying to stay awake.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders is really starting to piss me off. You ever hear the shit that comes out of that guy's mouth? I'm surprised that he even gets 3% of the votes. I don't understand it. People don't pay attention to half the shit he says, and it's like, you need to pay attention.
Well, they're starting to.
I hope so, because the guy is just lost his friggin' mind.
Yeah, so have they. That's the problem. That's what I was telling you. I think we've reached an apex of actual reachable individuals. You know what I'm saying? There's far few between now that aren't awake about this shit.
Yeah, they're backed up by the media. They're empowered. Like I was on about it before, the new Harley Quinn animated series. It starts off with her literally melting rich white guys' faces and saying, "This is our money now." And if that's entertainment and people are watching it and absorbing it, then
Did you guys watch? Did you watch him? He was in India earlier. I don't know if you played it, Wizard, but he spoke for like good 15, 20 minutes. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
We
So
streamed it
if you
live
did.
last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we stayed up and watched it live.
There was like a lot of people there, wasn't there? They were saying
110,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
that's how fake Bernie supporters are. They don't even turn around to look at a bot that's honking at them. Like, oh, our Lord and Savior Bernie. Trump bot comes along, boom. Nope, we're still going to look at Bernie.
That's a good crowd. That is a definitely large crowd.
That's 110,000 people. They were actually 1,000 people over capacity for the facility.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they said. I think it was like 110 or 120,000 that the place held, and they said they were like 1,000 people over their capacity. So
Did they have screens outside for people to watch? Or
I don't know. I know
They
they
really
had
didn't
screens
show
all
on
over
the
the place
screen.
inside the stadium. It was crazy.
and it was like that at the Virginia rally. There was a line of people going in, and it was just moving all the time with people
Right.
for like a good.
Jack.
I was watching the live stream for an hour, and the line was just moving forward with people with MAGA hats on.
Right.
Yeah.
Maya, you got banned for 2 days. What happened?
Who did?
Maya.
Wow.
Hey, grind the
Hey,
snag.
hold on. Maya, there's a couple of Mayas. Which Maya is it? Maya Boudreaux, Maya, the other Maya. I don't know what either Maya has done to get banned for a couple of days. Fill me in.
It's
Bud.
yummy. It's yummy.
Yummy. Who banned you?
Yeah, who banned you?
If you're on Twitch, they disable your account for a week on your first offense. I don't know if it's that.
While I was offline, I went out there and collected a little bit of garlic chives, which is in flower at the moment, but all the stalk gives
yeah.
a combination of lovely garlic and chive taste. So I'm going to have an omelette and that using up some of my fresh cackleberries. Cackleberry are eggs, folks. And because the chook cackles when they lay their eggs. So yeah.
So what did you do to get banned? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with Yummy. Did you get dirty on screen again?
I can't see your YouTube master.
You have to wear a shirt.
Wizard, but yeah. I don't know
No,
anybody.
she didn't get banned on our channel. She got banned somewhere else. I was going to say that.
From YouTube. Yummy, when you got, if it was a ban on YouTube or it was a ban on Twitch, you would have got a message you were banned by. And it wasn't here, was it?
No.
Violating hate speech laws for saying drag queens look stupid.
You want to whip it on stream? Does that mean what I think it means?
Nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
It's a can of Cool Whip.
Cream whipper. And
Yeah.
Nitrous things and that. Yeah.
Substance abuse can kill instantly.
Yeah, that's Chris's account she's using right now.
One of my young soldiers, she was about 35, 36 years of age. And he said, "Hey, Sarge, try this." And I just take the whole cartridge in a single breath and then hold it and count to 20.
Nobody's doing women's, man.
Whoa.
Don't do it on screen anymore or something, I guess, right?
Yeah, not being rude, man. How old are you? Because if you look like you have the possibility of being under 21, some folks will ban you for that because it's called corruption of youth.
Yeah, they're getting big on that. And advertiser-friendly policies.
Yeah, you know. Hey, dude, look, maybe I get away with it, but like, you've seen me smoking this online on a regular basis. I'm 63 years of age. Who am I fucking corrupting? And we don't have anyone underage in here.
Us youngins.
The whippersnappers.
Yeah, us whippersnappers, right?
I don't want to corrupt this my girlie. Oh, I think I've already corrupted her. And she'll be here in 4 hours short of a month. Well, no, hang on. I leave here to go pick her up in 4 hours under a month.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Day and a half till you get down there to the airport. Told you
He's gonna have it down to hours in just a little bit. He'll have it down to hours.
Nah. Too hard to work all hours. You just work out a day less. I'm Australian. What do you think I am? Fucking Asian? Yeah, any little fucking Asian will tell you second. Out down right down to the second. No,
And Asian would have it down to the second.
Whatever. I'll work it out that way.
26 days, 7 hours, and 37 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. Look, I'm looking forward to it. We've been working.
I know you are. I'm happy for you, bro.
2020. 6 years, man.
Right.
6 years we've been working this out. This is a long distance relationship in reality with all the warts and all that sort of stuff. So it's taken 6 years. Hopefully we can sort it out and she doesn't have to go back home. She's going to miss a cat, and all that sort of thing. If she really wants a cat, we can sort something out. Dog would be a little bit better.
Get eaten by the other wildlife, you know.
That's my worry. I got a shitload of tiny little birds here. I've got everything from bellbirds. Look them up. They're amazing. They're no bigger than that part of my thumb. But they're the loudest bird on the fucking planet. One of the small, but they're the loudest fucking thing on the planet. Just does decibels. It just at a particular frequency that rocks everything.
Right.
So we got all that sort of thing. No, look, that's all good. It's just been a hard road. She says she's a country girl, but she comes from a town that's bigger than the biggest city near me.
A suburb.
Yeah, a suburb. Look, I lived in cities. I lived in Sydney for a while, all that sort of stuff. Look, it's been a hard adaptation. We're getting there. Okay,
right.
It's fitting good. It's fitting in good. So,
hey, it's just a better way of life, brother. Telling you. Oh shit! Who dropped?
They just announced, or the coroner just announced that the body of Philip Haney, the guy who was a whistleblower was going to blow Obama away, but
already did. He's got a book. I got a copy of it here. PDF.
Yeah, they said it was too early to say it was suicide, and that they're really taking this investigation into further action.
Bullshit. So, they're already given it the whitewash and that, and he's fucking already been cremated. What are they going to do now?
Yeah.
What the fuck are they going to do? They rushed to the cremation. The family.
I would like to know how he really was killed.
2 in the back of the head. Yeah, suicide.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we know that one. Yeah.
I think Hank 5 hate speak is for thing. I think that's UK.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Hate speaker for kids to be kids. Hell yeah. I'm over it now.
Hey, JS, I'm telling you, man, they are breeding their own dissenters. Because the number one thing that a teenage youth human will do is rebel against its authority. Okay? They are breeding their own rebellions. Okay? So, yeah. There will be those that are indoctrinated. There are those that will follow in their ideology. But they are breeding their own resistances. So have faith in the human condition. And the number one thing to do is rebel against authority.
Well, that's already happening.
I'm going to hop right back on in a second, guys. I'm just going to go upstairs to my kitchen, but I'll click the link when I get there. Okay, I'll be right back.
You bet. You bet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chroming. I responded with pineapple fritters, but I left the E out. So bad.
Yeah. What was it? That 16, 17-year-old, he got put in a room with the teacher for saying there's only 2 genders, and he filmed it. And the teacher was just like, it's not about what I think. I have to do what the school says. Yep.
And he got discombobulated as a teacher.
Yep.
Yep. What do they call it over
there? Dispelled or something?
Yeah, no, expelled isn't a teacher. That's it.
Yeah.
Expelled. Makes you sound like a heinous criminal, doesn't it? You were expelled. We can't see out damn black spot.
If we have more of that, then yeah.
You have been banished.
Yeah. You did not conform to the agenda of LGBT.
You are hereby exiled.
We got 28 minutes later. 2 RSQAATP. Thank you for pronouns.
Yeah.
My preferred pronoun is he, him, and that's it. I could be a they.
All the standard Aussie ones. Oi, you, hey, mother.
Hey, you. Yeah, you asshole. Get out the way.
Get in the bed. Oh, good.
Go bugger off.
Hey, no drama. Oh, yeah, nice, man. How you doing, man? Yeah, it's all good. How you doing?
Yeah, Jerry, I'll right up your ass.
Shut up, Blanca.
It's all good. It's always smile when you say it.
Right.
Make a joke out of it. Call me a fuckwit to my face, but that make it a laugh. I'll call you an asshole back and that, and it's all good. And then we share a bit. See, this is how life is. People don't get it. And that if it's done with humour, if it's done with respect, if it's done with love, call anybody anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can smile after saying something like that, and they don't know if you're serious or not.
Look, there's an order out here. You can Google it. The Royal Australian Order of Old Bastards. Even the Queen recognises. And you know how the greeting is? G'day, you old bastard. How you doing? And then another one is anybody who can't tap dance. And so you all get up there and start tap dancing. Anybody who can't tap dance has got to buy everybody else a beer. There we go. Loser buys around.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean? You can
Nothing
say,
wrong with widows. They're over here talking about pie, and it's like nobody's. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna dig me in some cherry pie as soon as I get to the store.
If you put Huckles coming on screen right now,
you want
it would look really bad out of context.
English pork pies are served cold. Australian meat pies, steak quality meat, and nice gravy. A little bit of pepper, so it's got a bit of heat and all that sort of thing. We use black pepper over here. Like I said, good gravy and nice light pastry. Here comes Michelle.
We have really cheap pies in the UK. They just chuck anything in it.
Yeah, I know. We got the same over here. But if you're going to buy an Australian pie, like Huck was saying, you want good. I get some camel pies from Burnsville, which is a very remote place. There's not much there. There's a garage, there's a pie shop, there's a pub, caravan park, and a shitload of drunks. And that's about it. But every year they have the races up there. And then you get planes flying in, people attend. 150,000 people in town.
Wow. Well, tonight I've got double stuffs.
And groin snake or Maya was saying.
Okay.
I've never heard it called that before.
Yeah, what, Dutch oven? Yeah, it's a Dutch oven. I'm guilty.
Did your hip hurt you?
My first. She got me first. In my own defence, she got me first. Yeah, about a week after we were fucking married, the bitch. It's true.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And
Yeah,
I was doing my husbandly duty with her and all that sort of thing, and I snuck under the covers. And then she let one rip, and then held the covers down over my head, the bastard.
Tell everybody hello.
Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
Hello, Doug. Bye-bye, Doug.
I thought it was
says the cat person.
Definitely need it. She's been limping on her leg. The other dog jumped on her.
They got a baby.
No, hang five jumped on her.
I hate when meat turns brown. I just don't like the taste of it after it does that.
Talking about a dog jumping on another dog, now the meat's turning brown. Conversation. I'm sorry.
You can hear what Jack said. You can hear him.
You cook it up a little bit and give it to the dog. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Yes, the Magic Shop in Spencer's Golf, and that run by Ari and his little Filipino wife. Know what?
My husband says it just means that air got to the meat.
You know about the Magic Shop in Spencer's Golf. I'm suspecting Mayor Boudreau here, not the other man, the girl man. This is Mayor Boudreau.
They got. I know about Spencer's Gifts. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, gifts. Sorry, I thought it was golf. Oh, sorry, man. Too much alcohol. I'm not brains.
Whoa. Oh, there it is. That's what's going on.
Totally balanced. Besides this, I've also got to call the girlie. It's come up at that time, so I'll catch us all in a little while.
Okay.
Yeah. Give Tracy on it.
That's what they're doing. They're running scared right now. We'll get them.
But yeah, there's I got double stuff, so I'm good to go. I got some Swiss rolls still in the cabinet, and some peanut nutter bars.
Peanut nutter butters. Oh.
I know, right?
Especially when they're frozen.
I just had 2 high-protein nutrient milkshakes.
Yuck.
Yeah, they're a bit sickly, but yeah. They pick you up, though.
You know what? A steak costs about the same amount of money, has twice the protein.
But it also takes an hour to cook.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
3 hours.
No, steak. Oh man, you get yourself a nice T-bone. I'm telling you, you can have that sucker ready to eat in less than 5 minutes.
No, Angus. Angus is the best way.
Yeah, I'm thinking of sirloin steak. You know, the big, thick, juicy ones. Can you get those some?
3/4 inch thick. You can have that sucker ready to eat in less than 5-6 minutes. 30 minutes on the side max.
Is that on a fire, though? You must teach me the way to make quick steak.
I will. I'll make a video. I will. I'll make a video for you, man. Because it's like on the grill. Yeah. You give me some steak. All you got to do is just rub it with some salt and some seasoning. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Throw it on the grill. Get that grill nice and hot. Let it heat up. And let it get sizzle hot.
I'm actually thinking of something else then. What's that meat that you slow cook?
Like
There's something that you put in.
You can do it on a hibachi.
Okay.
Those little bitty grills that they got, the tabletop grills.
Yeah, like the George Foreman ones.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, kind of like a George Foreman. Yeah, I guess you could possibly. I guess you could do it on a George Foreman. Yeah, but George Foreman, you don't have to flip it or anything. But it's not really. I prefer the flame taste on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
George Foreman.
Oh, you let that get nice and hot. So when you throw that steak on, it's searing. Okay, 3 minutes in, flip it over. If it's a George Foreman, you don't. You just let it go for a couple more minutes. And you turn around, pull that steak off. It's ready to eat, brother.
Yeah, I must have been thinking of something else, maybe chicken or something.
Yeah, well, how much was the protein shakes?
They were £1.
How much is a pound of meat?
I don't know.
The other thing you got to worry about with those protein shakes, how much of it was soy?
Yeah.
You got to watch the soy intakes. As a man, all it does is create estrogen, and it'll feminize.
Yeah. Well, I only bought it today anyway, so I'm not having any more. I only bought them today.
Right. Now, a little bit of soy ain't gonna hurt you, but I mean, the way they dose it up in the foods nowadays, man, it's crazy. It becomes an estrogen overreach, and next thing you know, it'll deplete your testosterone.
Yeah.
Okay, so just be careful. It's one of the things you got to watch out for. That's why it's important to eat food you create. Do you have a balcony or a backyard? Any kind of yard at all?
Yeah, a small backyard.
Grow a garden. I don't give a shit if you're just growing potatoes in a tube and a couple tomato plants, stuff like that. Grow some food. Okay, start your seeds and start growing.
That earlier, he was saying you can.
I love tomatoes.
Yeah, you get the 8-inch tubes, the 8-inch PVC pipe, and you can stack them in the corner, plant a potato, fill them up with dirt and everything. Yeah, and the tube, and then you plant the potato in the top of it. And when that plant grows, you water it and everything. When it dies, you're ready to pick up the tube, and shake out, push out the dirt, and all the potatoes. Separate the potatoes out. Start it all over again. If you started early, you can get 2 harvests out of a season, usually.
It scares me on the vegan products how much is soy. I don't buy it.
Do what?
In the vegan products, they substitute meat for soy, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
And beans. They do a lot of bean and soy and stuff for the proteins. Yep.
How long?
Go ahead.
Chrominian's asking how long a tube?
About 4 foot. 48 inches, about a little over a meter. Oh, a meter tube should do it. A meter length tube. Yeah, it don't take much. You can stack, several of them in a small area and have all the potatoes you need. You don't have to worry about ground contaminants either if you're using clean soil.
6 in the morning. I keep hitting that button when I'm going for my microphone. It's not good.
Yummy was that would be so messed up. Yummy was talking about a spray smells like poop or puke.
No.
He sprayed people's microphones.
Spray it in the friggin' UN convention. They won't smell the difference.
They think they're at home. It smells like home.
Hungry? Is my Bella hungry? You're always hungry.
So, but yeah, this is kind of stupid, but it's really interesting to know what's going on over there, and I appreciate the information because it gives us a little bit of perspective when we're talking to Jack, we're talking to Tim. It gives us.
You don't want to end up like here. You don't want to end up like here.
So
I think I'm gonna have to take her to the vet.
It's like I said the other day, Trump's pulled you out of a lot of what we're going through.
oh yeah, the big one was the TPP. That was the big keyway. That the carbon taxes with all that bullshit and the TPP. Yeah, we were saved from a lot of nightmare. That would have been just, it would have raped us like it's doing to Canada. Like it's doing to Canada right now too. It's like, you talk to Tanya or Miriam, and the people up there are working overtime just to pay the damn rent, just to pay the bill.
At the Climate Change Assembly in Britain that they just had, they said household bills will go up and they will cost more than fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So all these people saying, oh, it's going to be cheaper and all that. No, it's not. And more people get priced out and then more people get turfed on the rest, which is already happening.
You can't eat it hot because you'll puke it up. So you gotta wait.
I didn't hear what you last said.
I was talking to Bella.
I know. That's what I was saying. You talked over Tim while he was trying to talk.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying more people, the bills go up and then more homeless will happen, which is already everywhere. Because people are going along and expecting the government to give them everything. They're expecting everything to be fine. And there's like a cage going around people. And they're going, like here, they've extended welfare to people in work. So now you have to claim welfare when you're in work. And then if you don't do exactly what they tell you, like you've got to look for work while you're in work, which is stupid. But they take away all your welfare now.
Well, Trump did that here, and the people who hate him, that's their number one complaint right now. It's like, well, go get a job.
They don't realize that the way they're using it in Britain is they're using it as a control mechanism. If you don't comply and do exactly what we want you to do while you're in work, then they stop it all and chuck you out. Like you can't afford child tax credits for your child or whatever. They bundle it all in one and then they stop it. So people are being turfed out. And I honestly believe that's what Trump was trying to stop. He's doing it up front so then they can't twist it into a control thing down the line like we've had here.
Right. Well, Lyndon Johnson is the one who started all that. In fact, Kennedy started it, but then he got killed. And then Johnson finished it. But people don't realize Johnson was using it for control through votes. In fact, he said something, I remember, and that Jack would know the exact saying what he said, but he said something about, I'll get these blank to voting Democrat for the next 20 years.
Yeah. And like here, the opposition is now proposing universal basic income, which will get everybody under welfare.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you've got that, that's right for the microchip. You don't get nothing for free.
I know, right? Yeah, that's the way they're going to play it. They're going to herd the people step by step into massive, everyday, individual decision control.
Here's yours. Yeah.
One decision at a time. Take it away from them. Like turning up the water on a pot of frogs,
They just banned wood stoves in Britain. From next year, you can't use coal or wet wood in a wood stove.
Yep. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. I can't even fathom that. You know what I'm saying? It's like what?
For the good of the planet.
For the good of the planet. Yeah. Yeah, see what good it did to Australia? It's crazy.
So Trump's taking it away now so they can't extend it out to people in work. Because even if a Democrat gets in next, they've got to put back what he took away. They've got to spend the time doing that before they can twist it.
Right. And if he's got 8 years, he's done more in 3 years than most presidents do in 8 already.
Yep.
So now he's got another year, damn near, of doing plus 4 more coming up. So, yeah, I think they're going to be destroyed before they can. They're not going to be able to mount a resistance. I'm telling you, I think the Democratic Party is over. You know, that party's over. Last call has been served. Time to go home and sleep it off. You know what I'm saying?
The way they sell it here is it's one payment for all your assistance, but they undercalculate it. They don't pay you as much as you need, and then they're just turfing families out. They don't care. So Trump's evil because he's taking away food stamps or whatever, but they're massively misused anyway.
Yeah. Hey guys, Miriam might be back here next day or two. I talked to her earlier, so she might be coming back. So yeah, she's in Mexico. She's just, with all the drama and stuff, she's on vacation. So why would she want to deal with all the bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Right. So I completely get that.
Tomorrow we need to find more fun stuff to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of me crying.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying, hey, world events is not crying, man. That's just like I said, we need to know. I would like to know. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I said, it gives us a better perspective on what we're dealing with here. You know what I'm saying? It helps people get an idea of the more advanced situations that we would find ourselves in if we don't fight.
I tried half of the Snake Wizard. She's loving it. No complaints.
Yeah. Right? That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah, just cook it a little bit. Right? You can cook it a little bit and give it to her because it'll get rid of the bad bacteria. It's still not going to taste good, but yeah. But not to us.
When meat gets brown like that, my husband did say when meat gets a little brown like that, that just means air gets to it. So.
Yeah, the air got to it. But still, I'm the same way. My hamburger turns brown and starts smelling funny. I just cook it up and feed it to the dogs. Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't go to waste. I'm not gonna throw it in the trash, but it just happened to turn itself into dog food, in my opinion. That's what I call it.
It's funny. It's 20.
Somebody
12, 20.
Go.
Air supply.
Basically, our country is a blueprint of what the Democrats want to do everywhere in yours. That's basically it.
I think their days are numbered, bro. I think because of Bernie, because they're going full blown socialists now. They're not even hiding. They're not. They're just.
Too.
They're bragging about it. He just turned around and said that Castro's policies weren't all bad.
I know, right?
Okay. He's talking. Next thing you know, he's going to say Mao, and this is a field of a million flowers. Some kind of bullshit thing like that.
Not all Hitler's policies were bad either.
Yeah, that's exactly. Next thing you know, they're going to say that Russia is a great place. the old Russia, not the new Russia.
Well, Bernie's had his honeymoon there.
Yeah, and they just came out. Get this. Right. Somebody he bought out of Philippines, probably. Right, that's why they had to get married in Russia. What the fuck? She wasn't legal yet in the States.
Didn't know he was lazy.
Right. So, but No, man, this is just—it's bizarre. But they're bragging about this shit, and I can't
like
even
that.
fathom that.
He's like the Dire Straits song, "Money for Nothing."
Yeah, and the chicks for free, right? You know.
Yeah, that's the way they're gonna sell it. Oh, your ID in one. Get into your car with your microchip and do all that shit.
Oh, they can
Right.
just print money.
You know, or there's an easy solution to get friendly with their system, and it's become Muslim, where you literally get your chicks for free and your money for nothing.
And
Literally.
you get a house next to a mosque.
Yeah, and you'll get all your money from the state. You'll get all the benefits of the society, and you'll be a protected speech citizen.
And you're allowed to blast loudspeakers with the music outside the mosque and tell the church people to be quiet and not read Bible verses, and they'll get arrested.
There was a story here a couple years ago. Some mosque in one of these small towns, or not around here, but I think it was like in Louisiana or something. And they started doing that shit, blasting that stuff out. Some old boy came out with a can and blew shit out of that tower, knocked it down.
A literal cannon.
Yeah. It was some backwoods town kind of thing, and it was just funny as shit. I guess he had it mounted, old Bubba, and mounted it in the back of his pickup truck and blew shit out of that tower.
Good idea.
That sounds
Right.
better than the InfoWars battle tank. It's a literal tank with a cannon on it.
It's got the mount. It's got the mount.
It's pretty cool. I saw it down in Virginia.
Yeah, I keep thinking he should put a T-shirt launcher on it.
That'd be awesome.
Right? Popping out, blow out the T-shirts, man, out to the crowd and stuff.
Alex Jones has been back on point recently as well. He's had some really good interviews recently.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them.
He launches a T-shirt out and hits some liberal in the head.
Right, I was just thinking about that. Some little riding a bike, flipping them off, shoot a cannon T-shirt at him.
Give a nose job.
Don't knock him off his bike and shit. Right in the head. We were just giving him a free T-shirt. What are you talking about?
Did Michelle drop out?
Maybe by accident. She'll be back. There she is. Hold on, she's come back. There. Refreshing. Yeah. She was going between her phone and her station.
Yeah.
I thought we could see her kitchen.
A little bit in anthrax.
You know what? Guess what? These guys are so crazy. Get this. Trump asked justices to recuse themselves from administration cases.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know what that's about. What is this deal?
Are you talking about the latest news on that?
Well, it's hold on a second. I got to catch this before it makes a bunch of noise. All right.
I thought I saw something on Epic Times with that, but go ahead if you can find it first.
In a remarkable public rebuke, President Trump late Monday called on Supreme Court Justices Sotomayor and Ruth Bader Ginsburg to recuse themselves from any cases involving his administration over their past comments.
Yeah.
Trump has proven in the past that he is not bashful about criticizing justices, but he seemed to be particularly bothered in a recent dissent by Sotomayor, hinting that the conservative-leaning justices have a bias towards Trump. The president's tweet cited Laura Ingram's Fox News show, The Ingram Angle, and accused Sotomayor of attempting to shame other justices to vote with her. Sotomayor, who was nominated by President Obama in 2009, issued the blistering dissent Friday after ruling in the case of Wolf v. Cook County. The case dealt with the Trump administration's expansion of situations where the government can deny visas to non-citizens looking to enter the U.S. Federal law already says that the officials can take into account whether an applicant is likely to become a public charge, which government guidance has said refers to some primarily dependent on government for subsistence. Sotomayor wrote in the dissent, "It is hard to say what is more troubling, that the government would seek this extraordinary relief seemingly as a matter of course, or that the court would grant it." Fox pointed out that what appeared to be the crux of the Sotomayor's argument, the Trump administration has a practice of using a favorable Supreme Court to bypass lower courts still considering cases. The report pointed to a paper written by Stephen Vladeck, a University of Texas law professor. Vladeck wrote that Trump's Solicitor General has filed at least 21 stay applications in the Supreme Court and compared that number to the combined 8 times the applications were used during the George W. Bush and Obama administrations. Well, because they're violating they're not following rule of law.
That's right. Many times she has spoken out against Trump. Many times. Not just once, many times. Yeah, she's going to die soon anyway, if she's not already dead.
So do I.
That's when, she's going to be replaced with another conservative judge, and the left is just going to go nuts.
RBG. Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
For a Jewish woman to be pro-life or pro-abortion, it astounds me.
She's missed a lot of work.
She is. She's completely evil.
She has missed a lot of work.
Oh yeah, she has.
Cancer treatment.
Yep. She's getting the top of the line cancer treatment. I mean, don't you know she's special? But the person who has the same cancer, who's a middle class citizen, is offered to be euthanized instead. That's where we are today, and that's sad.
Now, Trump supporters say that the administration has good reason to take its cases to the Supreme Court. Carrie Severino, the president of the Judicial Crisis Network, told Ingram that Sotomayor's concern is misplaced. She said lower court judges are repeatedly issuing nationwide injunctions at a quantity never seen before. Mm-hmm. That is, ruling that their decision affects the entire country rather than just the jurisdiction where it was brought. Trump once again brought up the time Ginsburg called him a faker during the 2016 presidential campaign. She told CNN at the time that Trump has no consistency about him. He says that whatever comes to his head at the moment.
Cheers, Battery. Battery just sent a message. He's off to work. So take care, mate.
Sorry, I'm off. A long time ago. Yeah, I'm off screen because I was reading the article. But yeah, no, it's like that, man. It's like, it's just nuts. And Clinton.
Hey, Don.
1 will be taken, 2 will be shaken. They will be removed from the Supreme Court as such. Okay, it was 1 will be taken, 2 will be shaken. So there's going to be 2 that step down over embarrassment for whatever reason.
I think Clinton appointed her because I looked that up the last time.
You know who else he appointed? Kagan.
Yeah. Well, she can't live forever, folks. I really, truly believe Trump will be picking another Supreme Court justice in his second term.
He'll be picking 3. He'll be picking 3 before his term is up.
You think so?
Yep. Yes, I do.
Well, yeah, because Clarence Thomas is getting up there in age. So is Roberts.
He's already replaced over 200 judges nationwide.
Yep. Federally, yep.
Already 2 Supreme Court judges.
Yep.
He's going to replace 3 more. 3 more.
That would be awesome, because if we can get 2 or 3 more on the Supreme Court, then that definitely means that we can overturn Roe versus Wade.
I could just see RBG say, after Trump gets reelected, I can't live 4 more years.
Well, then we would say, we don't care.
4 more years.
Yeah.
You want me to get your cemetery plot ready?
You know what I say? Jump for Trump.
I don't think she can jump.
Right.
She
Yes,
actually
let's
does.
go.
There's one thing I'll say positive about her. She does exercise all the time.
Clap on.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that routine.
The clapper.
Alexa, play workout music.
Do people actually use that? The clap-on clapper? Ooh, celery.
Actually, no, it's green chili.
Oh, okay.
I don't get excited over celery.
I do, especially with peanut butter.
That makes it better. Actually, anything on celery makes it better.
No, I like chopping it up into my noodle dishes, though. The celery.
There you go. Cook.
Yep.
See the forehead going red?
You can put it in beef stew. You can put it in chicken noodle soup.
I thought you said chicken noodle.
Getting redder and redder every second. I was what a minute ago.
I couldn't do that. Sorry. I don't like something that spicy.
Is that garlic stem?
No, this is
Red ghost pepper. Throw it in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What do you call them over there? The long jalapeno. That's it.
Jalapeno. Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't even do jalapeno. Someone dared me to eat it once, and I ended up throwing up.
I've tried it once.
Jalapenos are not hot enough.
Yeah. I tell you what, I like.
There's a hybrid
ghost peppers in my
that's specifically to be like almost no heat. It's just flavor.
What's that?
I have.
It's a jalapeno that's bred for like low heat.
These ones got plenty of heat in them, but you soak them in malt vinegar and salt and 4 tablespoons of sugar and some black pepper kernels, and that for about 3 weeks. Excuse my throat giving out because that's the chili.
Nice.
There's still a shitload of fucking heat in them, but like they're not as bad as if you just gobble them straight off the vine.
Wow, they actually still sell the clapper.
She looked it up.
Remember? Clap on.
That's what I reckon, Bill. They're not that bad.
Yep. I still see commercials on late night TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sell a lot of crap on late night TV.
Man, there's some little.
I remember when there was no late night TV.
I saw a device where women could stand up and urinate, and that was late on TV. They were advertising it.
Yeah, the cup. The lady who fucked me over here and that a while back, she had one.
I was like, wait a minute, wait. Shut the front door. I'm like, you gotta be friggin' kidding me. What else can they make?
You'd be surprised.
I got this for the day when they launched
you gotta go. But out here, the outback, so like country roads, you're on your own, so man. If you're early on the road and all that sort of thing, and you don't want to get everything off and that to have a leak, yeah, these things are handy.
What do you call the surgery to make
What do you call what?
a man?
Hey, battery, you got no volume there, man.
Yeah,
you're like cutting in and out as well.
Oh, wow.
To make a woman into a man.
Okay.
No, that's what we don't want.
An addictomy? Addictomy. I like that. That was good. That was a good one.
But
and
Jack,
what,
I like.
what do you call it when men get rid of it?
That one's kind of funny.
Sorry, Wiz, what was that?
I haven't heard one that's funny yet.
I like taking the jalapenos and just like the okra, and stuffing it with cream cheese and then breading it and frying it up, man. That is badass, you know.
I can't do the okra here. Tracy doesn't do it. But yeah, look, I'm
I
there.
make a burn your lips chili.
You've got to have mustard on the okra, though.
Something
hot on the okra. Chili paste, and that we get a concentrated. It's basically you throw a shitload of chilies without the seeds. Throw back about a quarter of the seeds back into the thing, and then blend the shit out of the lot. Throw some olive oil in and a little bit of alcohol, and it never goes mouldy then. And you got this concentrated chili paste you can throw in your cooking and all that sort of stuff. It's wonderful stuff. Not too many seeds. Too many seeds make it go mouldy.
Yeah, Dennis, I got to get Dennis my address so he can send me that he's going to send me some of that chili mix or whatever that was. Yeah.
I make chili. One ghost pepper.
Now I don't. I can't eat the super hot stuff anymore, man. I think I burned out a layer in my stomach or something. A couple too many times, you know. It's like there's some thin walls in there. They're growing.
I'm gonna get rid of all of my super hot stuff before Tracy gets here. That's my excuse.
Why?
Are you talking about food still?
Yeah, he's talking about food still. Right.
What do you think I'm talking about? Super hot stuff.
That's a badass mask, Tim. I like that mask, man. That's badass.
Goes all the way around as well.
Makes you look like a superhero, bro. Yeah. You're a superhero, man. What's up?
The day that they launched the facial recognition grid, I am walking down the street in this until I get arrested. I'll see if they give it me back.
Well, just make sure you get extra ones, okay?
Yeah.
So you have backups that you leave at home. You know?
They're off Amazon, £13.
Right. But that's badass, man.
I'm just waiting for the day to wear it. Like, if they start persecuting Christians and we become a Muslim state, I want to be, like, hung in this, you know?
Well, shit, you could be online man. You know what I'm saying with that? You know? I'm the online UK man.
I'm the only person. Everybody
Right.
else in their own little underground. I'm trying to drag people out of their little underground streams onto censor wars, and they won't do it.
Oh, really?
There's a
Oh,
bunch
wow.
of people that stream on like apps and stuff.
Oh,
And
right.
they've all got Patriot in their name, and they do really good stuff. They go out protesting. And there's a person that protects children from being groomed by drug gangs and stuff. And he streams on like to 2 viewers, and I'm like, come over here. You can more people can see what you're doing, and they don't want to do it.
Right.
And I understand why they're probably skeptical and stuff, but
Because they can delete their content as soon as they're offline.
yeah.
That's why they like those apps. Because they can delete their presence, the locations, and the recordings and everything else. They have control over their information. They can delete it right away. Right.
Yeah.
So if they make a solid profile, then they have a link to them other than the app.
There's
Yeah.
a few YouTube channels as well, but yeah. I'm trying to get more people that are doing stuff connected, but I still watch them all, you know.
Right.
There are people out there that do good, they're just not reported on.
Right. Union Jack Man. That's it. He's the Union Jack Man.
Bunch of new YouTube channel where it's just me ranting into a camera. That's not a bad idea. UK man, banned within a week.
That's badass.
I
I've
actually
noticed
sometimes
Sorry.
watch that show. No, go ahead.
I've noticed when the media interviews Tommy Robbins and they have to be against him. Like, he just did an interview on RT where they shouted him, and the person in Denmark shouted at him. They have to like really prove that they're against him to get him on there. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Right.
JS, do you remember Philip J. Lutty?
No, I don't know about that.
Philip was one of the great UK patriots, especially after the gun grabs over there. He invented machine guns, single shot pistols, silenced pistols that you can build from the hardware with no major machine tools, no lathe, no anything, just a hand drill, few files, all that sort of stuff. You can make effective weapons as his way of protesting the gun grab in the UK.
Yeah, I think you've told me about him before.
Brilliant guy. I did a lot of his armory work out here and that before the gun grab out here. But yeah, he's we worked out an extension from his 9mm SMG to a semi-automatic version. Big improvement.
But yeah.
You can see that I'm nodding along with you now. It just looks weird.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'm not. I am listening to what you're saying. It's good. People that stand up like that, they're not even in the history books or anything. You know, you have to go out and find out about them.
So what you do, and that is create a thing called the Lutty Brigade, and that'll scare the fuck out of the establishment.
Who would be in that group? Would it be just gun people?
Anybody who is pro Britain for Britons. Anybody who wanted the standard of decency. Anybody who didn't want to be a unarmed victim. Anybody who wanted the UK to be great again.
Stand for the rule of law.
Be great again.
Yeah.
Anybody wanted to stand up for what was right under the Westminster system as it's been held for 743 years.
In accordance with the Magna Carta.
Yeah. But people won't join it. Well, they might do. I don't know.
Well, I'm fear.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Tony's looking for an organisation to run besides TR News. He said so the other day. I got the post. Hint, hint. Start something.
Yeah. These are the days that heroes are made, brother.
Once in a while, I watch that show, Bachelor. I don't know. I'm just
Was that
stupid.
William
My daughter watches it.
You know, brother.
And the one girl that I liked on the Bachelor show walked away. I'm glad she walked away. It's just a male horror TV show, to be honest with you.
Because I guarantee you, Tommy Robinson didn't think he was being a hero the day he stood up. He was just pissed off about what was going on around him.
And wanted to say what was right.
Yeah. Wait a minute. This does not pass the smell test, and he just woke up to what was going on and tried to get other people to understand what was happening around him.
He didn't get woke, he woke up.
Yeah.
But still
California.
Definitely need karma for everything over there. So Smith, grooming gangs.
San Francisco has an app.
And when times come around, Tommy Robinson will be legend. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Well, if you think that everybody goes up to heaven, then they're all going to be shown, like, you slagged off this guy, and this is what he was actually doing, and this is what I was telling him to do.
Yeah, because the mainstream media and CNN ain't played in fucking heaven.
Yep.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
Yeah, basically a crap map on an app.
But if you believe that thing where you see what you've done in your life and how you've affected other people, everybody that's been against him said something against him. Like, all these fuck Trump people, they're going to see it.
Los Angeles.
You know?
And there's a shitload of people in for a shock and that when they think there's no afterlife.
Oh, man.
The greatest game in history that Satan wasn't real.
Do you remember the
There is
movie?
no heaven. There is no hell.
Do you remember the movie? Do you remember the movie Ghost?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I imagine.
Demi Moore. And
That's probably pretty close to what happens in this stage of the game.
You know what I don't understand? The people that say there is no God and then they hail Satan every 10 minutes.
Right. What do you think? Yeah, exactly. You know.
There is no God but hail Satan. What?
Ugh. Crazy bastards. Right. Crazy crap map for the crap map app for Frisco. What the hell?
they actually have it in LA.
Right.
You can avoid it.
Hey Jack, you're being addressed there in chat, Darbib. See, they're saying that's not your name. Change it back.
Well, I am a Tajiri today, if nobody's noticed, and that's because today was the last day of distilling.
The last day of what?
All distilling.
Okay.
All the mash, it's all been distilled off, and now it's all in the keg. But yeah, I'm schnoopy.
You put Jerry Jack on the noodle?
It fits.
It fits.
This is my blanket and my cat's got the purple one.
Jerry Jack sour mash.
Yeah. No more mash. It's all the chooks are wasted. All the falling out bits in the bottom of the mash and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They've been eating that. They're all under the tree out the back sleeping.
They're for Snickers.
There was one trying to get up there to be with the rest of them, and it was 1 foot forward that way and then 1 foot out to the side, fucking that way. Oh, fuck, what happened there? No, for another foot out that way, and then, another one, and all of a sudden want to go out that way. Hey, fuck, where the fuck am I going? So, yeah.
You know, it's bad when they're rolling across the yard instead of walking.
Your name varies from day to day. Today is...
No, they're not atheists if they worship Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're stupid.
No, they're Luciferian. They worship Lucifer. Satan.
Yeah, they're the ones you got to watch out for. They run the UN.
The greatest deceiver. Oh, boy, that was a name for Allah too, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Muhammad said it himself.
Imagine that. The description of the Savior in the Quran is direct opposition to the description of the Savior in the Bible. Okay?
But it's not
they
real.
do hold Jesus in high regard.
Yeah.
No. Have a
believe in
look at the protesters and all that sort of thing, because they also say, read the whole book, man, with the jihadists, and that Jesus will break the cross, join with Islam, and help kill the Kafir.
They believe he's the prophet of Islam.
Look,
that's the false prophet.
60% of the Quran has got nothing to do with religion. It's political ideology, an entire way of life. Only 6% of the Quran is actually about religious texts and how to live your way religious and worship God. And most of that's been stolen from other texts, including the Jack Christ and all that sort of stuff. But they also include things like, remember, he rode
Before
on.
we move on, Jack, I want
to. Right, Crow.
Went above the earth and that, and saw the world was flat, and he went out in space and all that sort of stuff. The world was flat on Pegasus, a mythical Greek mythological creature. He also met with Nimrod, which was a Roman mythological creature. He also, when he was up there, he went to Mount Olympus and met with Alexander the Great as a young man, because he died young. He was actually assassinated or poisoned or whatever. But he didn't say anything about that he lived a full life and all that sort of stuff.
that Jack, that part that where the breaking of the cross and joining with the Muslim. with Islam. That's already happened. The false prophet's already done that with the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Because the false prophet is the Pope, the current Pope.
Cross is now an offensive thing to Muslims, according to the Pope.
Now,
We shall not proselytize them.
The reason I say that is because the St. Francis prophecies about the popes themselves. This Pope is the false prophet, according to their own prophecies. He is a Jesuit and should not be seated in the position of vicar.
Thank you.
Okay. And vicar is a definition of in place of God.
Yeah, that's exactly it. 100% spot on. No, hang for 110% spot on. Thank you very much for exposing the truth.
I looked at Nimrod.
To respond to Buffalo Bill and the thing, the Quran says Allah is a trickster. Actually, in the Quran, Muhammad responds to Abu al-Bashir, and he says that these people are maybe lying to us. Do we know all that sort of thing? It's in the same section of that, and he says, can we trust the food to eat? And he says, just say Bismillah and eat. And that, because if God is truly God, and that you can say a prayer over the food and poison will turn into nothingness and all that sort of thing, and you're on your way. The problem is, in the end, Muhammad fucking slaughtered a village, 800 folks. He personally swung the sword 800 times during the day. All these blokes were holding these folks. And then he got one of the mothers of one of the blokes he beheaded to cook lamb for him, and she poisoned him. And he died on the way back. Now, he was physically in a straight line, 1,200 miles from Jerusalem, where he is supposedly fucking his dead carcass was laid out on the Dome of the Rock, and fucking it has ended up in heaven. No, what happened is he started to stink around about the third week and that, and they fucking dished his fucking hole in the fucking thing and made up for it. Because that's the desert.
Jack, you got me looking up Nimrod, and that was the great grandson of Noah. Son of Cush.
After he remember, there's two sides to that. One, he doesn't exist. Two, the Romans say he slept with a Nephilim woman. So Nimrod is a mixture of a Nephilim and Noah's grandson. And that, but there's no biblical reference to that. It's all Roman.
He was king of the land of Shinar.
Yes. Yeah, because he was big. He was 8 cubits tall. So a cubit, make a fist, from the tip of your thing to that. That's a cubit. Right now? Mm-hmm. 8 of them, well, my cubit is roughly 15 inches. So 8 times 15 inches, figure it out. I'm too wasted to do the math.
Babel is in his kingdom.
So I do it cheap. It's 120 inches, but yeah, that's a fucking big person.
Yeah, it's 10 feet.
Yeah. 12 inches of a foot.
And he was the one that built the Tower of Babel.
I do, Crow. I remember.
Absolutely, and that's why it had 15-foot ceilings in the Tower of Babel.
Did you guys?
Sorry, Michelle, go.
Nephilim.
I was responding to Crow. Crow reminded me of those foxes that were on the Temple Mount, and I remember seeing that video, and I was like, "Wow, that's biblical prophecy coming true right before our eyes," because it says right in the Bible how the foxes will come to Israel and walk on the temple.
True.
Yeah.
And now apparently they're going to try building the third temple, but you and I know they're going to be hated by the Muslims down there, but they're going to build it. When, I don't know when it will be done, but I believe they're going to start building it soon because that was the sign they were waiting for.
And in prophecy, you'll find context for all of this. It seems like random craziness, but I'm telling you, in the prophecies, if you read the prophecies, if you look through the prophecies, you'll find context for all of this, and you'll know what their purposes are and what their results will be.
All right. I'm letting you know some of the things I know of. You know who Bill Whittle is. You know who Rush Limbaugh is. You know who who's that other Thomas Sowell and all Sowell and that the black judge and all that sort of thing. There's a cruise happening off the coast of Israel. They're based on a cruise ship, and that with helicopter flights to all the different things and conferences and boat trips into Tel Aviv and all that sort of stuff happening. Later on this year, I got an invite, and they're all discussing all of this as that on that cruise. So it's about $2.5 grand US, and I'm actually seeing if I can fit me and Tracy on board. But I wouldn't mind going. He's also got the English Islamic scholar, Professor Bill, whatever, and he's got that historian guy, David
Barton.
Yes, and that from wallbuilders.com. Built more homes for disabled veterans than the fucking government.
Yep.
His private foundation has built more homes for disabled veterans than the fucking US government.
Our Habitat for Humanity.
And yeah, well, he's on the board of that one as well, and that. But I think that's more that Russian immigrant guy.
Yeah.
Made his money on bloody import export and that through down to South America, selling American cars and spare parts and that down to South America, and legit. Excuse me for a second. Time to ring buzzards in, as you can probably tell.
Good deal. Yeah, that wasn't from us, Yummy. But yeah, no shit. This is it goes way beyond that, and it is just so much stuff all the way. I've even studied the Lady Shipton prophecies. Are you familiar with those, JS? Yes.
There we go. Sound got real choppy there for a bit.
Hey, Tim. No, he's away from his camera. Oh, okay. But yeah, the Lady Shipton prophecies were out there too, and she talks about in the prophecies that they wrote up, and it's really kind of controversial about that she was that whatever it was or whoever it was that originally wrote them. But the in the prophecies, the Lady Shipton prophecies is what they call them. She talks about people talking to stones across the ocean. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. It's really kind of wild stuff. And she talks about the nature of the birds that outstrip the wind and stuff like that. Jack, you familiar with Lady Shipton prophecies? Have you ever checked those out?
Lady who?
Lady Shipton.
Yes.
Yeah, the predecessor. It's supposed to be. I have a feeling that they were passed down from the Merlin identity.
I can't find them any earlier than the late 50s. There's no anything before that. Whereas like Peel's letter to Queen Victoria and all that sort of stuff explains the whole, World War I, World War II, Islam versus Christianity, all that sort of stuff. That's archived. That's been replicated all the way through from the 1800s and all that.
Right.
But yeah, so like.
Yeah, I know it's really controversial about their origins, but there are some things in there that are kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Big time. And that, but who again do they point the finger at, and why is there no history before that date?
Right.
Okay, I've seen a lot of this hate stuff and that appear late 40s, early 60s, all that sort of thing, the resurgence of a certain couple of groups and all that sort of stuff out there, and that some Islamic money going in there, reaffirming all that sort of thing. They got real popular, they got arms and all that sort of thing, and they got technology and they got smart and they got publishers. But I never try to propagate that stuff. There are some interesting concepts in it, and I like some of it and all that sort of stuff, but the background overall is that old hatred, and I don't want to go into it.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Sorry.
I wasn't talking about that part of it. I was talking about
No.
when she got the
Some of the
descriptions of the
societal
technology.
things, the freedom of the individual and all that sort of thing.
Right.
But you've got to realise it's based again on collectivism or an off branch of it, tribalism, all that
Right.
sort of thing. Socialism, communism, all fucking that same fucking thing, because they're all doing it by fucking pointing the finger at somebody else and saying they're evil. You're going to get together.
Well, like I said, I take the pieces out that make sense to me. And there was one part of it where she explains that women will wear pants and cut their hair short like a man, and that men will become feminine, and they'll talk to stones that will allow them to speak to people on other shores and stuff like that. She talks about the aircraft and the weapons of war and stuff in there, and there's no way possible that this stuff even came out when the time.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Have a look at Omega magazine, 1798. They were talking about flying machines and fucking rays of light and all that sort of thing. Then came Jules Verne.
Right, Jules Verne was a big
and all that
influence.
sort of thing,
Yeah.
talking about sonic rays and submarines and that, and nuclear fucking technology and all that sort of stuff. No, this stuff, the idea of it and all that sort of thing had been around for a long time in the
Right. Okay.
People when they try to push this pervasion of going through this and that it's new and wonderful and all that sort of thing, they forget to tell you about the obvious. No,
Right. Yeah. But still, it was just kind of interesting that how accurate some of it was, though.
Well, the bloke who wrote what was that good old American guy who went through into space and that, and Bucky or whatever he's. No,
Buzz Aldrin.
No. It was a thing in the black and white TV era. Not Buzz Lightyear. Fuck's sake, that's a Pixar bloody thing.
Oh yeah. You're talking about Flash Gordon.
Flash Gordon, that's it. All that sort of thing. Flash Gordon. The folks who wrote that based that off a Andromeda series 55 years before they ever wrote a script. And they admit that. 55 years beforehand. And when was that one done? Can't even remember. Andromeda has Andromeda science fiction writing group has been around in one of three forms, and that for it's 2020 now, so 1888, so 12 to 1900, 100 to 2020, 18, so that's 138 years. Andromeda, the science fiction writing stuff that exposed L. Ron Hubbard and Asimov and all those sort of fucking guys, all that sort of thing. One of their first authors, and that was.
I got to catch this in chat thing. Yeah, Yummy. They weren't trying to call you a name. That's kind of my big rule: is don't be a dick.
Yeah. That's all. Don't be a dick.
They were just trying to let you know that. It's our one big rule around here. No personal attacks will be tolerated. No group, no stereotyping group attacks kind of thing will be allowed. That kind of thing. That's it. They weren't trying to call you a dick or anything like that. They were just
hang for it.
That's our rule.
Can I make an independent
medicine as that.
I don't think anybody's called you a dick, and I don't think you've done anything wrong. I think there's been a misconception here, and let's all say someone's misinterpreted stuff. We've got a lot of folks from a lot of different regions. Folks say things and that to other folks, and that may mean something else. Take it as just a screw up, and that on all sides around. But I can't see
this is miscommunication.
anything done directly to you. Or
how do you afford $20 a stream?
Anybody off? So if anybody is pissed off at you,
Nobody pays for my streams.
I'll take your side because I can't see you've done wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't calling that person at all. I was just stating the rules. That's all.
Yeah.
So now that we got it clear, we can move on.
Yeah, no, nobody was calling you. it's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to clear that up. Sorry, Jack. I didn't mean. I just wanted to get to
all good, and
got out of hand.
Thank you,
I
Jack.
just noticed the
Thank
last
you, Wiz.
post there, and that pro-life warrior. Oh, you take it seriously. Want mod for a 19-year-old woman who is constantly harassed. I'll pay $20 a stream. But hey, man, who's that young girl that's on here on a regular basis looking for a few extra bucks? She's a good egg and got a good level mind. Wouldn't mind seeing her. Say again?
Caitlin Bennett?
No, the girl on the stream here and in the chat, she could use a few extra bucks.
Well, I'm sorry, his 19-year-old friend or whoever's being harassed, but welcome to the world of social media. Everybody at the point is going to be harassed. I mean, shit. I should know what that word means. I'm harassed all the time, but you just got to ignore it.
That's why it's got ass in the name.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Can I ask Doopy Doo, what's he going to be the president of both?
No, that's not blasphemy. Blasphemy is
Doopy
calling
Doo
on
says, yo,
the Lord as a liar.
Sanders
That's
is going
blasphemy.
to be a great president, but I want to know what he's going to be president of. Like the socialist Social Democrats of America. He can do that. Yeah, no drama. No. He's actually not at the moment.
He's going to be president of the Losers Club.
It's like the opposition in my country. They want to censor all opposition, and then that's it.
Let Loopy answer. Come on. Doobie Doo. Sorry, not Loopy.
Doobie Doo.
A little. Sorry for the Freudian slip there, Doobie.
Right.
Your boy wants info on Trump. Is your boy fucking Schiff? He's been after info on Trump for heaps, and he's been paying for it, and he's getting that info everywhere he goes.
Right.
If he wants all info on him, he can go to megapill.com, and that's all the accomplishments that Donald Trump has succeeded.
Oh, you're laughing on the top left. Fuck you, you're stupid.
That's me.
What do you laugh at with a name like
Hey, Wiz, what have you done?
I don't know. I'd like
tell you what you've done. You've got a Trump flag behind you, man. And this little guy is triggered. And even though I've been taking the piss out of him, he doesn't care. He sees that Trump flag.
Fuck you with the Trump flag over there.
Do the KGB fucking attack because that's what I represent.
All babes are gay from now on. Yeah. In your world, maybe. What are you going to do? Come up with a new flag?
You all are gay from what? How old are you, dude? Can you just use simple grammar?
Hey, Doobie Doo. Hey, you got to know about the new movement for the left, man. All the Bernie bros are into it.
I didn't know.
There you go.
There
you go.
Gay.
Love the sign. Whoever did that, thank you.
Free shit.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with me tonight. I'm in one of those moods. I swear.
Now you done it. Now you're the cat toy. We're a bat you out.
They're on the left, so they mean actual babies.
Thank you, Huckleberry, because I wasn't about to handle that. Go home to mommy, because we know you're still listening, and go play with your rubber duckies. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure your mommy's got a hot pocket warmed up for you. Go check.
Your bubble bath.
Now, remember, we've got to respect people. They may not have a nuclear family and that, so it may be their male thing and that, and the hot pocket represents something else. So there you go.
Definitely the rubber duckies.
Lube, though. It may
Can't
hurt.
forget the rubber duckies. Can't forget.
They're turning the freaking babies gay.
See, now that hits the heart a little bit because babies are innocent. So nice try.
But it does. That's what literally that's what they're doing in the UK and with this trans movement bullshit. So yeah, literally.
And then it's homophobia for me saying that.
Right. It was like crazy.
Oh, whack-a-troll, Huckleberry. Good job.
This is ridiculous.
Well, at least now Yummy knows why we're on edge.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we get him from time to time, but we beat
Now
him
watch,
up.
he's gonna sign up and make a new account really quick.
That he picked out my laugh because it was
I
so
like
ridiculous.
your laugh. I think you should laugh more. Screw
But
him.
I mean, it's just the reaction of I know the truth, and you just made yourself so ridiculous.
Right, and also, do you know that you're streaming not just on YouTube, dude, and Twitch? Just to let you know.
Right. Yeah, we don't even know how many people are actually watching us. So there you go.
Show your hate for Trump. Do it for social justice. Yes.
I highly suggest a minimum of 5 stories, preferably 7 stories for a clean instance.
Preferably.
Yeah.
We don't want anybody suffering, of course.
Yeah, I mean, give your life to a cause, and you know, show the world that you won't live in a place where
You know how much change in that if 30,000 liberals and that jump off buildings and against Trump? We're going to be able to fertilize all of the South fucking sugarcane fields for the next 5 years.
You know, I put that up on an old Facebook account. I found that it was still up, and they took it down.
Oh, that's not fair.
I know.
We're
right?
trying to be equal opportunity.
The
Nobody does that discriminate anybody against race, creed, or color, and that anybody wants to jump against Trump, find a 7-story building or more and fucking hell, set yourself free.
Right.
Care what color you are, what race you are, what creed you are, what religion you are, what your personal belief is, or how many times your anal back passages are penetrated a week. It's all good. Everybody's equal in our eyes.
Have you seen the minimum length of a dildo that they sell on Amazon? I don't want to go anywhere near a woman that uses that.
What did you just say? Say that again.
The minimum length of a dildo that they sell on Amazon is like 8 inches.
No, I did not know that, dude.
Somehow I get the feeling I'm lowering the whole tone of the chat tonight.
Jack, you're the best. Oh, good
I'm
lord.
bad, I know. I'm a bad man.
No, just the opposite. You make me laugh. We got buffering.
Ja, ik ben uitveranderd.
It'll pop up, maybe. Don't tell Michelle. It's Sloth. Isn't that his name? Yeah, buddy. That was a good movie.
That looks like Rebecca.
Hey, you guys! Baby Ruth? Baby Ruth?
It's coming back. It is. That's Rebecca. That's my mate's movies.
That is a classic movie. I could watch that movie all the time, without a doubt.
My mate's missus.
Goonies.
I didn't think that much of it.
And that's why it's a Democrat.
That's another one I can't show you, and that thanks to our government over here. That was a funny Australian movie. My mate's missus. I was trying to get you the movie Dimboola to actually play it, and nobody hosts it, so I'm gonna have to buy the thing on DVD and that and break a shitload of laws. But it's all good.
What year was the movie, Jack? Do you know him?
Early 70s. Dimboola, the movie. What?
Yeah, starting
There you go. Come down here. Say good day. And see all the people over here? I don't give a shit about people. Give me scritches.
My cat does that when he wakes up. He jumps up at me and wants me to stroke his head and chin.
Yeah, yeah. The places they can't really get when
Yeah.
they're switching themselves. Uh-oh. Thing 5, here we go. Twitch makes me hungry all the time. People always talk about suburbs. I've been where Goonies was filmed. Portland, Oregon. Astoria, Oregon. I know somebody in Astoria.
Have you been invited to the Twitch affiliate program yet?
Yeah. Well, I think so. Yeah, we might have, but I've just not paid attention to it because I'm not. Yeah, we're not
I'm
about
on that. I've had that on my gaming channel. It's just filling like basic information, and you can make money through Twitch. With like
Oh, really?
subscriptions and stuff, yeah.
It just always worries me about getting involved in their programs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you don't have to do it. You wouldn't have to change anything. That's at partner level. At affiliate level, you just get access to your sub button and accepting bits, which is money.
James was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's only really the partners that they put conditions on content on.
Oh, okay. I'll look at that. I'll go back and look at that. But yeah, like I said, I normally I don't bother with that kind of stuff. But I'm still learning on this stuff, so I don't know why we would. But
I'm still trying to figure out what a Goonie is. Sorry.
Might help with the StreamYard
Over here, a
costs.
Goonie is Aboriginal slang for a flagon. Big.
I know what a
gallon
gurney
jug.
is.
A Goonie,
Gurney's-
yeah. Over here is a flagon. Cheap wine.
Oh,
Glass bottle.
Goonies.
Yeah.
Goonies
that's
is a
what
movie
Goonie-
here. There was like a bunch of nerd kids.
Yeah.
There's always a bunch of nerd kids. There's hundreds of them.
Those are Goonies.
Goonies?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think
Good
these are
actors
great.
in there. Tom Cruise
Yeah.
was in there. Who else was in there? Was
No, we navigate by Goonies over here.
Corey
How many
Feldman
Goonies
was in there, wasn't
over
he?
here there? Oh, about 4.
Could look that up.
Wasn't Corey Feldman in that?
Yeah.
Goonies. I have to look
Sean
this up.
Austin, Corey Feldman.
I'm not American, so yeah, whatever.
It wasn't Tom Cruise, I'm sorry, I was mistaken on that.
Josh Brolin. Josh Brolin was in it. It was one of his first roles.
Yeah. Robert
Alright.
Davey was in there. I talked to him on Twitter. He's a Trump supporter.
If Tracy's watching, you're gonna have to educate me to this American classic when you get over here.
Good night, Buffalo Bill. Dream well, Patriot.
Yeah, dream well.
Take care, Bill.
God bless you, man.
Good night, Bill.
Hey, Benny, how you doing? Benny May just came into the room.
No, they should just make a Goonies, but with original actors, but using their kids to do another search for gold or something. I wouldn't mind using like the original cast, but then using their families in the movie as well.
This is so weird. I know. I've grown up all my life. A Goonie meant a large, cheap bottle of wine.
That's
that
funny.
Was common with chronic alcoholics or destitute Aboriginal folks, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I love Robert Davey.
Again?
He sings too, guys. Robert Davey. He's a good singer. He retweets, likes my tweets all the time. I talk to him privately. Good guy. And he's hated by the left, and Hollywood hates him because he supports Trump.
Well, didn't somebody from that? You mentioned a name before, and that from Goonies, the movie, kid actor who's now just come forward with Glenn Beck and released a whole thing. These guys raped me. Who was it?
Corey Feldman.
Corey, that's the name, Corey Feldman. I
Yeah.
watched the documentary about that around about 1:30 this morning my time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I cried during it because he was definitely sexually assaulted, and you can see it in his eyes. And I think he was writing a book. exposing a lot of names. Harvey Weinstein was one of them. You said Robert De Niro is another, which I always believed.
Found out not off the Glenn Beck channel, but through a post. There's a guy called something Taran Tactical.
Hey, Benny.
They were teaching the folks from the not the Matrix, John Wick, the movie, and how to shoot in real life and all that sort of stuff. Two folks that work for them have joined a security team for that Corey Feldman guy to protect him until everything comes through, because apparently there's going to be an upcoming court case. And so these guys are there, and they are excellent SPA, special protection officers. And used to play that role myself, and that's after I got out. But these guys, yeah, they're good. So
his friend Corey,
those two, who are they in charge of?
Corey Feldman's friend killed himself. What was his name? Corey Haim, was it?
Corey Haim, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Benny. Maybe.
Yep. Hey, Benny, answer us a question so we're not rude. Is it maybe or maybe?
Or maybe.
Maybe.
To me, I read
my
that
Twitter
as
friend. My Twitter buddy.
So 1 for Mabe, 2 for Mabe with an E on the end of it.
Speaking for kids to big kids.
Maybe.
What? What's the matter with
Yeah,
you?
he just said on Twitter, I'm a night owl. Yeah, I'm definitely not a night owl.
I just think of it when I was a kid, and I was totally innocent, and I had like.
There you go. Number 1.
To have sex and stuff, and I never did it. You know what I mean? At like 13.
Shalom, Benny.
Now they're just going to enable everybody, and all these kids are going to be, aside from gender confused and all that, they're going to be having sex. There's going to be no mystery to it, no innocence. You know?
Well, yeah, it may be that way for a while. Yep.
My brother just texted me. What do you want?
I'm glad, because if I did have the opportunity to have it, I would have developed way too soon.
What do I want for my birthday? I want a brand new house in Kentucky. Can you get that?
Yeah, but you know, like I said, education is still the best. You know, the thing is, you teach them before they learn by somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Some people will do that.
You teach them about what God says about that and their purposes as a human and why they're built where they are, and they need to accept who they are and their role in society, so that they're not confused about it when these bastards start talking these perversions.
And then it's on people when the kids come home from school as well to correct them when they say it.
Correct. If you can't keep them from being exposed, you need to educate them with the best possible information first. Yeah, that's my thing. 'Cause I never, you know, my kids grew up and there was porn on the internet all over the place, unrestricted. You know what I'm saying? And I went, they come to me and they're like, yeah, there's a bunch of naked ladies on the computer. My friend was showing me all this stuff and how to get into it. And I was like, well, this friend of yours, he does it a lot? And he goes, yeah, he does it a lot. Does he have a girlfriend? No. I said, then he's a pervert. He goes, what? Oh, yeah, you want to be like that and not have a girlfriend? Well, no, because he was already, you know, getting on 12, you know, 11, 12, 13. And he was looking at girls and stuff and he had a girlfriend. I says, you look at that stuff and you're never going to have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
You know? And he was like, why?
And that's what the UK government now.
They're dirty.
Yeah. The UK government are trying to flip that on its head as well and say, we need to censor online and make digital IDs so kids don't see porn. It's like, you introduced the porn. You haven't done. You upload a football game,
you get agents sent to your door and everything, and they really go after you for copyright,
Right.
and they take
I
stuff
see
down
some
for
of the
copyright.
commercials that had. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, they take stuff down for copyright all the time, but they just leave the porn there.
Yeah,
That's there on purpose.
I seen the promotion they had on in the UK about married couples and how the women should be allowed to go out and have sex with other people or something.
Oh yeah, they push that all the time. That's
Like,
everywhere.
what the hell is that?
And we got fast track divorces now.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's just nuts. Oh man.
But yeah, I'm gonna go now anyway. It's been a bit of a ranty day, a bit of an emotional day. But
Right.
thank
Right.
you for talking to me when I was wobbling a bit. I do appreciate it.
Well, take that energy and use it to do good things with. Try to be a positive force in your environment, brother.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Have a nice night.
You too.
You have a great one. Hey, just realize, Tim, you never know. The person you touch may not be the person that makes the difference. It may be the third person down the row that is affected by what you tell that first person.
Yeah, well, I've already reached millions of people who post on Facebook before I was banned, so I'm pretty sure. There's
Right.
been
Yep.
like that thing where I was helping the homeless person, and then it came out that it was in the same place that other people helped them and then yeah, you don't know who you're helping when you do it.
Exactly.
Or who you're touching. I just need to think about my next YouTube video, so I'm probably going to take a day off as well because I don't know what to do now. It's like, here's the message. Message just got banned. Yeah. I don't know. I'll
Right.
think about it. I'll sleep on it.
There you go. Well, Jack gave you some great ideas, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there you go. So, rock and roll. You have a great one.
Okay. Good night.
Have a good day. God
You too.
bless you.
It snowed here now, and it rained on it again.
Oh, shit.
Hey, if my brother wants to get me the Apple Watch, he can. I'm not going to say no.
I'm pretty sure we're going to get snow here in the next day or so. It's probably going to be above freezing. So,
Cool.
Hopefully it goes well, and stay warm,
you
stay
know it,
safe,
bro.
etc., etc. Okay.
And I'll see you tomorrow. Rock on. But it still, it still strikes me kind of funny that he went after me on my laugh. Like, it wasn't even the words I said. It was.
And then it's going to drop down into the 20s for the next 5 days.
Say what? What did you say?
I got 3 days of 30s and rain, and then it's going to drop into the 20s and snow.
Yeah. It's supposed to be
Right.
like that, kind of like here, too.
Well, let me pull this up real quick.
Hey, Jack, I put a link in the private chat for you.
Oh,
I
cool.
found that movie on the streaming site.
Oh, it's in Footlockers, but they've swapped from. They used to be in Taiwan. TJ.
Yeah, it's South Georgia Island now.
Cool. You know who that is, don't you?
Wasn't that the people that were with Kick-Ass and
Yep. You know who they are?
the original Anonymous people?
No, not at all. This is a 14K. This is the Hong Kong Triad.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Hey, look, next Monday, which is actually Sunday your time, we'll get this up and play it.
Oh.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hang 5. I'm going to show this share screen. I'm getting a drama here. Share screen. Share. Can you see that on StreamYard?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, threat secured. We've safely aborted a connection to DZ. It's actually hosted somewhere. It's a relay, and it's with URL blacklist. URL blacklist is a thing that poisons all your cookies. So when you go to log into a site, they're all corrupted and all that sort of thing. It doesn't remember your password. It corrupts them all. It's just a pain in the ass. It doesn't hack anything. It doesn't do. It just blocks you from getting in because it subverts all your cookies. So I'll relay it from here because I can broker that on my firewall here. All right, it doesn't matter. There's no cookies on the firewall. It's just an old. Remember back in the days of the DX4100 processors? Oh, this is just a dual processor, one of them with 2 gig of RAM running T-Rex and Debian Linux on it. Yeah. That's all it runs. Oh, and a couple of honeypots. And monitoring logging. That's all it does. The monitoring and logging is on a USB key separate from it, so it's off the system. If they destroy the system, I got all the logs and I know exactly what they've done and where they've come from. So it's a brokered system. This one here is a Wine. I'm running an emulator on top of Linux again, running Windows, and my browser is Chrome for Linux.
Yeah.
Running. Oh shit.
Yeah. Hey, Benny. Michelle and Canoes there. They're on East Coast time. I'm Central. And Jackson, Australia. He's into tomorrow already. Bart PE.
Yeah.
So it's a Windows 10 emulator.
Right.
For Linux, basically. Windows 10 with a Linux gun.
Yeah.
I like to go to Erie, Pennsylvania, just to go out to eat at that restaurant that has delicious beef on wick.
Oh yeah, and Huckleberry's on East Coast time too.
Yeah, I agree too.
You know, I know that. That was a long time ago.
I should ask for a new car because he did ask me what I want for my birthday. You never know.
What were you saying, Jack?
I knew someone from Salem. And actually, Tracy did too. It's a small world.
Okay.
Well, all right. I'll fill you in. How Tracy and I met. I joined into a Facebook group of US Special Forces, Vietnam and post-Vietnam. And some of the folks you've actually met here, right here. I was the only Aussie in the group. And one day, somebody's wife tried to line Tracy up with a gent over there in the US, and unfortunately he hit the next name down in the list, which was me. And I got this intro, hello from Oregon, all that sort of thing, introduction and all that sort of thing. And I was like, what the fuck? You will g'day from Australia. I wrote back and then she got the wrong address sort of thing. But I actually knew the guy. She was supposed, when she said back the name, she was actually supposed to get a link to this guy because she got back to her friend and said, oh, I hit the wrong thing. He's the next guy down on the list. Yeah, sorry about that. That's how we actually met. Back in the days when I was actually on Facebook. What was that, 2012?
I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
But funny thing is, after we met about 6 months later, old mate passed away. Massive coronary.
Wow.
Dropped dead on the spot. People saw him fall. Never recovered.
Oh, geez.
Well, he was there in the same time Jonah was. So like the guy had been stressed. He'd been there, done that, struck off the list, done it hard for a lot of years. I think
Right.
three tours.
Wow.
65, 66, 67. So like you was there.
Me too, Crow.
So
Yeah.
look, hats off to him because the poor bastards weren't allowed to win.
Right.
They would have done it if the politics had stayed out of it. I was next door in Cambodia. I was a couple of years later. I didn't join till 72.
Right. Wow.
Right, yeah. I got over to Cambodia in 74 and played that game from there. At the time, there was a little bit of politics going on. The US were allies with the Khmer Rouge. Okay? And that is why you don't get any information with about the Cambodian War. Because I realised they got scared. And these guys ended up butchering 4.5, maybe 6 men of their own fucking people. And that's and they joined up with hardcore commos. They were democratic socialists when they launched, just like Bernie.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna fall to. I don't know what the hell they're thinking with this Bernie thing. I know the Democrats know they're toast, and if they don't let Bernie win, I'm telling you, they're gonna have that long night of long nights.
There'll be riots in the streets, just like what they did down at Berkeley, and they smashed all the banks and all the glass windows and all that sort of thing. But that's going to be all not attributed to Bernie, but to the Democrats. And for the next fucking decade, there won't be a Democrat fucking majority anywhere except in arsehole states. Sorry, states.
I think when that guy was delivering all those bombs to the fake news media, I totally think that was all fake because you hear nothing more about that guy.
Chin Lee. Wasn't that John Wayne's cat in the fucking movie? No, General Lee. Sorry, not Chin Lee. But Chin Lee was the fucking Chinese guy in the fucking movie.
Remember that, Battery? Remember that guy that was going around as a Trump supporter planning all those bombs at the fake news media, like headquarters CNN, MSNBC, and all that?
Yeah.
And then they finally caught him. I think that whole van was planted with all those Trump stickers, and all of that was just made up.
Now, because the guy had a fucking 20-year history as a Democrat and a socialist fucking supporter. And
Exactly. And he was registered as a Democrat. Exactly.
Yeah, no, he still is. I know, but now what makes you think it's not authentic? 20-year history. Democrat, socialist, still a registered Democrat.
Right. And anybody could do their homework. I mean, I think that's public information. So.
Hey, look, when the thieves rocked out to his house in the mailbox, the Green Left newspaper had just been delivered. Look at who the Green Left is in America. It's the Socialist Party of America.
Yep.
America.
I remember that, yeah.
And so, like, it was in his mailbox when they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this guy? No, he's not a fucking GOP white supremacist like they're trying to make him out. He's an idiot who's fucking volunteered to fucking do a couple of years and on the promise we'll look after you.
Yep.
Right.
And don't drop the soap.
Don't drop the soap. I told Michael Cohen that, and I told Avenatti, the creeper porn lawyer.
Hey, do you remember this idiot? Oh shit! What was that? just before Trump got elected, there was this guy that came out and started shooting things all around the place and that. Someone came up and got the gun off him without shooting him and all that sort of thing. Grabbed the gun and cold cocked him. And all that sort of thing. And he spouted all this supposed GOP stuff and all that sort of thing. He was mighty upset about George Zimmerman, about the shooting of that poor innocent black kid who was doing nothing wrong. You can't print out on a computer screen this guy's record, but yeah, he's innocent. He is full of drugs and accelerants, what do they call them? You know, hype up drinks, things that mix with other stuff and that, and it makes you hyper and all that sort of thing. So he's full of that. So he's filling the profile, exactly what the guy who ended up shooting him said, every down the line. Now, Zimmerman is actually suing a couple of politicians. What was it, a couple $100 million?
Oh, yeah.
Because they defamed him so much in their political rhetoric and that as being racist and all that sort of thing. Nobody in the mainstream media has ever shown a photo of Zimmerman's first wife who left him due to the stress of the case that was called. She's a lovely looking ebony girl. She is. I mean, beautiful shape and all that sort of thing. The classic dark skin beauty and all that sort of thing. Could be a weather girl on any one of the TV channels and all that sort of thing. But she left his ass in that because of all the controversy. I know. But they want to call him a racist, but they never mention and that she was African American. Or actually Jamaican American.
Hey, check this out. I've got this thing with Bernie where he doubles down on the Castro comments off of Twitter.
Go for it. Play. I want to see.
Yes. I just found it and I set it up. I got it all set up now. So, oh, come on. It's not giving me.
We've got to watch this. Got to duck out and pick another bud. I'm running low.
Okay. Let's see it. Oh, yeah. There it is. Okay, good. Here we go. More quiet.
Good things about Fidel Castro. He destroyed freedoms in that country. He picked winners and losers and killed them and put them in prison forever. You don't give him a pat on the back for anything. You don't give. It's not a quite. Truth is truth. All right. Now, if you want to disagree with me, if somebody wants to say that, and by the way, all of those Congress people that you mentioned just so happen to be supporting other candidates, just accidentally, no doubt, coincidentally. But, the truth is the truth. And that's what happened in the first years of the Castro regime. All right. So the Democrats who say, you don't say good things about Fidel Castro. He destroyed freedoms in that country. He picked winners and losers and killed them and put them in prison forever. You don't give him a pat on the back for anything. You don't give. It's not a quite. Truth is truth. All right. Now, if you want to disagree with me, if somebody wants to say that, and by the way, all of those Congress people that you mentioned just so happen to be supporting other candidates, just accidentally, no doubt, coincidentally. But, the truth is the truth. And that's what happened in the years of the Castro regime. All right. So,
it's just looping now.
Can I jump in there because this is a repeat? Can I add to what happened in the first, actually the first 2 months of the Castro regime, not the early years, just 2 months.
Yeah, do tell. Let everybody know.
Okay. The sisters of San Salvista and that were taken into a dungeon and strangled with wire because they refused to bow into it, whereas the sisters of Batavia and that became good things, and they were allowed to do that because they watched. Okay. He also brought in a whole pile of journalists and all that sort of thing and strangled them with wires. That's where one of the little things and that, our little playmate out there and that, what's his name? Caveira, Che
Guevara.
Yeah, he was very good with a garrote. And he
Yeah.
also diaries. If anybody wishes to contemporize them and that, you can buy them online and that, his own diaries. He's got a lot of poetry in there. People say he's a romantic soul and all that sort of thing. But in there is also how when he went to Africa with his Cuban troops and a few other folks who joined in with Soviet support, he invited all the village chiefs in where he was and that to join the revolution. When they didn't, he lined their youngest child up against the wall, and when they still wouldn't join in, he used a flamethrower. And this guy wore a T-shirt with Che Guevara's image upon it. He's a child killer. By the way, read his own writings. He's a dead set racist. Hated black people. Called them subhuman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was.
I have, and personally, I have met subhuman people, and that
President Johnson hated black people too.
By the actions that they've done, and I'm talking about like Islamic jihadists who have executed or raped little girls or people from whatever faction that have tortured and burned alive innocent people. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have met subhumans, and that's what makes you subhuman. You are acting below the level of a decent human being. You're acting like some abominable animal.
Well said. I think truly some people are not even human like when it comes to Bernie Sanders. I don't think he's got a heart in there. If he does, it's corrupt. He makes me sick. Just where he stands on abortion.
Trust me, he gives a shit about his group.
Have a look at the Lincoln Diaries there, Battery Addiction. Now, he had a coachman who was a black fella. And excuse my Australian term for, I think, African American.
It's okay.
Over here, the black fellas call us white fellas.
They like being called black American.
It's just an identifier. We don't see anything racist about it. But forgive me if it upsets anybody. Anyway, when Lincoln would go for walks, he would get a hell of a lot of comfort from talking with Jeffrey. Jeffrey apparently wasn't a happy man. Lincoln what's that storm you get down there and that it comes in, sometimes it's got a high wind, sort of like a hurricane but without the winds, and it's just this rain depression that moves across many states and causes floods and just pissing down rain without the damaging winds. What do they call that?
Okay, squalls.
Could be. No, that wasn't it. Lincoln's nickname for Jeffrey was Squalls because he was a slow-moving depression. Right. I forget the actual term he used, but he wasn't a happy man. Everything was down. But he saw the common sense in everything. And this is what Lincoln's own writing and all that sort of thing. He said he wished every black person was like Jeffrey, a realist, and wasn't following false teachings, as I think he put it. You'll have to read the Lincoln Diaries. It's all in there, right out. One of the classics. And that reader thinks he wasn't against black people, he was against stupid people, white and black. And unfortunately, there was a class in the black folks who, as he put it, would not help themselves as the good Lord bred the breath into them. So he was against lazy folks and the ignorant lazies. He was going to give them every chance to educate themselves and all that sort of thing. One of his generals did the 40 acres and a mule bit, which sent him fucking into bankruptcy. Somebody else did these amazing other things after the war and all that sort of stuff in there. And that a lot of people have tried, but unfortunately they invented a thing called the Democrat Party. They started off as outright racists and then started appealing to the black voter and that once they got their rights to vote and all that sort of stuff and that promised them all this sort of stuff. And through the promise of free stuff, they kept them slaves. The terminology in the US kept them on the plantation.
Yeah.
Okay. So and it's still going on today. But a lot of folks are waking up. I follow so many African American folks on Twitch, D-Live and all that sort of thing. And it makes me feel good that all these folks are waking up and saying no more of this and all that sort of thing. Trump may not be the best person out there, but he's looking after us better than any other bastards for the last 30 years.
40. Yeah, 40. I say 40. Yeah.
Reagan?
Since Reagan. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that 40 years already?
Yeah. He was elected in 80. Yeah.
I'm fucking old.
I know, right? I wasn't old enough to vote for him the first time around, but I voted for him the second.
I always admired Abraham Lincoln. That's just my opinion. I know President Johnson was a racist, big time.
Oh, yeah. He was a major racist.
NYGHT. I know something similar like that. There was an Australian who was a member of Loft Heavy Industries, L0 with a dash through it, pht.com. It doesn't exist now. I don't think. Unless somebody's read. I think Nightstorm. The Aussie was called Nightmare, KNYTMARE. Not that I know of that.
Right.
Nightstorm on YouTube.
Yeah, you know, I've got, like I said, two of my godchildren are black, and I'll tell you, it's just, you know, they know it's all propaganda, and they'll call me back and say, hey, my friends just don't understand, but I bring them by, and I'm like, hell yeah, bring them on by, you know, and they all freak out. You know?
Doesn't matter.
No, it didn't.
As long as they grow up to be good people of good character.
Yeah, and his friends know me.
Aboriginal. She was actually adopted by her parents.
Right, and a lot of John's friends, they'll come by and they're like, "Pops, man, you just tell it like it is. You're just real." And I'm like, "Exactly. It doesn't matter what color your skin is, man. We're all human, trying to figure this place out and how to work it. You know what I'm saying?" So, yeah, this is not something about it, and it just blows me away. You know, because even black people are like, "Oh, you white man." I was like, "Dude, don't call me white man." And I'm just like, you know, I'm an American, okay?
Oh, what?
I don't call you black man. You go and call me white man, and we're all human.
Every skin color, every tint, and it has good folks, and it has assholes.
Yeah, trash comes in every color, man. Trash comes in every color.
And that it is no avail of race, creed, or color. People choose to be assholes, and I choose not to associate with them. And I choose to associate with good folks of whoever they come from. I don't give a fuck. I'm not picky as long as they're a decent person.
Right. Right.
All right. You've seen me here. I get customers. I must admit, I dodged one because if they came in here and saw what was going on here, I'd never get rid of them.
Well, they freak out because I'll go see John where he's staying, and it's usually in a really black section of some neighborhood or something, right? And everybody around and freaks out when I show up. I just act up like nothing the deal, you know. And it's like, whoa, you know. But you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're like, wow, you know, what's that white guy doing?
Well, I did that first time I had a civilian trip to the US. I went to, which was after Gulf War I. During Gulf War I met a big, this guy's huge, American black guy called Chester. He got out of the military a couple of years afterwards, and he founded a nightclub. I don't know what was going on, but I think it was a couple of bars of gold and all that sort of thing involved. So it was first Gulf War, right? So anyway, he gets back there. I get into New York. I jump in a cab, and the guy says, "I'm not taking you there, man." He says, "You're white, and I'm the wrong colour too." And I said, "Well, get me as far as you can and point it out." And he said, "I'll do that for you." And I offered, you know, there's $20 in on it. Took me 3 blocks away, and he said, "Straight down this street, 3 blocks. On the 3rd block, it's on the right hand side."
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
blue sign out the front. Okay, sweet. And that's where all he'd take me. I think he was Italian or Spanish, or one of those guys, just from the accent. You know what I mean? But he didn't want to go down there because this was definitely a dark part of town.
Right.
I get down there, and you know those buildings we got down there, part in the Bronx, and that they got steps going up, and then they got steps going down next to them, either side.
Yeah,
Well,
Stoops.
I walk past some things and that, and two guys come up from fucking behind me, and then three guys come off sitting on the steps in front of me. And I said, "Where you going, white boy?" And I go, looked at myself and all that sort of thing, laughed, and I said, "I'm heading down to the nightclub down there. The bloke who owns the place is inviting me down. We're old mates." And they looked at each other and they laughed, and I said, "Well, we're going to take you down now." I said, "Well, thank you very much for being kind," and all that sort of thing. Get down there. The doorman, he looked at me and, who the fuck is this runner? Sent a runner inside and all that sort of thing. 2 minutes later, my mate comes out. Hey, it's all fucking good, big hugs and all that thing. Everybody starts to chill. And I said, "Hey, can the guys who brought me down here, and you mind if I bring them inside? They got me down here safe and go and buy a drink." And he said, "You know they're going to fucking kill you if you weren't 100%, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah, and I was going to drop them and that sort of thing," and I lifted up my fucking side. Because I didn't know I two down there.
Yeah, you might have tried.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all good. I wasn't doing anything wrong and that. And they very much underestimated me. And
Right.
Because I just play dumb Aussie. It's all good. I am a dumb Aussie. I don't know what I'm doing. But I know predators when I meet them.
Right.
These guys were predators. So yeah. That's okay. I haven't met anything like me before.
Well, welcome back there, canoes. There we go. Kicking that goat.
Oh shit. I got daylight left. I got to cut some pot.
You've been talking and we've been forgetting.
Again?
I said, you've been talking and we've been following it. We've just been forgetting about it.
Yeah, I know. And look, it's been a long day. The last of the mash has been processed and all that sort of thing. It's in the thing, in the keg. So that's fine. I think I've got 46 litres of Irish whiskey on that. In 3 weeks, it'll be ready to start drinking it by human beings instead of chronic alcoholics. Everybody who drinks it loves it, and that just sometimes you got to call them a cab.
Right. Hey, cab, what's up, man?
Considering the cheapest tax for the nearest town to here, either way, either Nil or Horsham, and that is $90.
Right.
Expensive fuck up coming over and drinking at my place. Hey, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
All right, you got it, man. Yeah, it's been crazy. Oh man!
Tonight I started designing Abraham Lincoln T-shirt. Actually.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I'm just taking a screenshot of the 4 scores speech. I'm gonna put that on the back of the shirt.
Yeah, that's.
That's what?
I said that's cool.
Yeah. I really admire him. He's probably one of my favorite presidents to study.
I've been to his birthplace.
So have I. That's where Hodgeville, Kentucky. That's where my family and I would love to move. Nice area. Quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Very quiet. That's what I like. You're not neighbor on top of neighbor. And I'm also taking Abraham Lincoln and I'm putting a Keep America Great Again on his head.
His stepmother was a great aunt of mine.
Mm-hmm. Really? That's awesome. See
was what?
what we don't know about our history, man. I'm telling you. I'm adopted, so it's harder for me.
It wasn't his mother. His mother passed away, but his stepmother.
That is probably one of the best places I'll always remember going, is seeing where he was born. And well, they have his log cabin, but it's not his real log cabin inside a building. You know, I
Right.
think that's pretty cool. But they have some artifacts left over from Abraham Lincoln. That's nice, Jack.
Just a little
That's awesome.
side, way down low on the plant, and just a
See,
little
you're
side.
lucky. We can't do that stuff here in New York State.
Somebody said to me the other day, he's pulling the damn plant apart. There can't be much left of it.
I know when you
yeah,
like that, you make viewpoints and it'll push out even more. Super crapping.
Well, I've got that much seed in it. That's a 18650 twin battery case.
Right.
So, there's enough seed in there. Probably only a third of it's the good brown stuff. Most of it's green, but a lot of the green sprouts as well. Surprised with this shit. People tell me stuff and that, and this keeps on defying it all. So, but yeah, I'm allowed 4 mature plants here. I've actually gone through 12 seedlings, is what you've been seeing me smoking all that. So I think of a failed crop this year. So I'm smoking all the green.
4 at any given time, or 4 per year, or what?
4 for the year. So here's one plant here that I took a picture of earlier.
Cut clones and say it's all the same plant. Clone after clone after clone.
Right.
This is actually of my tomato plants. Share screen, application window, share. So you can see that there. That's my tomato plants. Obviously, that's a chook. But if you see that critter there,
yeah,
that's coming up to about 5.5 foot tall by about 3 foot wide. That's not just coming into bud now. It's going to be a lot of seeds on it because it's hermaphrodite as well. But that's the size of my 4 plants. So
right.
Not the hugest. And there's a shitload there. I ain't running short for a little while.
Right. Yeah. Then if your tolerances are low, all you need to do is smoke the leaves and stuff. The rest of it's bonus.
Well, actually, building up my tolerances, as folks say.
Right.
Because all of this is, that's a lower leaf stalk, as you can see.
Right.
I've cut the bud off the top there, probably brown, dark, or black, where it got cut off about 3 or 4 days ago. But you got these 2 little buds growing further down the stalk because there were big sun leaves, and they're at the stage where this plant anyway, sun leaves are dropping off.
Right.
I had 3 plantings this year because so many of my seedlings either died or got eaten by the chooks or got scratched up by the chooks chasing worms. And,
yeah.
You know what I mean? That's life. So that's it. So they're all different things. The one in the picture is a survivor out of the last lot that I've got over there. It's a pot. They're all in pots, but that one's had the bottom cut out of it and been planted around about 8 inches deep in the soil, so the roots can just grow out into there. and they're all the same. They're all about the same height, except for one, which was a little tie stick one, which I've also got a photo of. It's about 14 foot tall, 14 inches tall, one little bud all the way up and down. And a friend of mine who I trust says, that's a Thai variety. And I said, well, all the seeds from that variety always produce one like that. So I've got one that bushes up all over the place. I've got one that's in between, and I've got one variety that comes up and never has big branches off it, or it's always just a singular growing one, which I was told was a Thai variety. And sometimes those ones will grow to 17 foot tall.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Years ago, I had one, and I had to hack it down with a tomahawk. And that, so that bud, when it was dried, was 1.1 kilo, or just on 2.5 pounds.
Wow.
For a bud. Shit, full of seed. Full of seed. It would have been
But still, yeah, it's still a lot.
But yeah, 2.5 pounds for a bud. Yeah,
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to. This has got to be the last one. Kick that goat.
I have enough just for one cone left before I stick that in the oven and dry it out. So, okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's do this thing. All right. Thank you, Canary. All hail the goat.
Oh, hell.
Respect to the goat master. Georgievich.
It's all right. Oh.
Gospodin Georgievich. Gospodin. Big boss. All right, let's go.
Burn bone.
You're too much, man. My apologies for those who speak Russian. That was a good hit. All the little brown furs, the furry bits off the heads and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I got all of them in the last cone, and that was a whack. Trust me. Crikey.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
The little hairs with the trichromes on them, that's the good stuff.
Oh, serious, man. So I don't normally smoke heads. On that, this year it's all out of whack and all that sort of stuff. And that's why I'm going to Bear's recipe for the butter, because the cookies are a lot better. They're a lot mellower, and I don't get smashed like I am now.
Yeah.
I out of my fucking tree. Yeah, I probably should have taken early night.
Yeah. An early night. I'm laughing because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning here. I know it's 3 o'clock for Michelle and Canoes.
Yeah.
Oh, you all go. Go.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I'm like,
I can stay up for a little bit longer. I'm just finishing up this shirt while I'm talking to you guys.
God bless you, Patriots.
God bless you.
You guys are wonderful, man. I thank God for you each and every day. Each and every one of you. I pray God's protection upon your lives and the people you love.
And unto you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or shall be returned in faith and trust through Christ Jesus.
Amen. Amen. All right, brothers. I'll see you tomorrow.
What is that? 2 Corinthians? Look, I'm bad too far wasted to be starting quoting scripture.
And I'm too stoned to remember it.
I'm pretty sure it was one of the Corinthians.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow, guys.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Excuse me for a second while I race this over to the oven and stick it in and dry it out so I can consume it. Oh, shit. Oh, drop that one.
What's up, chat? What's up, everybody?
Oh, good. Oh dear, that's better. 15, 20 minutes from now. First time I sampled that little plant was very, very tasty, and that for like oven baked, so it's not properly cured or anything like that. It's actually sweet, which is unusual for a non-cured pot. I'm figuring these stuff out. Please forgive me. I didn't start smoking this stuff until I was 55 years of age. Before that, I was strictly this sort of stuff. So I'm catching up. So yeah. Nope. That's not good. Ah, yeah, that one. This is bad. It's only been one day and I've already accumulating empties.
It's hard to fit the whole speech on a shirt.
Hard to fit the what down your shirt?
The 407 years ago speech Abraham Lincoln gave. I'm trying to put it all onto a t-shirt.
Oh, right.
Good luck.
Yes, he is.
I'm not even going to tell you where my head was, where it was.
I just do it real simple and say 4 scores and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
All I heard here, she was trying to fit something down a shirt.
That kind of doesn't sound very good when you say it like that.
So I heard correctly then. I'm trying to fit this on a shirt and it just doesn't go. Yes, Benny, Wiz has just retired for the night. He's buggered. But yeah, he's on Twitch, D-Live. I know I'm on D-Live and I just joined Twitch so I can admin over there, and we forgot to do the admin over there anyway. Oh well. Mixer and
Twitter.
Help me out here, folks. There's another one.
Twitter. Yeah, I think so.
Twitter? All right.
Twitter.
I don't know. I'm only just finding out, so I had to join Twitch and Mixer the other day and D-Live and all that sort of thing. So
Yeah, Mixer will not load on my computer for some reason.
actually, it works pretty good here, and it's Twitch I have dramas with, and that because it uses so much bandwidth.
I have no problem with Mixer on my phone, but for some reason it will not load up on my laptop.
Oh, hang five. Wiz has just come back and posted in the chat Discord.
Yep.
Discord. All right. Yeah. Well, I to be honest with you, I'm steering clear of Discord.
Yeah, I used to be on a couple servers there. It took up too much of my time. People just posting endless dumb links.
Yeah, see, they did this in New South Wales, where I moved from, coming up to 4 years ago when I bought this place. Medical marijuana things are being linked to firearm permits. So they've introduced it originally to handgun based on no evidence or whatever, but a raving scare tactic and speech by one of the lefties in government. So they introduced that in there, and we're expecting next year they'll go for the rest of the firearms, shotguns, target, and all that sort of thing, whether it's a pain or not. So this is what the arsehole's doing. They're giving you something with one hand. We're making it legal for you to smoke pot on one hand. And a couple of years later, they come back and take away your right to own a firearm based on a federal drug law, which they're breaking in the first place and collecting taxes on their breaking of that law. Hypocritical? Much? Give me your feedback, folks. Or am I just a nutcase Aussie that's seeing things all wrong? Skill, Angry Cat. 5,000 sparks? Where did you get 5,000 sparks from?
I own lots of guns. I'm a gun collector.
Twix are great. You mean like the little twin bar chocolate thing, wafer, caramel? I think it's hazelnut Twix. I had a couple of them over there. Last time I was in the US. Got them out on a machine at a Greyhound station, catching a bus from Aurora, Colorado to Phoenix, Arizona, via somewhere else. And that one. Yeah, Twix, chocolate, twin bars, gold wrapper. Am I on the right track, or am I hallucinating?
No, you're right.
All right, cool. I don't know. It was 2012. That's 8 years ago.
Nacho president. Get it? Nacho president.
Thank you, Benny. But look, not so smart, mate. It's just the old-fashioned way. Back in the old days, there were a shitload of folks who made this sort of stuff. So, but because there's only a few nowadays, so they sort of stand out a little bit. But back in the day, it's just run of the mill. So you got to equate it with reality. I try, and I'm happy with my results. But yeah, if you look at some of the work done 1,100 years ago, it makes me look like a fucking amateur. I'm working on it, getting there. One day I'll be just as good. Got a way to go yet, though, but I'm getting there. But thank you very much for your comments. I just got to figure out how they did it back in the old timers' day, before all the technology. Or maybe it's a disadvantage of modern technology.
Yep, so in a couple hours, the senators will be voting on the Born to Life Protection Act and the Pain Capable Act bill, which is after 20 weeks, no abortion. So hopefully they pass that. Once they do pass it, though, because it goes to the Senate, which we probably will get it passed because we own the majority of the senators, we know the federal judges that Obama appointed are going to argue with it.
Cheers, Huck. Take care. Have a good night. Thank you very much for your help today. Catch you again tomorrow, eh?
Yeah, take care, Huckle.
Small coincidence there, Benny. I turned 63 the other day.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Well, happy birthday, belated birthday.
Oh, thank you very much, Michelle. But yeah, Benny's saying he's 63-year-old, and I love the old way, tried and true, brother. A jiggery-jack, yeah. Very much appreciated. Yeah, folks were doing it so good back then, eh? Don't have to go back so far, 100 years, and that. Have a look at some of the stuff that was built in the 1890s. It's still running today. There is a water pumping system in New York City. It sits down just off Grand Central Station. When they did that underground hub, and that, it takes all that rainwater, that thing, and runs down into the underground and then pumps it all out. That same gadget that they built when they started that, which was 1889 or something like that, still going strong today. You know? And they've turned around and they're looking at $500 million to replace it. And that's the only reason I know all about that, because they're debating whether they can afford to, and that, or whether they can reconstruct it or whatever. But $500 million? Seriously? And 63 is not old. Not at all. So I'm just changing business structures. I've got a few little plans on the way. Business plan. I've got a lovely girlie on her way over here who's hopefully going to end up my bride. And yeah, so 63. Yeah. Life's just starting, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, you know, old crow. Chop in, go hard. Go hard or go home.
Go hard or go home.
Well, that was quarter of a puff. F for F. That's follow for follow. If I've got that correct. Spoko gameplay. F for F. You just missed the boss. I'm not. I'm just a sub admin. The boss is gone. If you want to come back a couple of hours early tomorrow night, I'm sure the boss is happy to play. But he's the only bloke here who can do it. This is Wizard's channel. He's just gone to bed, so I can't add to it. I mean, actually, yes, BBC. BBC.uk. If you look in the little channel on the far right hand side on a web browser screen on a PC, I don't know what it looks like on a phone. All that it says full transcript. And excuse me, a little bit of reverb there. But yeah, it's on the bbc.co.uk and also bbc.co.in, which is the Indian version of the BBC. So you can download it in PDF, or you can listen to the squeaky voice lady do the translation, which sounds funny when Trump's talking. She does the English translation too. Like we can't understand what Trump was saying.
Mm-hmm.
That cracks me up. Anyway, it's all there.
So, yeah, I gotta watch that. I missed it. Like you said, there was a big crowd there, and I forgot. Jack, you said the number, how many people showed up, but
120,000 folks the stadium was built for, and that, and
that's just amazing.
VIP booths, but the official numbers, because they count the heads coming through via a video cam.
Mm-hmm.
And they came up with just over 1,000, fucking more than what they allowed in.
Wow.
And that says there's over 1,000 folks snuck in. They're downplaying that for the security reason, but they just, nothing went wrong. They just wanted to go in there and see the dolls. Now, this guy who made America great again, because you've got Ashmar Kamal, and nobody knows who he is. He's a guy who lives in New Jersey. He runs a corner store. I don't know what you call it, bodega in southern, like in Texas and all sort of thing, but he's Indian. So he sells soft drink, fresh bread, deli goods, all that sort of stuff. Sells lottery tickets, and he's got a couple of gaming machines and a pinball machine in the back. Sells beer and wine and whatever. But he's talking about how good business is and all that sort of thing, how America is better under Trump and all that sort of thing. Back in Hindi, back to these guys, and he's got 4.5 million followers on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can't understand it, but Pete's me, the R-rated conservative, and that had a friend transcribe one of his shows. And man, it's the most pro-American, pro-Trump, crow-free market thing you'll watch. It's an hour and a half of it. This is what an immigrant thinks of your nation. All right, so no wonder. But what he did at the same time when he was doing his speech over there, remember, India signed on with China 3 years to this economic highway, as they're calling it, and all that sort of thing. But they've been getting fucked over by China. China's expanded out, got all these islands and all that sort of thing, and they're talking about now levies for entry into their economic zone. But they're not talking about exclusions for their mates, which are Indonesia and India. By the way, India and Indonesia both have angles on Australia, and we happen to live here. What Mr. Trump did the other day was swaying India away from China as a sphere of influence, and I'm 100% for that. India, just on their 2 aircraft carriers, has more. They outgun us in the air with their advanced fighters. Because even though we paid for the F-22 fighters, Mr. Obama said, "No, you can have the other ones." Hey, we were a development partner. We played with them out here. Nobody knew about it. We kept the secrets. Obama fucked us over after we paid for it.
Yep.
No, we're not sending the lightnings out to anybody else. We can't trust anybody else but Americans with the lightning, except the Saudis, except Jordan, except Pakistan. Oh shit, let's not mention any of that. Think there's the whistleblower and that who outed all that sort of thing. Guess what? He was found dead with a gunshot in the back of his fucking head, and possibly 2. And the thumb drive that was known to carry about his neck, missing.
Another Vince Foster.
That was Hanley. I'm referring to anyway.
Yeah. 2 into the head.
Yeah, 2 in the back
He
of the
had a real death grip on that trigger.
Yeah, from 14 degrees left on the parallel 4 degrees down to 29 degrees right with fucking 16 in the lateral. So depicting 2 people of supposed height from 2 feet away. One would be 6 foot just on, maybe 6'1". The other one would be about 5'8". But let's call it suicide.
Arkansas.
Yeah, no, yeah, Arkansas. Yeah, it was a dentist. Yeah. Benny, the fire's been out for a fair few weeks now. Some of the fire affected areas are actually now flood zones. But this is Australia, mate. It's all good. We're tough. And there's things in place to help folks. Okay. Some people want to scream climate change and all that. It's always the same way. Back pre-70s, we didn't get the fires so big because we had back burning. We didn't listen to greenies and shitheads. Since the 70s, they take over. Now the fuel level gets up. People say, why is the fuel there? For 80,000 years, we had Aboriginal people here. They didn't cut down a tree. Tree were living creatures to them. Okay? They would thank the trees for their gift of broken branches and the bark and all that sort of thing, and they pick up off the ground. They would also hunt using fire. So light a small fire to clear all the underbrush and all that sort of thing, chase the animals out. They can catch them in their woven nets or with their, we call them woomers, people commonly know them as atollas. And that, like, throwing sticks, like a way to throw a spear, 5 times further because it extends. Yeah.
At my pole, yep.
So, for 80,000 years, we didn't have major fires like this because the local folks used fire and collected all of nature's bounty and all that sort of thing and used it in their daily fires. When I was a kid, that's why they used to long grass. Long grass means camping on long cool grass by the water under the tree where it was cool and that during the summer months. You gather up all the stuff to make your fires and all that sort of thing. A few leaves in the fire would put out a smell, and the native birds that were in the trees camping would take off because they're scared of fire. So you burn a few green leaves and all that sort of stuff, and the birds would say, "Don't crap on you over night time." And just a few handfuls of green leaves every now and again, eucalyptus and that. Make sure they don't come back. It's also good to keep some Aussies down. So, yeah. But the environmentalists came in, they knew better. And so since the 70s, which is now 50 years, we've had fuel levels build up. Some places were, in the recent fires that got so bad, the fuel levels were 2 meters. In other words, 6.25 feet tall, just of bark and leaf and twigs and branches and all that sort of stuff. And that's it. So no wonder the fire was so big, so intense, and all the trees died. But you know who we can thank for this? The environmentalists and the tree huggers.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me for a second. I'm going to speaking of tree huggers.
We can't use. I don't know how it is in your state right now, Canoes, but after tomorrow there will be no more plastic bags at grocery stores. They're doing away with them.
That is in the county just east of me. Does not affect me at all. I don't shop out there.
It's up where Tracy is because she works in Dollar Tree, and they can sell you a cotton bag like Dollar Tree got them for.
Yeah, they're pretty size. They're pretty good sized bags at the Dollar Tree. I bought 12 of them.
2 for $1. The cotton ones, yeah.
Can't beat that.
People are bitching to Tracy every fucking day, and she's getting the shit with it. It's nothing to do with the store. It's the governor.
Exactly.
The governor made the law, but people coming in and bitching, and she says, "Well, complain to the governor." No, this is all a Trump fucking plan. And that some old lady just today, because I talk to Tracy every day, and that she had a hard day, and because someone coming in bitching about fucking plastic bags again, and blamed it all on Trump. No, it's the fucking Oregon governor. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go harvest my smoker. I can smell it.
I just posted the link. So when you buy from the Teespring, I actually get a little percentage of that stuff. And then what I do is if I sell something, I turn around and I'll buy a Trump hat or a Trump shirt or Trump flag, and I give it to you guys on my channel as a thank you. So, yeah, definitely check it out.
Hey, Michelle.
What's up?
If I send you, because I'm doing up a bundle of pocket knives for Wizard, right?
Uh-huh.
Throw an extra one in there, but instead of getting Emerald City engraved onto the blade, I get Pro-Life Warrior and then toss it on there and get Wizard to post it down to you.
Yeah.
You can do an auction and you can give it away as a prize. It's all up to you. Raise some money.
I'm definitely going to buy one too from you.
Fuck buying it. And
my son
your channel, your followers,
asked me for a knife.
Get some folks out there following you. A giveaway every now and again is not bad, or an auction or whatever.
And you got a website, don't you, Jack? Like showing all your stuff. Don't you have a website yet?
No.
You should.
No. I had a website once, and I ended up within 2 months of launching the website, I was telling folks that it was going to be a year before they got their knives. I've been in magazines before. There's a couple of, what do they call it? Epicurean. If that's the thing, it's a fancy magazine, and it costs you like $140 a year, and you get 4 magazines a year. Doesn't seem real good value, but they gave me a big write-up years ago. And one of the big knife magazines gave me a write-up. And then series 1 of that Forged in Fire TV series, and that before it got bought out by Discovery Channel. It was, and it's the private folks beforehand. But all the Discovery versions are on YouTube. You've got to buy the DVD from the things to see the one I was on. So, but look, I've got enough coverage on that word of mouth. And this is the thing that really pisses me off. That little hurrah that we had with some folks recently.
Did you ever settle that? I hope you did.
Well, I don't place my own reviews, and because that'd be a bit crass, right? But my customers have made reviews across a shitload of different websites, because there's so many review websites out there. And so I started making crappy things, and a couple of them actually put links back to one of Wizard's videos.
Oh shit!
Where someone had made a couple of statements, but in the review site saying I was stalking and harassing
What
women.
the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh, it's all done and dealt with right now. I've said a number of times, and that, because they frequently say they did nothing wrong. That's okay. All right, they can do that. They can say anything. All right, I'm not going to argue anymore. I've had it. Wizard wanted the hand. I'm a little bit more au fait than most folks with StreamYards and a few of the other stuff like that. So I can help folks out do that way. Wizard's a good bloke.
Oh yeah.
Right now, he's straight up. He's honest. We have our differences and all that sort of thing, and that's fine. But remember, I'm a hardcore arsehole. Okay, so I see things a little bit different from most folks. I'm a little bit fucking straight line hardcore. So some people will say unbending and all that sort of thing. I accept that.
Well, people don't like it. Too bad, too sad.
Look, go hard or go home. That's what I put it down to. And I try that with most things in my life. Including, my girlie, Tracy. She'll vouch for that one. I'll back her all the way on that, and all the rest of it. Absolutely unlimited. I will ask her questions, and all that sort of thing. And I try to listen to what she wants and needs and all that sort of stuff to be done. Because it's a very different world out here from where she comes from. She lived 20 years in Bay Area, San Francisco. That'll fucking the fact that she got out of there and that in such a human format, fucking outstanding. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's horrible in San Francisco.
Oh yeah. Like where she used to live and work and all that sort of thing. Poop City is a name that I heard for where she used to work.
Oh yeah, I heard so bad that these homeless people sit out the courthouse and they shoot up drugs, and I hear it's so bad for some business people that they literally had to close down after decades of being opening.
Yep.
This Polish guy who had a sausage, he just moved back to Buffalo. He's going to open a shop here. He said it was so bad that you could just smell the urine. Like it was just that bad.
Yeah.
And the shit too.
Yeah.
And they have these people that the state hires to clean it up, but it's just like, no, why do they bother even? Because you still smell it after they clean it up.
Hey, between Los Angeles and San Francisco, I forget which is which, but they're offering wages between $90,000 and $112,000 a year for the ongoing poop sweepers, as they're getting known as, but they call them sanitation and street sanitation workers. Environmental engineers, number of different names.
Police officers are getting sick from it, I guess, just from the toxic fumes of that, I heard.
Well, there was a detective at a department down there who caught typhus.
Yeah.
There's
diseases that are coming back that haven't been around since the biblical days, like leprosy.
Well, 1600s. Typhus.
What is typhus?
Typhus is a infection of generally drinking water.
Mm-hmm.
That you think where there's a live bug that gets into you and it breeds up inside of you and all that sort of thing. But there's got to be shit in the water for the bug to live. Sorry for the language. Feces. Oh, actually, there's two forms of typhus. There's one you can get off a flea.
That's crazy.
And that similar to bubonic plague.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. In Australia, we don't get the bug-based typhus. I keep on forgive me. And that we do get the one here, especially in the northern parts of Australia, at around a couple of missions. It can sit in mud, and that apparently for 50 years. So if people cracked in tidal saltwater things and all that sort of thing, it'll live there. Who knew?
I'll never go there, not even for a visit.
That's a persistent bug, man.
Yeah, that's just out of control. And I hear they have a water shortage problem too in California, that people can't do their laundry and take a shower at the same time.
It's not a water shortage; it's a water tax.
Okay.
Everybody to what is it per gallon and per day and all that sort of thing.
That's freaking crazy.
$1,000 a day or $1,500 a day fine if you breach it per person who lives in your house. Who breaks the rules anyway? You decide in the house who's going to pay the fine. But hey, the back end of this, property resumptions. In other words, if you don't pay the bill, they'll resume your house and sell it off and cover costs of selling it and all the rest of it. Look at that.
Yep.
That's
Crazy,
the back
crazy.
of it. Off the top of my head, section 19 and 20.
Yep. Well, guys, it is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I better lay down a little bit because my husband has an appointment this morning. And he wanted to take me out for breakfast. So, free breakfast, why not? Right? I hope whatever restaurant he picks has Eggs Benedict.
Oh, heck, my chat just jumped. So, pro-life, here's my stuff on Teespring.
Yep, anybody can. Yep, you can save it or whatever.
Sorry, Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm just catching up because everything just flicked up in the last minute. I got
So-
about 10 messages below that.
Good
so
night, Crow. Good night, Benny, my Twitter buddy. Good night, Benny. Nice to see you there, brother. Good night, Crow, and God bless everyone who's still listening. And good night, Jack, and
Benny,
good night,
Crow,
Canoes.
Michelle, Canoes, thank you very much for your help.
You got this, right? You're an admin now, so you can end this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I can end this. I will end. Silence! I will end you!
My dog just jumped up. Thank you for waking her up because I have to take her out anyway. Isn't that right, Lou?
It's all good.
All right. Good night, guys.
Take care, Michelle.
All right. I finally got that seated, I think. There's one more. That proves me a liar already. 3 seconds in. Yeah, you're a bullshit ass. Oh, it's another one. Okay. All right. I think I'm ready to go. Hey, look, if it all explodes out of the top of the cone and that, you know what's happened, eh?
Oh, yeah.
I missed one. Sorry for the delay, folks. 17 minutes late. Oh, shit, I'm going to close that too. There we go. All hell of a go. Damn straight, Crow. Well, fire in the bowl. Indeed, Mr. Crow. Oh, dear. I'm so looking forward to get Tracy over here. Make me straight down. I just got a shitload done early this morning and that and all that sort of thing, a lot of sanding and all that sort of thing and that, and ended up hurting for the rest of the day, so I'm drinking more than what I probably should have. But it's all good.
Yeah, we miss Bear too, Crow. Aaron talked to him recently. He said he's doing all right. He's just too broke to get internet right now.
That sucks. Hey, look, I know what it's like being broke and fucking having to do to make things for the future. Hey, look, how many? We got 7 on Restream. How many we got on YouTube watching?
There's nothing on YouTube. I'm showing 6 on YouTube.
6 on YouTube, 6 on Restream.
Yeah.
Look, folks, if we all chip in $25, which is about $38 for me, $25, we get 8 people in there. There's $200. That gets Bear online for a fucking month, and then $50 a month after that. So,
problem is, I don't think you accept it.
You gotta go up there and slap his fucking ass.
Yeah, I know.
Such a big one, and it's gonna take about 3 of us to fucking make an impact. I'm sorry, Bear, but I'm a scrawny bastard. And the Skeletor jokes you like. I'm used to them, but yeah, you're well padded. $5 on YouTube, says Crow. Shit. I might have a look into Belliet Sayed and see what I can find over there. Which is pretty much the Soviet or Australian equivalent, or the Russian equivalent of what I've got here. Right, I've got a MUX satellite dish. once you've got the mux, you can plug your RJ45 LAN cable into it, and it's all good. I got a module on mine that allows Wi-Fi 501G, I think.
Now, is it possible to like repurpose a like a dish network style TV dish to do SATCOM?
Absolutely. I made a video and put it up. Some friends in Melbourne translate it to Chinese, and we show all the Chinese folks how to turn their receivers into transceivers and that. And so, shitload, especially with the coronavirus, and that's why I loaned the satellite to the folks up there and it comes back down. I don't know what it says. I don't speak Chinese. And they tell me there's a lot of shit coming out of it, just people whining and crying and all that sort of thing. But occasionally you get something fucking really good. Because we've just got an open band. We're not actually individual channel, direct channel, not like this. You know what I mean? You've got a URL, you log in here and we match. This is anybody who can see us on the receiver end, we send in hello. There's a text in Chinese that goes up and flashes up and all that sort of thing, and then people start transmitting, and they take it in as much as they can think and then try to sort it all out. But sometimes it may take 3 or 4 days to get sorted out. 12 hours of receives, and a lot of them may be crap, and then they've got to think, all right, this one's fine, and then they've got to subtext it, translate it, and that in there, which is in your YouTube CC things, closed captions, so folks understand it. And then you get Blazing Press picking it up after that and all that sort of thing. You've got Gateway Pundit picking these things up. You've got all these other independent media places pressing up. I was actually surprised something after 8 days CNN actually picked something up and put it up there about the crematoriums and their whole, possibly it may not be accurate, the figures coming from the Chinese government. And instead of Blazing Press saying that this has been lies for fucking a month, CNN finally raised the thing 8 days later, and I know that came through here because I watched it after it got translated a couple of days later. They had to sort everything out, got translated. Blazing Press, again, was the first to pick it up. He's in Canada. He's got a connection there. Someone, either he follows the Asian thing or he's got friends who are Asian, and they're picking this stuff up. So he's very quick on the uptake, Blazing Press. So I highly recommend him.
Yeah, I've been watching his stuff for close to 2 years now.
Cool. Yeah. So, well, Nutrion on who's the admin on his page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's who got me hooked into this borrowing my satellite. So,
gotcha.
So I'm figuring out if it's a bloke or a girl. Not being rude, and no offense, I've never asked and that, and I'm not really interested, but like sometimes they come across as like a girl saying thank you, and sometimes and that they put on the bravado like a bloke saying fuck off. I just can't pick it. I don't want to upset folks by asking. It looks stupid again. The game experience in Cro-Magnon at Battery Dixon Huckleberry. How do you like the Colt? The new Colt Python 3.5. I didn't like the old one. I had one for about 2.5 weeks. Back there in the hand, shoot that 60, 70 round. Man, that hurt. Not being rude. I shoot a 1911 all day, 45 cal, no worries. 9mm Browning all day, no dramas. But the old Colt Python, I haven't played with a new one. The old Colt Python, man, 50 rounds and you start to ache. Bloody beautiful
I'd
fucking
like
result.
to find is like a surplus Browning high power. I've always liked those.
Hey, if you want to kill somebody and the bloke behind you and the bloke behind him and that with a handgun, 357 fucking Magnum's the way to go. 6-inch barrel. And that, but just don't want to do it 50 times. And that starts to hurt. That gets, I get cramps. I'm getting old. Sorry, Benny. Mate, call me a wimp if you like. It's all good. Crikey. .206. That comes out in 10mm Federal as well, doesn't it?
I don't know. The 206 is a new model Rock Island came out with last year in 38.
Yeah, but there's a government issue only 10mm version. I'm pretty damn sure.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a 10mm revolver because I got my 10mm Glock. I love that thing.
Honestly, hey, you can buy the 3-inch snub barrel on that Smith and that in 10mm Federal. I don't know if it comes in longer barrels, but I've seen one in a store here.
Yeah.
I'm not a wheel gun fan, to be honest with you. I'm swapping the black powder wheel guns.
I haven't fired one in at least 20 years.
So I shoot instinctive, and Benny, this may interest you. Beware of shooting instinctive with a 357 Python. Instinctive. Take this finger, and I can point at that shoulder there and that shoulder there, and at my own forehead and all that sort of thing. And I can keep on looking at you, my kneecap, that down there, that chair over there. And that without actually looking at it, because as we grow up, we have a thing called hand-eye coordination. So if you pull your trigger with your middle finger and use that to point with, excuse me, you're going to be within, on average, 1 mil of arc off target every time you pull the trigger. Without thinking about it. Just bang, bang, bang. Okay, so, but if you do that with a Colt 357, your finger's just about there, and it's a long time ago. I'll see if I can change the focus. Is it that way? No, that's back. The first way. Oh no, I went too far. I can't do it. All right, I've got a callus there left over from an old burn, 30 years old, Benny. And that's from a Colt Python. Had one for about 3 weeks, like I said. Big thing, but also a very bad burn on my finger. Because the gas, it wasn't quite sealing between where the round sits in the wheel, and, in the chamber, and the barrel. And there was enough blast out there to burn the fuck out of my finger after 2 rounds. And I was too stupid to notice the first time around. And that just went, yeah, we can do this. So that's, again, another thing. I'm not a fan of wheel guns. Automatics, you got to watch out for the slide that slides up against there, because further up on the same finger and that up there, and that on that knuckle, up here, I should say, is where slides tend to take great nicks out of your finger there.
Yeah. I noticed that on the Taurus that I inherited from my father when I tested it out back on New Year's Eve. The gap in the frame of the slide where the slide catch engages. Yeah.
It takes a nice little fucking line out, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. On the little Walther X, is it the XP22 or the X22? Out the back. The little green and black one.
Yeah, I only bought one of those the year they came out, and I handled it at the gun show, and it just seems so flimsy. Like, it's so lightweight. I don't know. I wasn't impressed with it.
Look, I started both my daughters with a Marglin, which is a Russian target pistol and all that sort of thing with rifle sights on it and all that sort of stuff. And then I got a little XP22 for next to nothing. And that as a thing, because the grip is a lot smaller for that, and it suited a girl's hand, and there was plenty of clearance between their finger on the slide and all that sort of stuff, but not for an adult males, right out. And I was a little bit bigger than what I was now, so that one used to clip me, but they used to be fine with it and all that sort of thing. And then I ended up buying another one because they both liked it so much. So they liked it. I get them another one, and so there's no arguments. They both had one each. Nowadays, they've got, as I've said many a time, Rock Island Arsenal XD40s in 40 caliber. That's what the XD40 stands for. So lovely little 3.5-inch barrel, 40 caliber, hand loads. I've loaded them myself, and they're all hollow points and slightly fragmented. So. Thankfully, they haven't really needed them yet. One of them's pulled it, and that was all she needed to do. But they haven't.
Yeah, we have to make our own little improvised. What did we call them? Dum-dums in the Boy Scouts.
These are, you know who Quasi is?
Yeah.
The Spanish bullet makers. These are their frangible rounds. Breaks into 12 pieces, and they're in 40 caliber. 45, they can actually do a 16.
Wow.
Frangible, and because the hollow point that they naturally form is also the scoop. When they break off, they spear off in different directions. It's beautiful, man.
Yep.
Deadly, but beautiful.
15 different wound channels. That'll put somebody down.
Well, they still require 8.5 ton a square inch impact force to fringe that bullet apart. And that's enough to give enough shock to fracture bones, organs, all that sort of thing. And then you've got all these little bits breaking off and spearing through and tumbling through and that and cutting up all the arc. You're instantly dead. This is not a cruel round, despite what you think. Your opponent will drop and will not feel fuck all. It will finish him off. S&W Model 15. They were a fucking thing. Who had them? Your bomber pilots.
The B-52 crews.
Yeah, because I had when I was still in, and that one did battle school up in Tully, and so I used to teach the escape and invasion course up there, and I also played enemy, the Samashon forces and all that sort of thing. So I ran the enemy troops and all that sort of thing. One of your instructors. So we used to teach them. They all had those S&W. They were a nice handgun, and all that. Simple, reliable, solid.
Mm-hmm.
So when they came through up here in Tully, through Colonel later Brigadier George Mansfield, I worked for him. Warrior George, they call him. He started life on the Kokoda track, World War II, and they kept him going until he was 76. He was so valuable as an instructor and training folks in jungle warfare, and that they rewrote the rules for him, and that when he turned 64, because they're worried about who they're going to replace him with when he turned 65. And so he went through all the way through till he was 74 years of age. Well, right, I call them rifle sights, mate. Adjustable sights. A lot of your cops had them too. Or I don't know if it's true. I've seen them in movies. You know, the cop pulls out the big fucking 45 fucking revolver, and I'm sure a lot of them were Model 15s. What was that black and white movie, and that where the aliens were putting something on the back of the people's head, and the cop pulled out. I'm bloody sure that was an S&W 15. Yep, Model 10 had the rifle sights. Hangfire, what was that one that wasn't real popular in that? I don't know, but you know how you get peep sights? You know, like ghost rings, circular sights and all that. Which was the Smith & Wesson came out in the 50s with one of those. I don't know, it lasted a few years. But those things are now like worth like $1,500 each US as collectibles because they weren't popular, didn't sell. Now everybody fucking wants one. I saw one on Gunbroker just before Christmas. And, you know, the guy listed it up there, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800. Went through, you know, like $1,530 or something stupid like that. Syntex defense ammo looks promising. It's a frangible bullet. Team Outdoors tested them in 9mm. Cool. TNL, let me see if I know. I've got them on subscript. I've seen them before, but I don't know if I'm subscribed. I take a look by internet via satellite. Yeah, oh, here we go. No, cool. Not subscribed. Thanks very much there. Crow? Cool. I know Max Gunworks, and I'm not sure of their muzzle brake. Let me duck into Yahoo, YouTube chat, so I can pinch that link.
Yeah, they're out of Wyoming.
Yeah, no, they've got what they call solvent traps. Very popular here in Australia.
I got one. I just haven't finished it yet. Yeah, the Infinite Product Solutions. I showed it to you about a week or so ago.
Crow, some of the frangibles are actually separate pieces inside a copper jacket. So when the copper jacket breaks out, it can be tearing apart and all that sort of thing. The stuff I'm talking about are it's an alloy. It's got zinc in it. It's got steel in it. It's got a few other bits and pieces. They put it on a pin when they cast the thing and all that sort of thing. They put it on a pin. They drill out the thing, and then these blades come in from all these different directions, and then cut a slice almost all the way into it. And they've worked out their cut that they need between 2.8 to 4.5 metric tons of pressure to break those what's left, and that on impact. And then they go off, and that because it breaks separately, and all the hollow points are scoops out, so they make these curved up, carving through the flesh, hit bone and start to tumble. So yeah, there's actually no copper jacket to foul it or group it or anything like this. This stuff's also got cadmium in it. You're actually not allowed to shoot this in a lot of states in the US, and that because of the cadmium and all that sort of thing for game, and gets into the waterways and all that sort of thing. But it's steel, it's zinc, it's cadmium, it's a few other bits and pieces. vanadium, which is a very hard thing, leaves brittle, sharp edges as an indication. So there is a coating, but I think it's more of a lacquered grease type lubricant than
I think it's similar to like what CCI coats their mini mag 22 ammo in.
a
Yeah,
lacquered
base.
Lubricant. So normal temperatures and all that sort of thing. It gets halfway up the barrel, gets hot, it becomes lube. Like on the CCI Mini Mag. Actually, CCI got a new frangible out too. Got an email about that the other day. I just can't get it over here. Yeah, Federals and that are made that way. That press thing. I think it come from Europe somewhere, Norway or whatever. That's the first time I've seen it. But yeah, remember the glasses? That was
Yeah, I've got a whole ammo can full of 45 glasses.
well, so that they could go through all as solid one hit, or one little slice would come out, or half would break out. It wasn't a reliable break. And a lot of them get caught up within the copper jacket. It'll hold them together, and they, mind you, if you had half a bullet spinning off like they used to inside of a subject, and that, because I had a look at some of the videos of some gel blocks, glycerine blocks, and all that sort of stuff of these things, and the half round used to spin off at all angles, but it left horrible wounds all the way through. So yeah, I'm 50-50 on the glasses.
I've got so much old ammo that I inherited. Some of it I'm scared to use.
I know of Nightclad. I've never used it, to be honest with you. I mean, some things ain't available here, or I never got a chance to shoot when I was on the times I visited over there. So that one I can't say anything on. Sorry. Yeah, just call me a dummy. It's all good. I know I'm missing out. Heck, if I was living in the US, in a state which let me make rifles, I would make falling block, single shot, and I would target my production for sub-millibark rifles. Lightweight. Probably a long barrel. We're talking about something like around about 20 inch.
What caliber?
Whatever the client asks for.
Oh, okay. Customs, yeah.
Yeah, make them for the customer. Put 50% down, we'll make it. That was my dream here, but things changed. And I was still in the military at the time when it changed. So I didn't get much of a say. And I was pushing shit uphill as it was, being involved with the Shooters Party and still being part of the Australian military. Because there are sedition laws over here. If I ever... that's why the military are exempted from voting over here, because someone in the past, back in the British days, did hold it against certain troops for voting against the government. Yeah, he went into the voting box, some fucking major prick, and flogged the guy, flogged him to death, because he voted against King whoever, George, and all that sort of thing. Flogged him to the guy died under the lash. I know. So, and that caused a major stink over here, and that. So the troops were starting to revolting. We had convicts that were starting to revolt and all that sort of. We had some fucking arrogant pricks over here pushing us around for a while. Caused a lot of drama, but it got sorted out in the end. Then we tried to have our own revolution, but it didn't go down too well. The reinforcement, the brigade that was coming in was cut off by about 5,000 British troops. So that didn't happen. There was a couple of hundred in the Eureka Stockade. There was like 800 coming as reinforcements, and that called the Eureka Brigade, which I found was a movement called that. And if you look at the Eureka Brigade, you'll find a channel based here in Australia. Also a rock band, Australian, talks about freedom and shit like that. But the Eureka Brigade channel, that's my other YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to it.
Oh, you did? Cheers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, back in my earlier days, so I'm not outwardly protesting Islamic hate preachers or anything like that anymore. There's a younger set of folks out there doing it and doing it fucking good. So let them take over, let them run their own race, and that. And me and Tracy will sit back in there and enjoy our old age, as some folks put it. Cheers. Oh shit. Fix.
Last go to the night.
Yeah, it's getting about that way, eh? It's got to be late there, man.
It's almost 4:20.
And what time do you start work?
Well, I'm off today.
You're off today? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, weekdays, the days that I work, I don't go until 4 p.m.
Crow, have a look at the Mueller falling block. Ruger saw that and asked that guy, Lev, I forget his last name, and that their chief designer guy, and that to make a copy of that voided copyright and all that sort of thing, but was as good in the action. And he actually did. Right, yeah, so that's where the #1 falling block rifle comes in. It's a beautiful rifle in its own right, but it was all based on the Mueller falling block. And you can buy Mueller action books online. You can find thing, and if you can't find it, I'll send you a PDF of it. I've got it here on my library in PDF format. So dimballerbladeworks@gmail.com. I'll get that to you. If not, ask me tomorrow. I'll post my email address and all that sort of thing, or I can do that here and now before we close out very quickly. So that's there. Send us an email. I'll send you back the PDF of Mueller Falling Block book. Beautiful fucking plans. You can make it yourself. You don't need advanced machine tools, lathes, or anything. Good drill press. Good drill press. Sharp tools. That's all you need, man. No worries. Look, you can make this thing. You're living in the US. You can make this thing yourself legally. Put your own thing. 3 zeros and a 1 on it, and Chrominging, fucking firearms. Let me just see. You've got the original book. Let me, yes, there it is. Walter B. Mueller, there he is, building a single shot falling block rifle action. Perfect there, Canoes. Absolutely fucking perfect. That's it. But instead of paying that sort of Max Gunworks, do like that.
I bet I could find it on a torrent site for free.
I got it here for free. shit, I was somewhere back in the late 70s. No, it wasn't even. That was the microfiche version. When did I do the PDF? When I come back from Oregon, first time. 98, and I used Adobe PDF Creator to do it. That's it. That's what I did. Set for the 1022. That was Mr. Roberts. He was a mate of Johnson. You know, remember the Johnson semi-automatic rifle and that almost got selected by the Marine Corps? Well, they actually made 14,000 for the Marines. He was his offsider through there, and he came up with the 1022. They hired him, paid him well too. The family's doing quite nicely. He bought some farmland doing share farming and all that sort of thing. So yeah. And but they did pay up. They pay people on the way. You can't bitch about that about Ruger. They're not like Norinco just stole out rifles. They said, hey, look, we're going to make a copy of this. How much you want?
Have you seen that Ruger's patent has expired for the 1022, and now other manufacturers are making clones?
Would you like a simple flat pack version of the 1022 that you make in your own home workshop? I have that blueprint too, or in PDF version. Also a full auto version of the 1022 updated mechanism. Yep. So the co-designer of the Johnson rifle is the actual designer of the 1022. It changed a lot from his initial stuff, and they spent a lot of money coming up with it and all that sort of thing. They played with a shitload of calibers and that with it as well. So there are, and then if you look at Forgotten Weapons, there is a 30 caliber, same as the M1 carbine version of the Ruger 1022 out there. They only made like 26 or 30 copies, and that sort of like that. But on one of the videos, they played with a lot of things with the Ruger, all that sort of thing. And then they swapped over to a ripoff of the shit, I forget. Is it the M14?
Yeah, they have a fighting version.
M14.
Yep.
And they called it the Mini 14, and which I created a thing called a Maxi 14. So instead of the cocking handle on the side, the foregrip becomes a pump action, and that cocks your weapon for you.
Cool.
Yeah. And then the gun laws changed, and I got fucked over. Yeah. And then
I'd love to have a little pump action 22.
The Mini 30 and the Mini 30 Mark II, which was never released in the US. So the Mini 30 runs 762 by 39, and the 762, the Mini 30 Mark II runs 308. It was only available in South Africa and Australia. Oh, sorry, New Zealand. I'm a liar. Sorry, New Zealand. Don't ask me why they blocked 308 NATO from the US. It's only ever made for export. So in the Mini 30 and the Mini 30 Mark II. Look it all up. It's on the Ruger website. So I just recently fucking handed over two Mini 14 and a Mini 30, and that because I'm swapping over and I'm getting too old to play. I used to have a H class license, which was culling feral animals and such. But I'm getting too old to play. Tracy's coming over. I've got to settle down instead of wandering all over the countryside. So because I got no valid need, and this is a point that I made, and so I've got to back it up myself. If you don't have a valid need for advanced firearms, there's no need for you to have one. I will always have the right to own firearms here in Australia, and that because of what we set up and work for. I'll always have a right, providing I can attend a firearms club to keep my handguns, unless I perform a major criminal act of hate or violence or something along those lines. It's not like getting pulled up. I've had too many to drink and get pulled up by the cops and then go, oh yeah, you got me. That's not violence. We don't lose our firearms for that. These red flag laws that you're inheriting over there were created over here, unfortunately. Now you're inheriting them. But Australia's been a test bed for a lot of this fucking crap for like 40 years. Don't let it happen there. That's it. Don't let it happen there. Folks like Bernie, folks like Miss Warren, folks like Hillary, AOC, they're opportunists. They seek power. And the only way they get power is by taking your rights away from you. Don't give up any of your rights. It's too hard to get back, man. Trust me, 26 years it took us to get our gun rights back here. 26 years. That means you can have a kid. All right, you can get married today. Get married to your lovely bride and all that sort of thing. Go through all your working life and all that sort of thing. Raise a kid and all that sort of stuff. And that is 25 years of age now and all that sort of thing. And you're just starting to break even. Fuck that. If anybody wants that sort of thing, yeah, there was a Mini 30. It was a 7.62 short, the AK round. But the Series 2 was 308 NATO, or 7.62 NATO, sorry. I do a custom chambering here that'll accept both. It's not the best, but it works. So I don't give a shit. But I do have a lovely yards. After that, it's all over the place. But 400 yards, yeah. And that, out. Anyway, there.
I'm going to take off, Jack. Long past my bedtime.
Crow was only for export use. South Africa, Australia, and a couple other places, mate. New Zealand, South America, I think, maybe. But yeah, so it's not real common. There weren't that many. Don't worry about it. But you can look it up and find it. Goat Master, you have a good night. God bless you. Take care. See you later. Bail out. I'll close down here.
Well, good. And anybody that's Cat, Crow, and I think it's just Crow. Thanks for stopping by.
We got 4 on Restream and I think 5. 4 on YouTube. Oh, battery's there too. Doopy doo.
Yeah, and Winnie. Yeah. All right. Well, y'all take care, and we'll catch up.
Winnie von Poostein. Sorry, let's never forget that. You take care there, Crow. Take care. Crow Minion. Winnie, thanks for dropping by again. It's all good. You want to drop on? Drop in. I know we've only got, oh shit, 8 watching, but there's the link. If you want to come in, I'll give you a couple of minutes. Give me a thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up back. Kill your camera if you want to, don't want to appear on there. That's okay. I don't care if I'm ugly and offend people. Well, then we'll say look forward to catch up later in the week. You have a good night. And everybody else there, you have a good night too. I'm going to crash. I wish you all peaceful dreams, prosperous country, freedom. And if you're shooting at lefties, you hit your target. Take care, folks. Absalom canoes, peace through superior firepower and shot placement.